Hashtag C601 So that's what happened. O omnipotent ancestor of the blood race, your loyal servant. As soon as it left the top of the demon's ceiling tower, the chanting of the blood demon high priest rang out. Even though its throat was being pinched, it did not accept its fate. Hearing such a voice, Xiao Han's expression suddenly changed. Although the dragon-capturing hand has the function of confining energy, it does not last long. At this point, the effect of confinement has disappeared. The blood demon high priest struggled for a while and found that he couldn't break free with his own strength, so he immediately started chanting. Regardless. Damn it, you're trying to resist me. Xiao Han cursed angrily, raised his fist without any hesitation, and hit the blood demon high priest on the mouth with a bang. The moment the red damage value appeared, the chanting stopped abruptly. The omnipotent vampire. But even after suffering such a blow, the blood demon high priest had no intention of giving up and immediately started singing again. Bang! 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 Of course, Xiao Han was not polite about this and kept hitting him with fists, as big as sandbags. As long as it dares to open its mouth, it will be punched directly. He did not dare to be careless in the intermittent chanting. The skill that required chanting was obviously not a dark fireball that could be cast instantly, although the other three skills are all possible according to the current situation. The probability of wrath of the blood ancestor is as high as 90%. In this way, it is even more important not to be careless. Chirp, the neighing sound sounded, and the purple flame thunder wing horse also knew. Xiao Han's eagerness, and the thunder wing attack was immediately used. Amidst the howling wind, the chaotic battlefield in the distance soon appeared in sight. It's strange how there are so many people. Looking at the dark crowd, Xiao Han knew that the number of people was at least 20,000 even after just a cursory glance. You must know that this place is not accessible to ordinary people. If the equipment he wears does not meet the requirements, it will not be able to cause any harm to the blood demon knight. Therefore, almost all the players who appear here are core members of various guilds. Only they have the ability to surround and kill the blood demon knight. Even a top guild like Pancher does not bring more than 1,000 core players. The same is true for the slightly weaker Tang guild. Xing Kai, did he forcibly transfer all the players from the Magic City here? Again, another punch came out. Xiao Han secretly guessed in his heart, and at the same time squinted his eyes and said softly, if this is really the case, that would be interesting. Last time outside Stormwind City, there was really nothing I could do about the 5 to 6 million people tactics. But now that I have a big killer weapon in my hand, even if I call 1,000,000, I can make them all die here. As he said this, Xiao Han's face also showed a look of excitement, and his feet gently pinched the horse's belly again. Chirp, the purple flame thunder wing horse, which was already extremely fast, after receiving such an instruction, flapped its wings fiercely again, and its flight speed increased by 30% again. With just 2 flashes, it had already flown over everyone's heads. At this time, although the battle was still very fierce, many people discovered him. Hey, why is Han Xiao back again? What does he want to do? What else can you do? As long as there is Xing Kai, that guy will never be absent. Isn't this obvious? Ha ha ha. These guys in the Magic City are going to be in trouble. I don't care if it's bad luck or not. What I want to know now is, what is that thing he is holding in his hand? Amid the discussion, more and more players looked up to the sky. Even the intensity of the battle dropped a lot at this moment. Everyone looked at it curiously, not understanding what Xiao Han wanted to do. At the same time, the figure standing 100 meters in the air suddenly let go of his right hand, and a bloody figure fell straight down. At this time, many players immediately felt something was wrong, because they suddenly discovered that the figure in the sky was climbing crazily to the sky, and at the same time it was quickly getting smaller in everyone's sight. What did he throw down? And why do I feel like a living thing? The crowd immediately exclaimed, and at the same time some smart players turned around and ran away without any hesitation. While running, he shouted loudly, "Quickly give way if you don't want to die. Please get out of the way of me. It's useless to worry about what that thing is now. Han Xiao is so powerful, but look at how he is running away like crazy now. If you don't leave quickly, are you going to stay and wait for death?" The bloody figure falling from the sky seemed to turn into a nuclear bomb at this moment, causing the crowd below to explode instantly. However, there are still some players who do not believe in evil and are discussing it calmly. Han Xiao is powerful, but he's not that scary. What a bunch of eggless cowards. They just dropped a living creature and scared you like this. No matter how powerful that thing is, can it kill all of us instantly? Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the bloody figure falling from the sky was getting closer and closer. At this time, many players also saw its appearance clearly, and some players even had a flash of light in their eyes, and then immediately cursed. Damn! The Emperor-level Blood Demon High Priest, Han Xiao is so crazy. Come on! Hearing such curses, the faces of nearby players changed immediately, and they all asked, "What's going on? What's going on? Who can explain it? What's the point of explaining it? Just stay here and wait for death." Vampire Fury. Damn it. How dare Han Xiao throw such a thing down? In the center of the battlefield, because of the sudden appearance of the bloody figure, all the players stopped their actions. Zuoshang took a look at the data information shared by Pan Heng and said in a daze, "Let's do it once, so this is what's going on. #C602 accept the punishment." Boom! Even though all the players didn't want to see this scene, the Blood Demon High Priest who was thrown down still fell heavily on the bluestone ground. -645-17812. With just this one blow, its health value instantly decreased by 1/3. And this also made many players who wanted to escape flash a hint of eagerness in their eyes, as if they wanted to go back and fight, and then someone immediately shouted loudly, "Brothers, since we can't run away anyway, we might as well fight it together. Don't touch it, we still have a chance to run away." Fuck! What are you doing? Attacks can't break the defense. Why are you touching it? Although the health value of the Blood Demon High Priest has decreased by 1/3, it is still more than 100 million. What a bunch of lunatics. Don't you bring your brains when you go out? The shouting, cursing, and the voice of stopping rang one after another. But it was obviously a little too late. The players close to the Blood Demon High Priest no longer cared and attacked with their weapons without hesitation. At the same time, there were also some magical attacks such as arrows, fireballs, stones, wind blades, etc. -1. -25,684. -1. -3600000. Although most players could not break the defense, a 7-digit damage value suddenly appeared on the head of the Blood Demon High Priest, which immediately made everyone's eyes light up. Ha ha ha! It's seriously injured, losing 2% of its health per second. Brothers with control skills, don't hesitate. Attack with all your strength. As long as we can hold on for half a minute, we have a chance to survive. It's easy to say, but look at what the Blood Demon High Priest is doing. Fuck, this is too unreasonable, I haven't done anything to it yet. And this Dog Day is directly using a big move. The low and fast chanting sound is not so clear among the many noisy sounds, but it has a strong penetrating power. Even under various attacks, there is no intention to stop. Accept the punishment, the wrath of the Blood Ancestor. The chanting sound fell, and the angry roar sounded immediately. On the staff, held high by the Blood Demon High Priest, a ball of blood as black as ink was thrown out directly. Bang! The next second, the blood bead suddenly exploded, and the black smoke spread to the surroundings at a very fast speed. As it spread, it quickly faded and turned into blood-colored mist. After the blood-colored mist appeared, it seemed to have life, and immediately turned into agile blood snakes, drilling into the bodies of nearby players. Minus 2,592. Minus 5,831. Minus 3,644. Pieces of blood-colored life values floated out at the same time. Although the damage was only a few thousand points, it was continuous and stable. In just a moment, the blood-colored mist covered a radius of 5 kilometers. All the players in this area had blood-colored damage values floating on their heads one after another, and they jumped every second. At the same time, the blood-colored snakes that had previously drilled into their bodies also came out one after another. But at this time, their bodies had all become much larger. Fuck. I'm more than 2,000 meters away from the center of the battle. How come I got hit? Is this the blood ancestor's wrath? Now it's all right. No one has to run away. Just wait to die together. With a blood loss rate of 10% per second, no matter how good the equipment is, there's no way I can run away. Han Xiao, fuck your uncle. I'm just here to watch the show, you're too cruel. Amid the curses, the crowd that was still fighting before has slowly calmed down, but everyone's face is not looking good. Everyone understands that with this perverted skill, there are definitely not many people who can survive. Even if you use the best potion to replenish your health, you can only live a few more seconds. Unless someone can take out a potion that restores 10% of your health per second, and can last for 30 seconds, it is possible to save a life during the duration of the blood ancestor's wrath. Although there are not many such people, there are still some. A few hundred meters away from the blood demon high priest, Bao Fengrui, who had just rushed over, stopped with a confused look on his face. Minus 12,548. Under the cover of blood-colored smoke, he could not escape this fate, and a blood-colored life value immediately floated above his head. And the blood bar had disappeared by 1/3. He could only look up at the sky in frustration, looking at the figure that was almost completely invisible. Fuck. This indiscriminate attack is too fucking perverted. While cursing softly, Bao Fengrui threw a Pei Yuan Dan into his mouth with his backhand and said at the same time, "Fortunately, this is only a percentage of blood loss. I can still survive. Plus 20,000. Minus 12,548. Two numbers, one red and one green, floated out at the same time, making his face look a little better. The blood bar, which had disappeared by 1/3, was slowly replenished. At this time, in the range covered by the blood ancestor's wrath, some players also made the same move. The difference is that some players were quickly taking off their equipment. After such an operation, the health value floating above the head immediately changed from 10,000 to 8,000 and then to 5,000, plus 50,000. Then he flipped his hand and threw a pill into his mouth, and the gradually empty blood bar was instantly filled. But even so, their faces were still not good, because this kind of top-grade pill that can restore 50,000 blood in an instant is extremely rare, and one pill can only extend life for 10 seconds. If there were no other top-grade pills, they would still die in this place. Normally, since they knew they would die in the end, they would definitely not waste the hard-earned top-grade pills. But strangely, patches of green numbers still appeared one after another. Aha! Things exploded. Suddenly, an excited roar sounded in the crowd, and more than 80% of the players in the range of the blood ancestor's wrath fell down in an instant. At this time, the ground was also covered with various equipment. Hashtag C603 lie down and pick up equipment. Thousands of meters in the air, Xiao Han sat on the purple flame thunder wing horse, calmly looking at the crowd below, and a gloating look appeared in his eyes at this time. Hey! The blood ancestor's wrath is really powerful. As soon as the 10 seconds were up, 90% of the figures covered by the blood mist disappeared instantly, and with the simultaneous death of tens of thousands of players, Xiao Han could not see what was happening below because of the height, but he also knew clearly that the ground must have been covered with a layer of equipment, and this also made him a little uneasy. After observing for a while, he touched his chin and said softly, "These blood demons seem to be able to spread only 2 or 3 meters above the ground. The blood-colored mist actually has a strong shielding effect on vision. At a height of thousands of meters, you can only vaguely see some moving figures below, but you can still see the blue-gray stone house and the blood-colored mist covering almost 1/5 of the entire urban area is slowly fading with the passage of time." Out of curiosity about the situation below, Xiao Han was unwilling to wait any longer. He gently squeezed the horse's belly and quickly fell down. In just a few seconds, the distance was shortened to within 1,000 meters, and the noisy sounds below all entered his ears. "Looking for death. I saw this first. It's so funny, just because you saw it are all the equipment on the ground. Yours. Don't pay attention to this idiot, you might as well pick up a few more pieces if you have time." "That's right, I can still live for 3 seconds, at least I can pick up 3 or 5 pieces of equipment. Where is the time to fight with him?" Without the threat of the blood-colored mist, Xiao Han's descent speed was extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye he was less than 100 meters away from the ground. At this time, as long as he wanted, he could return to the ground within 1 or 2 seconds. However, although the blood demon energy released by the wrath of the blood ancestor was fading rapidly, it had not completely dissipated, so it was still quite dangerous to go down. Although the equipment on the ground made people very tempted, Xiao Han still held back and whispered softly, "Don't worry, the guys who died in the first wave didn't have any good equipment on them. At most, there are only some silver, gold, or dark gold level equipment. When such equipment explodes, I usually don't bother to pick it up, so there is no need to rush. The remaining guys who are not dead are the biggest harvest this time. Maybe I can get a few more legendary equipment." Thinking so in his heart, the few figures on the ground disappeared in an instant. There are less than 20 players still alive within the range of vision, and many of these few figures are people he knows. "Heh, he's not dead yet." Looking at Xingkai, who was still alive, Xiao Han chuckled and whispered with narrowed eyes, "But this is just right. If you die like this, it would be too easy for you. Only if you are killed by me can you enjoy the pleasure of wearing only big shorts again. But Peng Lei, Yun Yuyu, and Wu Nanfeng are all dead. How come Lija, the archer, is still alive?" Looking at the figure next to Xingkai, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of solemnity, and he also paid more attention to the slippery guy. Although he wanted to go down and kill them both now, the bloody mist had not receded yet, so he could only resist the impulse in his heart and turn his eyes to other directions. "Hey, why are they all here?" A few hundred meters away from Xingkai, Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai, and Zi Yuan all lowered their heads and worked. While picking up the equipment on the ground, they threw it out again. At the same time, they all showed a look of pain on their faces, and Xiao Han could even hear a few people whispering, "Hey, I used to think that Han Xiao was a spendthrift, throwing away silver and bronze-level equipment casually, but I didn't expect that one day I would even throw away dark gold equipment because of my backpack. What can I do? Hurry up and pick the good ones. Damn it, I just realized that too many equipment exploded, which is also a particularly tormenting thing. It's too hard to choose. Haha, this kind of torment of picking up equipment even when lying down, I hope it happens every day." Listening to the voices of several people, Xiao Han shook his head gently. There were indeed too many equipment on the ground, but their backpacks only had 30, and only a small part of them could be taken away. Turning the space ring on his index finger, he felt a little proud, and then looked at Zhuoshang and Tang Taizong. They are still alive and in very good condition. Just because of the blood ancestor's wrath, the core players of each guild have all died. If nothing unexpected happens, They should have used the Pei Yuan Dan, looking at the green numbers that kept popping up above the two people's heads. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and guessed quietly, because not only them but also Han Ren, Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai and Zi Yuan, who were not far away, were in very good condition. These people had traded Pei Yuan Dan with him. As for the remaining players, although they are still alive, their conditions are not good. Especially Xing Kai, although he is still alive, the remaining health bar is almost invisible. Whether he can survive the remaining 10 seconds is still unknown. No, we can't let him get away with it so easily. Thinking of this question, Xiao Han muttered softly and immediately turned his attention to Xing Kai. Although there is a chance of dropping equipment when killed by the Blood Demon High Priest, it is only 1 or 2 at most. This result is not what he wants. There are less than 10 seconds left, and the Blood Demon energy should disappear. After secretly calculating the time in his mind, a cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he immediately pinched the horse's belly. Chirp! With a neighing sound, the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately flapped its wings and flew towards Xing Kai at a very fast speed. Roar! But at this time, a roar suddenly sounded, and a blood-colored staff was raised high. Almost at the same time, the blood-colored mist in all directions suddenly shrank and instantly all drilled into the body of the Blood Demon High Priest. #C604. Do you have the qualifications? Seeing this situation, Xiao Han immediately had a bad premonition in his heart, but even if he wanted to stop it, it was too late. As the blood-colored mist was suddenly retracted, a 9-digit green number immediately appeared on the head of the Blood Demon High Priest. +154478369. Less than 30 million health points were left, and they were instantly replenished. Fuck! Blood Ancestor's Wrath has this ability? Shocked by this powerful recovery effect, Xiao Han cursed, but it was useless. At this time he still had some regrets. If he had not been blinded by hatred just now, but directly used the sealing technique on the Blood Demon High Priest, this situation would not have happened at all. Even in just 10 seconds, this Emperor-level boss would have bled to death due to serious injuries. But there is no if in reality. In order to kill Xing Kai personally, he has missed this opportunity, and it is useless to regret it. Roar! The angry roar sounded again, and the bloody staff was raised high. The rapid and low spell penetrated into the ears very piercingly. Roar! 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 At the same time, the Blood Demon generals who were chasing the players also turned their eyes to this side. Fuck! This is bad. Feeling those unfriendly eyes, Xiao Han's eyes became colder, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Damn it, since he is here, let's kill him first." Ha! But before he could act, the instant dark fireball hit him immediately. Knowing that he had a deep hatred in the eyes of the Blood Demon High Priest, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless and immediately dodged by squeezing the horse's belly. Whoosh! The dark fireball passed by, but a black arrow hit his chest with a ding sound. -15,698. The moment the damage value appeared, Xiao Han felt his body stiffen, and a layer of frost immediately appeared on his body. At this time, he also saw Xing Kai, who was only a little bit of skin left, suddenly flashed and disappeared. Hee, even if you can be invisible, so what? Even though he lost control of his body, Xiao Han was not worried at all and calmly looked at Li Zhe, who raised the longbow again. Whoosh! As his fingers loosened, the arrow flew straight to his chest. The Blood Demon High Priest not far behind him also summoned a black fireball, again whistling and smashing over. Da, da, da. In other directions, the Blood Demon generals also abandoned their opponents and rushed over. There was even one who had raised the blood-colored spear in his hand high up, and then threw it forward fiercely. Whoosh! Due to the high speed, a sharp whistle immediately sounded in the air. Facing so many attacks, Xiao Han couldn't dodge even if he wanted to, because the freezing effect lasted for 3 seconds. Da, Da. However, the purple flame thunder wing horse under his buttocks was not idle. It immediately took small steps and appeared 10 meters away in an instant. Not only did it dodge the arrow shot by Lija, but it also dodged the fireball and the blood-colored spear. Chirp. At the same time, it neighed, and a purple lightning immediately boomed and fell on the head of the blood demon high priest. -1. Although the damage value was not high, it was extremely lucky to trigger the paralysis effect, which immediately stopped the chanting spell. Sha. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps in his ears. Xiao Han knew that it must be the invisible Xingkai who came over stealthily and wanted to attack him. But even though he knew it clearly in his heart, he couldn't make any evasive movements. The frost on his body had not disappeared, and even if he wanted to control the purple flame thunder wing horse, he couldn't do it. Go to hell. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han felt a slight pain in his neck, and a blood-colored life value immediately floated on his head. -60,256. The critical damage of more than 60,000 appeared, which surprised him a little. This also means that Xingkai's current physical attack is at least 50,000 points, and the equipment on him makes people excited just thinking about it. Hey, it's not that easy to kill me, Xiao Han whispered in his heart, without making any resistance. But the purple flame thunder wing horse made a chi sound and immediately ran forward. While avoiding the arrows and fireballs, he also left Xingkai far behind. At this time, 2 seconds had passed, and because of the 50% toughness, the frost on the body had disappeared without a trace. After regaining control of the body, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he said coldly, "Do you have the qualifications to kill me?" As he spoke, the dark flame sky-splitting spear in his hand had been replaced by the tiger-roaring flame knife. At this time, although the distance between the two sides exceeded 20 meters, he lightly clamped the horse's belly, and the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately ran straight to Xingkai. The distance was less than 100 meters, and it didn't even take a second for the two sides to close to within 10 meters. Xiao Han didn't waste any words, and swung his red long sword into the air. Without any hesitation. Roar. As the tiger roared, a circle of sound waves quickly spread around. Fuck. Is this the only move you can do? Seeing Xiao Han's unreasonable attack, Xingkai had no choice but to roar and vent his dissatisfaction. At the same time, a golden light immediately appeared on his body. Immune. The physical attack of up to 300,000 did not cause him any damage. Xiao Han was not surprised at all, because this was expected. Not only Xingkai but almost everyone else knew about his group attack skill, so it was not too difficult to find a way to deal with it, so it was not surprising that he was dodged. But he knew more than just this one move. Hearing Xingkai say this, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a teasing smile, and he said softly, "Since you ask so, I can't let you down too much." As he spoke, he pulled the reins hard, and the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately stood up, and purple lightning appeared on its front hooves at this time. Boom! As the hoof fell hard, the purple lightning quickly spread around. #C605 Great Power 1. Oh my god! What's going on? The sudden appearance of purple lightning made Xiao Han stunned for a moment, and his eyes were full of doubts. When he killed the blood demon beast 2 days ago, he was lucky enough to get a book of war trample. Although he learned it at that time, he never had the opportunity to use this skill because of some messy reasons. I thought that after the purple flame thunder wings horse stepped on it, it would also produce a blood-colored light wave like the blood demon general, and then cause damage to the surrounding enemies. Unexpectedly, this skill mutated after being combined with the purple flame thunder wings horse, and purple lightning appeared directly. Zizi. The speed of the lightning spread was much faster than that of the blood-colored light wave at the beginning. It arrived in front of Xingkai in an instant, leaving him no time to react, and he was paralyzed in an instant, and the word immune appeared above his head again. Such an opportunity appeared in front of him, although Xiao Han was stunned. For a moment he also reacted quickly. With his legs lightly clamped on the horse's belly, the purple flame thunder. Winged horse immediately rushed forward. Whoosh! At this time, the sound of arrows piercing the air came again. And a few dozen meters ahead, the black fireball summoned by the blood demon high priest was also growing rapidly in sight. Humph, no matter what, let's kill him first. With narrowed eyes and a cold snort, Xiao Han ignored the arrows and fireballs, flying at high speed and slashed 3 times with one knife. Even if he was hit by an arrow, there was a high probability that he would be controlled again, but he didn't care at all. Almost all the players nearby were dead, and there would only be one such attack. Once he was controlled, the purple flame thunder winged horse under him could not be controlled. Even if Li Jie had multiple sets of special effect equipment to replace in turn, he couldn't think of continuous control. And with his attack power, he couldn't cause fatal damage to him. In comparison, the magic damage of the Blood Demon High Priest was much higher, and if the damage of the Dark Fireball was counted, it would be about 400,000. But he not only has more than 30,000 points of damage reduction, but also 20% of damage immunity. This fireball will not cause more than 300,000 points of damage to him at most, and this is still in the most ideal state. Now, among the many equipment on his body, there are as many as 3 pieces, with passive skill dominance, and the probability of their addition is more than 60%. Once successfully triggered, it can also reduce half of the damage. So even if he is hit by the dark fireball, he can easily withstand it with his body. In order to kill Xingkai, he has missed the opportunity to kill the Blood Demon High Priest driver, so how can he let go easily at this time? Hey, aren't you crazy? I see if you can die this time. While sneering, the Tiger Roar Flame Blade has drawn 2 red afterimages and chopped Xingkai's body. Immunity. 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 3 white Chinese characters floated out in a row, which surprised Xiao Han. Ding! Bang! At this moment, the arrows and fireballs flying from the sky have also hit him, one after another. Although he was hit, Xiao Han did not feel anything unusual. Minus 4,298. Minus 91,254. When the 2 damage values appeared, he also understood that this was the triggering of the Overlord stunt. But thinking about it, this is also normal. After all, the probability of up to 65% is actually very high. At this time, Xingkai in front of him had not recovered from the paralysis effect. Xiao Han's eyes flashed with cold light, and he immediately chopped him again. Minus 14,581. The only remaining life value was instantly emptied, and a pleasant system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you killed Xingkai and obtained the legendary equipment Wind Belt. Triggering 100 times reward, you obtained the legendary equipment Wind Shadow Helmet, obtained the legendary equipment Jade Bracelet, obtained the legendary equipment. Listening to such a system prompt, although Xiao Han did not think much of these equipment, he was still in a very good mood. Roar! Before he had time to pick up the equipment on the ground, the roar came from a distance. Zhuoshang had stopped 2 blood demon generals by himself, and the remaining one was also stopped by Cheng Meng and Tang Taizong. The spiritual weapon level Dark Flame Purple Gold Spear could take away tens of thousands of damage points each time. But for some reason, the abnormal recovery effect on the Blood Demon General's head disappeared. Could it be because of the Blood Demon High Priest? Xiao Han secretly guessed in his heart, but he couldn't be sure whether the real situation was like this. But for him, it couldn't be better. Without the blessing of the Blood Ancestor, it would be much easier to kill a Blood Demon General. It would probably take only 3 to 5 minutes at most. Hey! But before that, I still have to deal with Li Jie first. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han immediately turned over and dismounted, reaching out to grab the equipment that Xingkai had just exploded. Roar. At this moment the roar sounded again, and he looked up curiously. One of the two blood demon generals entangled by Zhuoshang suddenly controlled the blood demon beast and raised its front hoof high. Boom! The next second, before he could react, the bloody hoof suddenly stepped on the ground. A bloody light wave quickly spread around. In an instant it affected Li Jie, Cheng Meng, Tang Taizong and Bao Fengrui, Lan Xiaodai, Zi Yuyan and others who were farther away. This sudden change made everyone's face change. Whether it was Li Jie, Lan Xiaodai, Bao Fengrui or Tang Taizong, they all showed various lights. As the blood-colored light wave passed, a white immunity appeared in unison. Only Cheng Meng, who was entangled with the blood demon knight, suddenly stiffened, and his blood bar disappeared by 2/3 in an instant. Then, a blood-colored spear immediately stabbed into his chest. Minus 54,356. While taking away more than 50,000 health points, the knight who was entangled with the blood demon general by himself immediately fell down powerlessly. Roar. A war trampling unexpectedly only killed one person, which made the other two blood demon generals instantly furious. Boom! Under their control, the two blood demon beasts stood up almost at the same time, and a blood-colored light appeared on their blood-colored hoofs, and then they stepped hard on the bluestone ground. Hashtag C606 Great Power, 2. Fuck. Is it necessary to be so cruel? Seeing the blood-colored light waves continue to attack, Bao Fengrui cursed angrily. His only invincible skill had been used up, and now he could only wait for death. The faces of Han Ren, Zi Yuyan, and Lan Xiaodai on the side were all ugly. Minus 124,856. Immune. Minus 68,456. Minus 75,489. 4 blood-colored damage values appeared at the same time, and only Han Ren was lucky enough to survive. However, as the third round of blood-colored light waves attacked, a damage value of up to 160,000 also appeared on his head. The next second, he fell to the bluestone ground with a pop, like the three people beside him. Li Jie and Tang Taizong on the other side also failed to escape such a fate, and all of them fell down. Only Zhuoshang, the pervert, relied on 99% of the damage immunity to withstand such an attack, and even half of his health bar was left. But without the invincible skill, he could no longer move at this time. A few dozen meters away, there was also a figure standing there in a daze, unable to move, and the health bar above his head was less than 1/3 left. Fuck. This is a bit unbearable. Although he couldn't move, Zhuoshang still shouted, "Brother Han Xiao, your indiscriminate attack is too cruel. Hundreds of my brothers were all killed by you. What should we do now? We should have no way to kill the remaining 4 Emperor-level bosses. Or, let's run as soon as possible. With me here, you don't have to worry about a hammer." Xiao Han replied and continued, "Help me to contain the 2 blood demon generals. You will be indispensable." Roar. Before the voice fell, the roar sounded again. At the same time, the blood demon general's right hand holding the blood-colored spear was raised high. Whoosh! The next second, a sharp scream sounded, and Xiao Han's face suddenly changed, and it became ugly in an instant. This was not the first time he had fought with the blood demon general, and he knew how powerful this attack was. The 10-fold attack of a full-strength attack combined with the 20-fold attack of the blood demon breaking spear was something that only Zhuoshang, the pervert, could withstand. If he was hit by this attack, his life would definitely be gone in an instant. But at this time, the dizziness caused by the war trampling had not disappeared, and even if he wanted to dodge, he could not do it. "What should I do? Will I die here?" Muttering softly, Xiao Han could only watch a blood-colored spear quickly grow larger in his sight. Bang! A sharp sound of metal collision sounded, and a huge immunity suddenly emerged from his head. The blood-colored spear did not even pierce his armor. Strange, even if I am wearing a spiritual weapon, This should not be the case. With such doubts in his mind, Xiao Han did not understand what was going on for a while, but he quickly jumped off the purple flame thunder wing horse. With 50% toughness, he recovered in just 1.5 seconds. However, at this time, the purple flame thunder wing horse was still unable to move, and its health bar had disappeared by almost 1/3 due to the 3 waves of war. Fortunately, it was almost level 40, and its health value exceeded 3 million. At this time, he didn't need to worry about his mount. While reaching out to pick up the blood-colored spear on the ground, he also turned his sight to Zhua Shang. 2 blood-killing, demon-breaking spears had already pierced into his body. The health bar on his head had changed from half of the original to a barely visible trace, and it also triggered 2 serious injuries, plus 20,000. Although the effect of Peiyuan Pill was still in effect, 2 damage values of more than 9,000 also appeared on his head. No, I have to help him. He can't hold on like this. Muttering softly, Xiao Han stretched out his hand and waved, and a yellow shield immediately appeared on his head. This is the special skill of the Panlong Heart Guard Mirror, which puts a shield with 3 times the health value on any target within a radius of 20 meters. At this time, according to his health value, it is more than 2.4 million points. With the protection of this skill, there is no need to worry about Zhuashang being killed in a short time. Ha! A black fireball flew towards him. Xiao Han dodged and immediately used the rejuvenation on the flame gold scale armor. Plus 402,156. With just this one move, the health value was almost fully restored. Without worrying about being killed instantly, Xiao Han ignored the blood demon general who was running towards him, and immediately looked at the blood demon high priest who was still chanting the spell. This guy is a trouble. He whispered to himself. A trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes, and continued to mutter, "The skill of death summoning must not be used. Resurrecting all the blood clans within a radius of 50 kilometers wouldn't it be possible to bring all the killed blood demon knights back to life? And there is also a high probability that the blood demon general who has been killed will be resurrected. It is not worth it to kill him again." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han frowned slightly. Although he was eager to encounter more bosses, he didn't even want to touch this resurrected boss, because it would not only not drop any equipment but also not even any experience points. "Let's seal you first." With a flash of determination in his eyes, Xiao Han immediately moved and rushed towards the blood demon high priest. Roar! Such an action seemed to have angered the blood demon general. The blood demon beast's speed instantly increased to the extreme and rushed towards him. "Humph! I don't have time to entangle with you now." Having determined the target he wanted to deal with, Xiao Han certainly would not pay attention to the blood demon general. He stepped directly into the void and flew into the air. Then, he continued to rush towards the blood demon high priest. #C607 Great Power, 3. Bang! The blood demon knight who launched a brutal charge, due to his high speed, crashed into the bluestone wall beside him, making a dull sound. Although Xiao Han heard it, he ignored it. Now the most important thing for him is to seal the blood demon high priest first. Once the death summon is used, although he can still get out alive, it is almost impossible to kill these 4 bosses in a short time. The threat of reality is still there, and these 4 bosses carry all his expectations. Pet materialization talisman. I hope it can come out this time. Muttering softly, Xiao Han slowly put away the tiger roar flame blade in his hand, and took out the dark flame sky-splitting spear that had been put away before from his backpack. Not far away, the sound of chanting the spell continued. Whoosh! The moment the spell was finished, a black fireball immediately hit him. Humph! You're really looking for death. Squinting his eyes and snorting coldly, Xiao Han was still in the air, and he immediately came to the front of the blood demon high priest with a sudden roar. The angry roar sounded, immediately attracting the attention of the 3 blood demon generals. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't care at all and stomped his right foot on the ground. Boom! The moment the explosion sounded, the blood demon high priest was about to turn around and run away, but he immediately froze in place. The stun effect of shock is 100% triggered. Seeing that the blood demon high priest could no longer move, Xiao Han directly slapped his chest with a palm. The next second, a clear seal word appeared on his forehead. Hey! Let's see how you can attack me with a staff. Whispering a little excitedly, Xiao Han held the gun with both hands and used it directly as a knife, smashing it with a 5-hit flaming slash. Minus 682,356. Minus 2,000. Minus 694,238. Minus 20,000. At the same time as the critical damage appeared, it also triggered a 3-hit combo, immediately knocking down more than 4 million health points of the Blood Demon High Priest. Chirp. At this time, the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse, which had been stunned for 3 seconds, finally recovered. It flapped its wings fiercely and rushed to his side before the Blood Demon General. Hey, in this case, let's do the Flying Man again. With a whisper of excitement, Xiao Han's palm, which was printed on the Blood Demon High Priest's chest, grabbed upwards and directly pinched its throat. Then, he immediately turned over and mounted the horse. Whoosh! At the same time, the Purple Flame Thunder Wing Horse also flapped its wings fiercely and quickly took off. Even with 2 people at the same time, it was extremely easy to soar straight. In just 3 or 5 seconds, it had already climbed more than 100 meters. However, Xiao Han was not satisfied with such a short height and immediately communicated with the Purple Flame Thunder Wings Horse using the Spirit Control technique. Whoosh! 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 The wings flashing with lightning immediately flapped at high speed again. 300 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters until more than 1,000 meters above the ground, he loosened his 5 fingers and threw the Blood Demon High Priest down. Hey, you lost 1/3 of your health in just over 200 meters. See if you can survive this time. Xiao Han whispered excitedly as the bloody figure fell. At this time, the Purple Flame Thunder Wings Horse was not idle, and immediately flapped its wings and chased after it with great spirituality. 10 seconds later, a boom sounded in his ears, and a 9-digit damage value immediately floated above the head of the Blood Demon High Priest, and the blood bar was instantly emptied. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and got 5.4 million experience points. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you got 540 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 65. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and got 346 gold coins. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you got 34,600 gold coins. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and got the manifestation Talisman Instrument Legendary. The 100-fold reward was triggered, and you got the manifestation Talisman Instrument Treasure Instrument. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and got a series of system prompts, 2 more manifestation talismans with a treasure. Glow burst out, but what was depressing was that there was still no pet
Manifestation Talisman.
The remaining 3 Blood Demon Generals. There shouldn't be any 2. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han was too lazy to pick up the items on the ground. He raised his hand and a lightning fell on the head of the Blood Demon General. Boom! At the moment when he was paralyzed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. An illusory dragon head immediately rushed out from his palm and swallowed it. He killed 1 person so easily, of course he wanted to do it again. Pop! But before he could retract his palm, the Blood Demon General, who had recovered from the paralysis effect, immediately broke free from it with his own strength. It seems that this method also has disadvantages. Xiao Han was a little disappointed that he could not kill him with such a pleasing method, But his hand did not stop at all, and he stabbed it directly. -678,562. -2,000. At the same time as the blood-colored damage value appeared, he was also stabbed, and a damage value of tens of thousands of points floated on his head. However, Xiao Han fired another shot in the backhand, and his health value was instantly replenished. With the 30% blood-sucking effect of the blood-sucking ring, there is no problem even if it is a head-on stand and shoot. With such confidence, Xiao Han attacked with all his strength without dodging or avoiding. In less than 3 minutes, the system prompt sounded again. And at this time in Jing'an City, a black figure, like a light civet cat, jumped at high speed between a group of high-rise buildings. A few minutes later, she came to the center of the city, in front of an extremely luxurious villa, rushed in without hesitation, and shouted anxiously, "Master Nye!" Xiao Han appeared in the game. He went to the graveyard of the dead again and indirectly killed tens of thousands of people. Should we go over and take a look? The 3 bosses over the city ruins are probably what he wants to solve at once, and at least 3 or 5 legendary or higher manifestation talismans will be exploded by then. #C608 Great Power. 4. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained 4.85 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 485 million experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded to level 67. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained 301 gold coins, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 30,400 gold coins. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained the manifestation Talisman Instrument Legendary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained the manifestation Talisman Instrument Treasure Instrument. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the Materialization Talisman Medicine Legend, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Materialization Talisman Medicine Treasure. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the Skill Throw Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Skill Full Power Attack Advanced. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the Skill Charge Advanced, triggered a 100-fold reward, and you obtained the Skill Wild Charge Advanced. Ding, you killed a Blood Demon General Emperor, obtained the Legendary Equipment. In a series of system prompts, 2 treasure-level materialization talismans were exploded again, and there were even 2 treasure-level equipment. For these equipment, Xiao Han didn't even look at them. Anyway, they were all level 90, and they would definitely not be used for well, in the end, they would either be materialized or handed over to Wang Jun, Chang Meng and others. But Xiao Han was still a little depressed that he still couldn't explode the Pet Materialization Talisman after killing 2 Emperor-level bosses in a row. Looking at Zuoshang, who was still struggling with the Blood Demon General, he did not rush over, but turned over and dismounted, and searched on the ground. You can ignore the treasure-level equipment, but you still have to pick up the 4 materialization talismans that just exploded. And the 2 skill books, although I have learned the full strength attack, it is also a very good choice to materialize them. There are a lot of gold coins on the ground, and it is not easy to find them. Fortunately, all the nearby players had died before, and Zuoshang's defense was also abnormal, so there was no problem in delaying the 2 Blood Demon Generals in a short time. Another treasure-level item materialization talisman. Reaching out to pick up the piece of paper on the ground that was shining with treasure light, Xiao Han whispered a little excitedly. After a while, the equipment, skill books, and materialization talismans were all picked up. Seeing the bodies of the Blood Demon General and the Blood Demon Beast lying on the ground, his eyes moved slightly, and he whispered softly, "Last time I forgot to take out the Blood Demon Stone and the scales of the Blood Demon Beast. I can't forget it this time. Turning his hand to take out a skinning knife, Xiao Han stabbed it into the chest of the blood demon general, and then immediately reached in and fumbled. Inside. Ding, you get a blood demon stone, triggering a 100-fold reward. You get a blood crystal stone. Looking at the properties of the red crystal in his hand, Xiao Han found that it was a level 9 gem which can not only increase the properties of the upper limit of life by 5%, but also restore 50,000 points of life per second. He put the gem in his hand away with some excitement, and looked at Xueshang. With shining eyes, there are 2 more blood demon generals over there. As long as they are killed, a total of 4 blood crystal stones can be obtained. Once the inlay technique is mastered, the upper limit of life will be increased by 20%. But there is no rush for this for the time being, and we still have to dig out the blood demon stone in the body of the blood demon high priest first. As for the scales on the blood demon beast, we can wait until the matter is over. The shield on Xueshang has not disappeared yet, so Xiao Han moved his feet with confidence and ran to the place where the blood demon high priest died, and quickly searched in the pile of gold coins. In less than a minute, a skill book, 2 materialization talismans, and 3 treasure equipment were all put into the space ring. Roar! At the same time, angry roars continued to sound. The 2 blood demon generals were still fighting with Xueshang because the blood evil demon gun was taken away. However, judging from the current situation, it should be impossible to kill. Without the corresponding weapon, the blood demon general has no way to use a full-strength attack. With its attack, for Xueshang, who has 99% damage immunity, it is no different from tickling. I have waited for so long, so let's wait a little longer. With a whisper, Xiao Han raised his foot and rushed to the place where Xing Kai died, picking up all the dozen pieces of equipment that he exploded. While picking up, he also looked at the attributes, hoping to find equipment that he could use. Hey! This wind belt is pretty good. Looking at the equipment in his hand, Xiao Han smiled, then muttered in disappointment. But why is its storage space only 200 grids? There are a lot of equipment on the ground now. Although the Rui belt still has 100 or 200 grids of space, it is obviously not enough. So just now, he had taken off the purple fire thunder ring and put on the space ring. I originally wanted to lend this equipment with storage function to Xueshang temporarily and then split the equipment I picked up in half. But with only 200 grids of space, it is obviously unnecessary to do so. Forget it. Let's change the Rui belt. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, and immediately began to transfer the items in the belt into the space ring. After the items inside were emptied, he immediately put on the wind belt. At this time, the storage space of the wind belt also appeared in front of him, which made him stare with his eyes wide open and exclaimed, "Fuck this. Xing Kai is too unlucky." Hashtag C609 Great Power. 5. There are at least more than 100 pieces of equipment in front of him. If the storage space of the wind belt is not only 200, there may be more. With just a cursory glance, Xiao Han found that the quality of these equipment is not low. Hey! The worst is also diamond equipment, he muttered excitedly, and then turned back 2 pages. Then his eyes immediately lit up and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh, there are so many materialization symbols." 3 different materialization symbols were neatly placed in the backpack. Among them, the potion materialization symbols are the most, with a total of 6 groups, and each group can be stacked up to 100. Although 4.5 of the 6 groups of materialization symbols are bronze level, the remaining 1.5 are only silver, and there are only 2 gold ones. If you really want to talk about its value, it is not even as good as a diamond level materialization symbol. But it is still very happy to have such an unexpected harvest. More importantly, there are more than 300 item embodiment symbols. Although most of them are bronze, he doesn't care about them. Instead, he thinks they are just right. When killing the Blood Demon Knight, he got another full-strength attack. After materializing this skill, he was a little troubled at first. Where should the long spear for throwing come from? But now, with these item embodiment symbols, it is much simpler. After returning to the city, he can easily make a long spear for throwing and even make their specifications the same. In this way, the feel will be better. Hee. This guy will cry loudly after he is resurrected. After laughing happily for a few times, Xiao Han did not take these things out but left them in the wind belt. Then he immediately took out the legendary wind shadow helmet, jade bracelet, and wind wrist guard from the space ring. Although there is also a lightning dagger in the legendary equipment, he can't use it, so there is no need to look at it again. The 3 pieces of equipment, the wind shadow helmet, the jade bracelet, and the gale wrist guard, are better than the ones he has. It's just right to replace them, and it will be easier to fight the blood demon general later. Roar. The roar was still ringing, and Xiao Han just glanced at the jade bracelet and heard the sound of da-da-da in his ears, coming from 1,000 meters away at a high speed. This movement, something is wrong, he said with narrowed eyes, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes while he casually changed the jade bracelet. Although he didn't know what happened over there, he had some guesses in his heart, worried that there would be some accidents if he continued to drag it on. Xiao Han didn't even have time to look at the properties of the wind shadow helmet and the gale wrist guard, and immediately jumped on the horse. Whoosh! The purple flame thunder-winged horse flapped its wings, and the man and the horse quickly flew into the sky. Less than 100 meters from the ground, the scene of thousands of horses galloping in the distance immediately came into view clearly. A blood-colored color, like a wave, rolled over here. The number is at least more than 2,000. Heh! Now the name of general is finally worthy of the title. Xiao Han had expected that the blood demon general could command the blood demon knights, and now it was just confirmed. So he was not surprised. Now both the blood demon knights and the blood demon general no longer have the protection of the blood ancestor, so it will be much easier to kill them. Although the blood-colored wave looks a bit intimidating, he is not a pushover. Now, more than 3,000 blood demon knights, at least a few hundred more manifestation talismans can be released. Muttering softly, Xiao Han squeezed his legs lightly on the horse's belly and immediately flew over there, while shouting to Zhuoshang below, "Be careful, the remaining blood demon knights around here are all running over. If you can't bear it, just leave directly. You can give me all the rest, and I will give you the reward we agreed on before." "No need." Zhuoshang looked up and said with a relaxed face, "It's just 2 Emperor-level bosses, I can still bear it. Since you are so confident, I won't persuade you." Xiao Han replied, and he probably understood Zhuoshang's thoughts at this time, so it was not easy to say anything more. After all, the current Blood Demon Knight is no longer the same as before. Before the Blood Demon High Priest was caught, the powerful recovery effect of the Blood Ancestor's Blessing could not kill him even if Zhuoshang had 100% damage reduction. Now that this skill has failed, of course he wants to kill one with his own hands. Although this is not in line with the spirit of the contract, it is also human nature. Even though Xiao Han was a little unhappy, he did not intend to make the relationship awkward. He immediately took back the Rui belt that he had taken out and said, "You still have to be careful. I always feel that things are not simple. Give me one of these 2 blood demon generals. With your current attack power, you may not be able to kill one of them in an hour or 2. By then, all the equipment on the ground will be cheap for others." "Yeah." Zhuoshang nodded in response, then took out a blood-colored demon breaking gun and threw it directly into the sky. But this scene instantly angered one of the blood demon generals. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and its eyes were fixed on the blood-colored spear that continued to fly into the sky, and it immediately chased after it. "Come here." Knowing what the blood demon general was thinking, how could Xiao Han let it go as he wished? An illusory dragon head immediately rushed out from his palm and swallowed the blood-colored spear. The moment he put it into the space ring, he immediately squeezed the horse's belly and rushed straight to the furious figure below. Bang! Ignoring the blood demon knights who were running fast, the dark flame sky, splitting spear in Xiao Han's hand, like a phantom, lashed at the blood demon general again and again. -1315942, -1328936, -1324588. After turning on the violent and crazy attacks, not only did his physical attack increase by 100%, but his attack speed also increased by 100%. Almost every second, he could cause 2 to 3 million damage to the blood demon general. Da, da, da. At the same time, the sound of running at high speed was still coming. Bang! Then, a muffled sound came from the direction of Zhuoshang. Xiao Han turned his head curiously and saw that he had already flown up. Bang! But before he landed, another blood demon knight crashed into him and knocked him away again. #C610 Great Power. 6. Fuck. It can still be like this. Seeing Zhuoshang's body completely out of control, Xiao Han couldn't help but be shocked, and his eyes widened instantly. At this time, a large number of blood demon knights had already run towards him, and they even started charging when they were still dozens of meters away. Fuck! Who can withstand this? After cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han immediately put down the blood demon general beside him and gently pinched the horse's belly. Chirp! With a neighing sound, the purple flame thunder wing horse immediately took off into the air. Duh, duh, duh. The blood demon knights under his feet ran past wildly, and although they were only less than 2 meters above the ground, their attacks could not touch him. In a flash, the blood demon knights and the blood demon generals joined together and formed a battle formation. Blood-red eyes looked over in unison. Dozens of meters away, another blood demon general was leading nearly 1,000 blood demon knights, constantly attacking Zhuoshang, making him fly in the air all the time. This is a bit troublesome, but will it be useful? After saying this softly, Xiao Han looked at the bloody figures below, with a slight arc of disdain at the corner of his mouth. Since he had seen what happened to Zhuoshang, the same thing would not happen to him. This group charge seemed unsolvable, but in fact it also had some weaknesses. Humph, just 2,000 or 3,000 blood demon knights, do you really think I can't do anything to you? With a cold snort, Xiao Han ignored Zhuoshang, who was beaten and unable to fight back, and immediately communicated with the purple flame thunder wing horse using the spirit control technique. Chiu! A slightly excited neigh sounded, and the purple thunder wings slapped violently, rushing straight towards the blood demon knight. Bang! The impact force of the wild charge was much stronger than that of the blood demon knight. While avoiding the blood demon general, the purple flame thunder wing horse directly knocked away more than a dozen people. At this time, Xiao Han was not idle either, and the dark flame sky-splitting spear in his hand immediately swept across. Puff, puff, puff. Sitting on the horse's back, this shot also instantly hit more than 10 targets. -687,948. -694,566. -622,132. A series of blood-colored damage values appeared, and the blood bar on the head of the blood demon knight instantly lost a large part, about 1/5. Some even had 2 or even 3 damage values appearing on their heads at the same time. Hey! With a smug chuckle, the purple flame thunder wing horse did not stop and continued to run around the blood demon knight. And the spear in Xiao Han's hand was not idle for a moment. Or smash or stab or pick, each hit can cause more than 600,000 damage to the blood demon knight. If there is a combo, the damage will be even higher. With the faster movement speed of the purple flame thunder wing horse, there is no need to worry about being hit by the blood demon knight's charge. Roar! Angry roars continued to sound, and all the Blood Demon Knights were chasing, with all their strength. However, their speed is not comparable to that of the Emperor-level purple. Flame Thunder Wing Horse, so they can only follow behind and eat fart. A 3-hit combo hit the Blood Demon Knight heavily. Bang! 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 A violent collision sounded, and the Blood Demon Knight, who had a life value of 3.6 million, was killed instantly. War Trampling. Ignoring the yellow paper falling on the ground, the group attack skill that had just cooled down was used immediately. In the blood-colored damage value, none of them was less than 600,000. It's a pity that the attack range of level 3 War Trampling is only 20 meters. Muttering depressedly, Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and whispered, "If it is upgraded to level 4, its effective attack range should be doubled." In fact, he often used the skill during this period. Unfortunately, the cooling time of War Trampling is as long as 5 minutes, and it is not so easy to upgrade. Fortunately, there is a 100-fold reward, otherwise it may not even reach level 1 now. Seeing that all the Blood Demon Knights in front of him were frozen in place, Xiao Han immediately smashed the spear in his hand. Bang! A dull sound immediately came from the blood-colored metal armor. But then a series of bang-bang sounds came, and the Blood Demon Knights who followed behind because they were not trampled and attacked by the war all crashed into each other. Even the Blood Demon General also fell down. "Hey! I wonder if you can die." With such an opportunity in front of him, Xiao Han immediately stepped into the air and rushed straight to the Blood Demon General, who was more than 10 meters away. It was difficult to take the head of the enemy general in the midst of thousands of troops, but he had to do it. The group charge of the Blood Demon Knights was still a great threat to him. As long as the Blood Demon General was dealt with, they would become a mess. At that time, it would become much easier to kill them. Although it was possible to rely on fighting in a mobile way, 2 or 3,000 Blood Demon Knights could not be killed in a short time. After identifying the Blood Demon General's position, Xiao Han rushed to him in 2 steps and chopped down with the dark flame sky-splitting spear in his hand. Bang! 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 A 5-hit slash of flames instantly dealt more than 4 million damage. Although this was only a small part of the Blood Demon General's total health, it was actually a lot. Roar! At this time, an angry roar sounded, and the fallen Blood Demon Knight quickly stood up and attacked him frantically. However, Xiao Han didn't care about such an attack. He stood there and stared at the Blood Demon General's attack. Minus 2,548. Plus 2,548. Minus 58,496. Plus 58,496. The damage value above his head just appeared, and it was replenished by the blood-sucking effect of the blood-sucking ring. Time passed by every second, and the Blood Demon General's health value was also dropping wildly. Roar! Suddenly, with a roar, the Blood Demon Knights around began to retreat to the surroundings. It took only a short while to retreat completely, but they did not move away, nor did they give up the Blood Demon General. Instead, they ran to a place 20 meters away and began to reorganize their formation. Duh, duh, duh. The sound of running at high speed sounded again, and dozens of Blood Demon Knights immediately rushed over. "Heh! You actually want to hit me?" Although Xiao Han said this, there was no relaxation on his face. Seeing that the Blood Demon Knight had rushed to 5 meters in front of him, he immediately turned around and charged. Bang! While knocking out a Blood Demon Knight, the left foot that was raised high also fell down fiercely. Boom! At this moment, the bluestone ground shook uncontrollably, and the Blood Demon Knights within the attack range all froze and stood still. Bang! 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 The violent collision sounded again, and the same scene appeared again. The Blood Demon Knights who charged over also fell down. Hashtag C611 Great Power 7. After such a result, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile, and at the same time, he had some thoughts in his mind. He also used the sweeping thousands of troops that had just cooled down. Then he ignored the Blood Demon Knight who fell to the ground due to the collision, and immediately turned around and rushed towards the Blood Demon General again. Bang! As the dark flame sky-splitting spear smashed down, it also made a dull sound. Time passed slowly, and the Blood Demon Knight who fell to the ground stood up again and at the same time launched a charge again. Hey, come again! Listening to the sound of horse hooves stepping on the bluestone slab, Xiao Han showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth, and turned around to charge wildly again. Bang! As the collision sounded, the Blood Demon Knight who was rushing in the front immediately froze again. The deterrence and war trampling were not cooled down, so he had no way to stun all the targets in front of him. But there was a meat shield in front of him, which was enough. Bang! The collision sounded again, and the Blood Demon Knight who followed closely behind crashed over. In the chain reaction, more and more Blood Demon Knights also crashed over. Charge is a very practical skill. It can not only be used as a displacement skill but also produce a stun effect after hitting the target. But to trigger this effect, you must run a certain distance to accumulate power. There is no way to stun the target by directly crashing into it. Disrupting the Blood Demon Knight's charge formation again, Xiao Han dodged and retreated again and rushed towards the Blood Demon General a few meters away. More than 10 seconds later, the Blood Demon Knight launched a charge again. But the cooldown time of the shock is only 30 seconds, and it can be used again. Boom! After a kick of shock, the same scene appeared again. Although the Blood Demon General commanded his men and wanted to charge all the time, Xiao Han would interrupt it at every critical moment after mastering the countermeasures, and time passed by every second in this continuous battle. The Blood Demon General, who had a life value of 220 million, was pierced through the head by a gunshot more than 4 minutes later and fell down with a click. Ding! You killed a Blood Demon General Emperor and gained 4.85 million experience points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gained 485 million experience points. Ding! You killed a Blood Demon General. The system prompt sounded in his ears, and Xiao Han immediately found that the fighting style of the Blood Demon Knights around him changed immediately. They no longer charged, as if they were puppets that were made, attacking mechanically. Hey! It's much easier now. With an excited whisper, Xiao Han no longer had any worries and raised his hand to sweep again. At this time, many of the Blood Demon Knights around him had less than 1/5 of their health bars left. The moment they were swept, 2 were killed instantly. Without paying attention to the equipment that fell on the ground, Xiao Han waved the dark flame sky-splitting spear and attacked recklessly. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war. Although the Blood Demon Knight was attacking with all his strength, all these attacks were in vain. The blood-sucking effect of the blood-sucking ring was extremely strong, and it could already allow him to fight against more than 4-digit Blood Demon Knights. Every time the red spear was swung, it would bring out a 6-digit damage value. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, a Blood Demon Knight would be killed. If the group attack skill could be used, it could even kill more than 10 in one shot. Gradually, as the Blood Demon Knights continued to die more and more, equipment piled up under their feet, and the hill of silver coins became higher and higher. I don't know how long it has been, and there are fewer and fewer Blood Demon Knights around me. Ha! When all the blood-colored figures in front of him fell, Xiao Han exhaled lightly. At this time, he had already reached level 70. And just 2 days ago, the job transfer task was just completed. I don't know if I will break through to become a level 4 warrior after completing the 4th job transfer task. Thinking of this in his heart, Xiao Han suddenly became a little excited, although he knew very well that this possibility was really low. But the crisis that always existed in reality needed to be solved by improving strength. If he had the strength of level 4, plus some equipment such as spiritual weapon spears, treasure armor, etc., he would be able to resist a level 6 evolver. It's only level 4. It won't take too long. Xiao Han said softly, and could only comfort himself in this way, while also looking at the small mountain of gold coins under his feet. There are at least more than 500 pieces of equipment here, and each piece is gold or above. He didn't care about these equipment, but the core members of the veteran guild must need them. Bang! On Zhuoshang's side, the collision continued. Xiao Han turned his head and took a look, but didn't go over immediately. There were a lot of equipment on the ground, and it was not possible to take them away in a short time. Since he greedily wanted to kill a blood demon general alone, it was a good time for him to experience the feeling of being knocked unconscious continuously. Anyway, he wouldn't die for a while, so there was no need to worry too much. Hey, if you don't have the diamond, don't take on the porcelain job. With a grin, Xiao Han immediately picked up a dark golden piece of paper from the ground and threw it into the space ring. Then another piece of equipment was thrown in. Since there were too many things, he didn't bother to look at the attributes of the equipment. Anyway, after the 100-fold reward improvement, it wouldn't be bad at all. After more than 10 minutes, there were fewer and fewer items on the ground. The 10,000 square space ring has occupied more than 1,000 squares, but Zhuoshang still has not been able to free himself. If it had been anyone else, he might have died long ago. But he had 99% damage reduction, and he also took a Peiyuan pill, and he was still alive and well. Haha, I don't know if he fainted after being pushed back and forth like this. With a gloating laugh, Xiao Han made a sudden slash, rushed to his side in an instant, and immediately stepped out with a shocking kick. Boom! While being stunned, he immediately rescued Zhuoshang. Han Xiao. Brother, you are finally here. No, I'm a little dizzy now. Wait for me to slow down. Zhuoshang hesitated and could no longer walk steadily. He staggered to the wall and sat down and continued, This horse riding is too shameless. For more than 10 minutes I have been kept being bumped around like this. This blood demon, General Blood Demon, I can't kill him. You'd better kill him quickly so that we can go back early. Ha! Then you should take a rest. Xiao Han chuckled through the Rui belt over and continued. After you have a rest, pick up the equipment on the ground, and the remaining blood demon knights will give it to me. #C612 because you are too weak. Once you master the method, things become much simpler. Various control skills were used in conjunction, and it only took more than 10 minutes to kill all the blood demon knights and blood demon generals. At this time, some players appeared nearby. They picked up the equipment on the ground with excitement on their faces. But everyone was very conscious and did not come to provoke Han Xiao, a big pervert. After all, almost all players in Stormwind City know him. Seizing food from a tiger's mouth may yield great benefits, but the risks are also exponentially multiplied. There are at least tens of thousands of pieces of equipment scattered around. There is really no need to take such a risk, and it might even blow up all the equipment. Without being disturbed, Xiao Han quickly picked up all the things that exploded. Zhuoshang was wearing a Rui belt and roughly combed the surroundings, and all equipment with good attributes had been put away. But at this time his face didn't look very good. He looked at the items in the space ring and cursed. You've killed 4 Emperor bosses in a row, but there's still no pet manifestation talisman. If the purple flame thunder wing horse equipment cannot be revealed, the 6th level evolvers from Kyoto will have no way to solve it. And he could only continue to wander alone in the wilderness. Not to mention returning to Jing'an, even Tiancheng, which he planned to go to before, cannot go. Hey, let's get some meteor star crystals back first. With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han had no choice but to look up at the 100-meter high tower 1,000 meters away. Although he has a 100-fold reward, he can easily get a lot of top-quality equipment. But the items dropped from the boss were all random, and he had no choice but to accept such an unsatisfactory result. Not far away, Zhuoshang was still searching on the ground. Although the slightly better equipment has been picked up, there are tens of thousands of pieces of equipment scattered around, and it is possible that some of the best equipment have not been discovered. But for Xiao Han, there was no time wasted. He walked quickly to Zhuoshang and said directly, "I have something else to do, so I'll make the story short. Because of my Rui belt, you were able to pick up more than 2,000 pieces of equipment. So half of these equipment must be mine, but I have to wait until I return to the city. After all, even if I give it to you now, you can't take it back." "Okay. But..." Touching the space equipment on his waist, Zhuoshang hesitated for a moment and said with some reluctance, "Can we discuss whether you can sell me this Rui belt? Of course, I won't let you suffer. The 2,000 pieces of equipment that were just transferred to your space ring are all given to you. I don't want any of them. I'm afraid this won't work." Xiao Han shook his head and refused directly. "I still have use for this equipment. You have to return it to me when you return to the city." "Don't you already have a space ring?" Zhuoshang frowned. Even though he felt very unhappy, he did not dare to ignore it directly. Instead, he said in a consultative tone, "Otherwise, can I add another legendary equipment?" "Ha!" Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Don't think about it. Even if the space equipment is eliminated, it will still be of great use." He turned over his hand and took out a diamond item manifestation talisman, and then said, "Seeing this, you should understand its use. Although this is just a piece of diamond equipment, its value is definitely not low." "Holy shit!" Zhuoshang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "You said that this thing, after it materializes into reality, will also have the function of storing items?" Xiao Han nodded and boasted with a smile, "I have created a storage bag with 100 spaces before. When used in reality, it can hold 100 cubic meters. As for the Rui belt, it should be 1,000 cubic meters as expected. So you should also understand that, let alone adding a legendary piece of equipment to this kind of equipment, it won't work even if you give me another spiritual weapon. Space equipment that can be used in reality." Seeing Han Zhao's unyielding appearance, a trace of struggle flashed in Zhuoshang's eyes. He really wanted to buy this piece of equipment, even if he had a complete falling out. But if you do this, the price is too high. First of all, he didn't have a diamond-level item in his hand. Even if he could keep the Rui belt, it was still unknown whether he could keep it in the and Han Zhao's explosion rate is really abnormal. As long as he is killed 2 or 3 times, the probability of all equipment exploding is almost as high as 90%. Although space equipment is precious, if it cannot be realized in reality, there is no need to make the relationship too tense. After all, after working together twice, he realized that it was really fun to hang out with Han Xiao. Forget it, although space equipment is scarce, there will always be opportunities in the future. After muttering softly, Zhuoshang sighed with a depressed face and continued, "Okay, I will return it to you when I return to the city. But can you tell me how you got that storage bag?" "Oh, it's useless to tell you." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "I got it by doing a task in Novice Village, so don't think about getting another one using the same method. But if you really want a piece of space equipment, it's not completely impossible." "What method?" Zhuoshang's eyes widened, and he immediately said anxiously, "As long as you tell me, I won't want the reward for this cooperation." "That's unnecessary. I don't need this little thing." Xiao Han waved his hand and said with a smile, "There is a wild monster called Fog Monkey in the misty jungle. It has something called fog gland on its body, which is the main material for sewing storage bags. If you have a way to get it, 2 fog glands can sew one. Although it is only 100 cubic meters after materialization, it is actually not small, and it can be used barely." "Fog Monkey!" Zhuoshang's eyes flashed, and he immediately said, "I have been to the misty jungle many times, but why have I never seen this kind of thing? That's because you are too weak. Suddenly, a disdainful voice sounded, and then a dagger with a cold light appeared on the back of Zhuoshang's head without warning, and smiled. Contemptuously, space equipment, I want it too. Hashtag C613 not on the same page. Bang! A dull knock sounded, and a 4-digit damage value appeared on Zhuoshang's head. Then, a man wearing a mask whose face could not be seen clearly walked out of nothingness. Such damage value made him stunned. Then, without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand on Zhuoshang's waist, and the Rui belt he was wearing was immediately taken off. Damn it, you can still do this. Although he had been monitoring the surrounding movements, Xiao Han still did not notice when such a person came next to him. And judging from his methods, it seems that he has also learned skills such as stealing. More importantly, just one chisel blow caused more than 1,200 points of damage to Zhuoshang. This is really incredible. That guy's passive damage reduction skill has a damage reduction ratio of up to 99%. Calculated in proportion, the physical attack of the guy in front of him should be at least 120,000. Although this number may not seem high, it is actually very abnormal. At least with the equipment he currently has, it is still incredible to see a player with a physical attack of more than 100,000 points. After all, although his physical attack points are as high as 310,000 points, there are many amplification states among them. First of all, the Book of Warriors increased his power by 1.6 times over 60,000 points, making his physical attack directly exceed 100,000. But ordinary people don't have such cultivation techniques. Secondly, the 100,000 point attack status of the fried Fierce Flame Thunder Wing Tiger Whip plus the 20% increase in the attack limit of the Immortal weapon equipment make his attack so high. If you only count the equipment attributes, it is actually just over 120,000, which is not much different from the man in front of you. But just these 120,000 points of physical attack gathered 2 immortal weapons, 1 spiritual weapon and 5 legendary items, and the rest were all legendary equipment. And so many top-quality equipment can all be obtained by relying on 100-fold rewards. He couldn't figure out how a person with such a low reputation in Stormwind City could have such a perverted physical attack. Who is this guy? Why have I never heard of him? Xiao Han was not worried about Zhuoshang's safety, so he stood aside and watched quietly without rushing to take action. At this time, there are more and more players nearby. The sounds of footsteps, quarrels, and fights kept coming, which also confused his judgment, so he didn't notice the guy sneaking over in time. However, his evaluation of Zhuoshang was somewhat unfair. When the attacks continued, and the blood damage values continued to appear, but none of them exceeded 1,500 points. As soon as this damage value appeared, it was replenished by the recovery effect of Peiyuan Dan. After being stunned for 5 seconds, Zhuoshang's health was still full. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han curled his lips, smiled and teased, "It's really interesting, didn't you say he is weak? I stand still and let you hit me, but the damage is the same as scraping." Humph. Tongli snorted coldly, jumped back, and continued, "It's just a higher damage reduction and taking another Peiyuan pill. Do you really think I can't kill him? But you are already in trouble and you still have time to care about others. Although Jing'an is very big, you can rest assured that it will not take more than 10 days at most. We will definitely find you. So if you are smarter, you'd better take the initiative so that you can suffer less." "Who are you?" Hearing what the other party said, Xiao Han's face darkened, and he instantly became ugly. At the same time, he said coldly, "You are one of the 10 6th-level evolvers from Kyoto. Heh, look at your look. If I say yes, do you still want to do it?" Tongli sneered and continued, "A newly awakened hearing evolver. I don't know. Who gave you the courage to dare to talk to me like this? Of course it's strength that gives me the courage. Xiao Han flipped his palm and immediately took out more than a dozen manifestation talismans glowing with treasure, and said with a sneer, "What will happen if you find me? I'm just too lazy to pay attention to you." Inside, there are 2 legendary-level pet manifestation talismans. If it weren't for the fact that the purple flame thunder winghorse is only at level 39 and hasn't grown up yet, you think I would be afraid of you. If I'm really in a hurry, none of you can even think about going back alive. Oh really? Tong Li touched the Rui belt in his hand and said with a smile, "You have killed so many blood demon knights, you should have a lot of manifestation talismans on your body. But don't you know how many pet manifestation talismans there are? Not to mention the legendary level pet manifestation talisman, even if it is a diamond level. If you can come up with one now, I will immediately call my brother back to Kyoto, and I promise not to say more nonsense. I'm not a vegetarian. Do you really think I don't know the explosion rate of pet manifestation talismans?" "Ha! You are quite confident." Xiao Han chuckled, but still said harshly, "But, since you have come to Jing'an, don't you know that I have manifested a pet?" "Of course I know, but that's just a column." Tong Li equipped the Rui belt on himself and continued with a smile. "In fact, before coming to Jing'an we were a little nervous. After all, the purple flame thunder winghorse beside you is really good. But since you are hiding, the result is self-evident, right? These legendary level materialization talismans are not something you can own, so give them to me. Come with us to Kyoto. Lord Wang will not hurt you." "Humph, of course he won't hurt me." Xiao Han snorted and continued, "And I also know that once I arrive in Kyoto, he will definitely treat me with courtesy. But if I don't obey, it should be another experience. Circle, I've heard of this kind of thing before. In a place like Kyoto, this wouldn't be the norm. You're really not going to take the blame. Do you have any choice?" Tong Li narrowed his eyes and said impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Now, hand over the materialization talisman in your hand immediately, otherwise you can't afford the consequences." "Hee. It's really interesting." Xiao Han curled his lips and said disdainfully, "In reality, I'm not your opponent. But in the game, who gave you the confidence to dare to talk to me like this?" The conversation was not going well, and Xiao Han was too lazy to say anything more. He just charged and bumped into the strange 6th-level evolver in front of him. #C614 difficult splits. Charge. How dare you use such a skill in front of me? A sneer appeared at the corner of Tong Li's mouth. When Xiao Han was about to rush to her side, he immediately moved his body half a step to the left, avoiding the attack, and stretched his right foot forward slightly. Bang! The next second, the figure running towards him suddenly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. -69,872. The damage value of nearly 70,000 points appeared, and Tong Li breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this guy is not as perverted as Suishang. The physical attack of 120,000 actually only dealt less than 2,000 damage. Fuck! What's going on? Seeing Xiao Han fall to the ground, Tong Li moved his steps and immediately rushed over, preparing to give him 2 more blows to kill him completely. If you're lucky, you might even be able to reveal a few legendary
Manifestation talisman.
But when he looked closer, Xiao Han was lying on the ground. Although the blood bar on his head was a little less, it was not even 1/10 of the total amount. How much health does this bitch have? While exclaiming in his heart, Tong Li moved his hand without any hesitation, and the dagger instantly hit the back of Xiao Han's head. At this time, the figure who had just wanted to stand up immediately froze in place. At the same time as the bloody damage value appeared, Tong Li struck out with another backhand and said with a sneer, "Real masters rarely use skills when fighting. The trajectory of the charge is a straight line, which can be easily judged. Use this skill in front of me? Aren't you looking for death? That idiot Xing Kai. I don't know how he got around. A level 6 evolver was killed so many times by you. There is probably something wrong with his brain. Ha, in my eyes, you are not much better than him. Xiao Han laughed and continued with a calm face. You are indeed very strong, but you are not good enough in front of me. With this attack power, if I stand still and let you attack for a minute, it won't be a big deal. But if you are hit by me, you will die with one strike. The real masters don't look at who has higher attacks and strong skills, but who can withstand beatings better. In this world of Stormwind City, I will always be the strongest, so just wait for death. Humph. You are so tough on me when you are about to die.
Tong li snurta.
Coldly and continued. I want to see how hard your body is. As he spoke, a trace of blue light flashed on the black dagger, and he aimed it at Xiao Han's neck and stabbed it. Snap, snap. But before the dagger could fall, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. Very quickly, he quickly dodged and a black figure rushed past him, brushing against his body. Swishong, you are looking for death. Seeing Xiao Han wake up from the dizziness, Tong Li's face immediately turned ugly, and he said with a cold look in his eyes, the matter between Xiao Han and I is not something you can interfere at will. If you are wise, get away from me immediately, otherwise no matter which city you are in, I will find a way to find you. When that time comes, I will make your life worse than death. Humph. I'm in Liangzhou. Come here if you have the guts. Zhuishang snorted coldly and said without fear, I'm just a 6th level evolver. Do you really think I'm scared? There is not only one 6th level mutant beast that died under Liangzhou City. You can do whatever you want in Jing'an, but do you think no one can control you in Liangzhou? Liangzhou, very good. Tong Li said softly and continued, I will remember you. Anyway, 1 is killed and 2 are slaughtered. It's just a waste of time. Oh, you are so confident. It seemed that his health had dropped from 800,000 to 600,000. Xiao Han turned to Zhuishang beside him and said, I don't need your help to deal with this, guy. Just watch from the side. With that said, Xiao Han immediately put on 2 shields for himself. 1 yellow and 1 blue. The blue shield is immune to 50% of armor-breaking effects. Even though Tong Li's attack is as high as 120,000 points, his defense is as high as 60,000 points. This kind of defense, coupled with 31,000 points of damage reduction and 15% damage avoidance, can at least be immune to 60 to 70% of damage. The yellow shield can absorb more than 2.4 million in damage. Even if you stand still for a minute and get attacked, it will be fine. However, the lion still needs all his strength to defeat the rabbit, and he will certainly not be so arrogant as to stand still. Seeing Tong Li's fierce look on his face, Xiao Han was too lazy to talk. Nonsense. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, he charged again. But this time, the skill he used was the wild charge that he had just learned. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Not far away, the purple flame thunder wing horse was running quickly. The horse's hoofs stepped on the bluestone ground, making a crisp sound. Xiao Leng said in a low voice, This is still a charge. I'll see if you trip another one. Humph. I really don't know how to live or die. Tong Li snorted coldly and said with disdain, I told you a long time ago, don't use such skills in front of me. It is no different from seeking death. The moment the words fell, Xiao Han also rushed over. Tong Li also saw the opportunity, and while dodging sideways he quickly stretched his right foot forward. Bang! A slightly dull impact sounded, and suddenly a huge force came. Fuck! What's going on? The right foot that was stretched out to trip Xiao Han not only failed to play the role it should have, but was even forcibly taken away. After completing a difficult split, he sat on the ground. At the same time, a dizzy feeling came from his head. #C615 one-shot kill. Wild charge is an advanced skill. As long as the distance of the run-up charge is long enough, all targets within the charge distance can be knocked away. Such a domineering skill is not comparable to ordinary charge. You still want to trip me, so naive. After hitting Tong Li, Xiao Han stopped immediately. However, since the wild charge has been launched, it is not an easy thing to stop immediately. Although he reacted quickly, the distance between him and Tong Li was more than 10 meters. If he ran over at this time, the dizziness might have disappeared. Thinking of this, Xiao Han did not hesitate at all, stretched out his hand from his backpack to take out a dark gold spear he had just picked up and threw it over. Whoosh! The 5-level full-strength attack has increased the attack by 350%. The black spear, like a meteor, flew in front of Tong Li with just a flash. Immune, minus 2000. Heh, life-saving skills. Although he only caused less than 2000 points of fire damage to the opponent, Xiao Han did not show any surprise. With an attack of up to 120,000, he would have at least a few treasure equipment, and the other equipment would be at least legendary. How could such a guy not have life-saving equipment? With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Xiao Han instantly rushed to Tong Li. With a sudden slash, sneering and saying, "It's really interesting, masters. Don't use skills. Today I will let you experience for yourself how to die under skills." As he spoke, Tong Li had already woken up from the dizziness, and Xiao Han did not try to attack him directly. After all, this is a level 6 evolver. Now that he has recovered his ability to move, it is not an easy task to hit him. He is still self-aware of this. So against such a guy, the effect of group attack skills is the best, which can make him unavoidable. Shock! While roaring, the right foot raised high has already fallen down fiercely. Boom! Although the effective attack range of this skill is only 2 meters in front of him, it is obviously impossible for Tong Li, who has just woken up from dizziness, to retreat 2 meters away. Fuck! Before he could even curse, a khaki light immediately appeared on Tong Li's body. The next second, a khaki shield covered him. Immunity, minus 2000. After being immune to the dizziness effect and damage, Tong Li's face has completely turned black, so gloomy that it almost drips water. Less than 5 seconds into the fight, he was forced to use 2 life-saving skills. Humph! I really underestimated this guy. While snorting coldly, a cold light flashed in Tong Li's eyes, and he whispered to himself, "But it doesn't matter. I just made a little mistake by accident." Then he immediately stepped forward, and while the invincibility effect was still half a second, the dagger in his hand once again emitted a blue light and stabbed it towards his chest. At this time, Xiao Han keenly felt that he should not be able to dodge this attack. The blue light was obviously a control skill, and it might even produce a freezing effect. Although he didn't care about being controlled for a few seconds, he didn't have a tendency to be masochistic, and a golden light immediately appeared on his body. Bang! The dagger pierced the heart, and an immune appeared on Xiao Han's head. A faint blue frost immediately spread over his body. But in a flash, before the target was frozen, it disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, the khaki shield on Tong Li's body also collapsed. The two of them were close together, and even if Xiao Han wanted to attack, the more than 1 meter long dark flame sky-splitting spear prevented him from using it. The dagger, which was close at hand, had already been lifted up and slashed towards his neck. Tong Li, retreat! At this moment, a delicate voice came, followed by a shout. Didn't the boss tell you not to rush to take action? You are not his opponent. Come back to me quickly. Hee hee, what a joke. Tong Li ignored the advice from a distance and said, confidently, he is just a hearing evolver. Is it necessary to be so cautious? It's nothing more than better luck and better equipment. Look how I killed him. Hee hee, I want to see it too. Seeing another person coming, Xiao Han's face changed slightly, and he immediately became more serious. If there is only one person, no matter how long his control chain is, it should not exceed 10 seconds. In such a short time, Even if Tong Li's physical attack has exceeded 120,000, it is impossible to kill him. But now the situation is different. From the meaning of the words, it seems that there are more than two coming. No, we have to kill this guy first. Muttering softly, Xiao Han ignored the dagger that had touched his throat and raised his hand to point forward. Boom! A bolt of lightning fell without warning and instantly hit Tong Li's head. The 100% paralysis effect was immediately triggered and took effect. Even though the dagger was less than a centimeter away from the throat at this moment, it could no longer stab. In the astonished eyes of the other party, Xiao Han quickly retreated 2 steps, freeing up the distance for the spear to use, and waved his hand to smash it with a flaming 5-cut combo. Bang! 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 The red spear hit Tong Li, and 2 immunity appeared in succession, and his health value did not decrease at all. But when the third time came, a damage value of more than 400,000 immediately appeared. The confident figure suddenly froze and fell down powerlessly. At the same time, Xiao Han also heard a series of system prompts in his earth. #C616 Steal a Father. Ding, you killed Tong Li and got the legendary equipment Dark Bracelet, the Diamond Equipment Black Fang Sword, and the Diamond Equipment. Triggering the 100-fold reward, you get the Spiritual Equipment Fengyun Wristband, the Legendary Equipment Avenger Sniper Crossbow, and the Legendary Equipment. Amid a series of system prompts, Xiao Han was a little confused, and at the same time, a gloating look appeared in his eyes, and he whispered, "Oh my God! This guy stole a father back." In the system prompt, as many as 11 pieces of equipment were directly exploded. However, these equipments seem to be a lot, but in fact only one is of legendary level, and the remaining 10 are all diamonds. According to the normal explosion rate, killing a player will only explode 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at most. After the 100-fold reward increase, if it is an ordinary player, if there is no corresponding 100-fold value item on him, it will definitely be exploded. But Tong Li is different. Judging from the physical attack he showed, there should be more than 1 spiritual weapon and treasure equipment on him. Even after the 100-fold increase, only 1 spiritual weapon will be exploded or 1 or 2 more legendary equipment. But now it was a little different. The number of diamond equipment that exploded was as high as 10. Because of this, not only 1 spiritual weapon was exploded, but also 5 legendary equipment and as many as 8 legendary equipment. Even because the equipment he exploded could not meet the doubling effect of the 100-fold reward, an additional treasure was exploded. But since Tong Li had already exploded so many legendary, and even spiritual equipment, it was impossible for him to carry so many diamond equipment. And where these 10 equipment came from was already obvious. Hey! This is really surprising. He stole a Rui belt and the equipment inside exploded, and Tong Li's equipment was almost completely exploded, which was something Xiao Han did not expect. Looking at the figure dozens of meters away, Xiao Han sneered and immediately turned his attention to the things that exploded on the ground. The Rui belt that was stolen before also exploded again. In addition, more than 20 pieces of equipment were also exploded. However, just by looking at the appearance, it is not possible to tell which 2 of these equipment are spiritual weapons and treasure weapons. After all, the worst ones that were exploded were all diamonds, followed by legendary and legendary ones. In terms of appearance, the difference is not too big. Hee. I hope there will be more such money-giving boys. After a quick glance at the equipment on the ground, Xiao Han immediately picked up the 5 wristbands and 3 bracelets. The most precious spiritual weapons and treasure weapons are among these 8 pieces of equipment. While picking them up, the attributes of these pieces of equipment were also presented in front of him. Wind and Cloud Wrist Guard, spiritual weapon level 65, HP limit plus 10%, HP plus 320,000, defense plus 9,600, stamina plus 9,600, energy plus 9,600, agility plus 9,600. Special skill. Cloud hiding makes oneself enter invisible state movement. Speed is reduced by 80%, consumes 18,000 energy points, maintains this state, consumes 1,800 energy points per second, after breaking the invisibility, cannot use the skill within 300 seconds. Special skill. Wind and cloud strangulation, 30 meters in radius all targets. Within the range will be hit, causing 60% of their own attack physical damage, consuming 30,000 energy points, with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Effect. Toughness, reducing the control time by 20%. Effect. Critical hit, increasing the critical hit rate by 60%. Effect. Endless, increasing the critical hit effect by 60%. Ice Bracelet, treasure level 60, attack limit plus 5%, attack plus 8,800, strength plus 8,800, agility plus 8,800, energy plus 8,800, stamina plus 8,800. Special skills. Freeze, add ice and freezing air to the weapon. Hit the target 100%, trigger the freezing effect, lasts for 3 seconds, consumes 15,000 energy points, cools down for 60 seconds. Special. Ice Phantom summons a clone with 50% attack power, can exist for 5 minutes and can switch positions with the clone at any time, consumes 18,000 energy points, cools down for 30 minutes. Special effect. Combo 80% chance to launch 2 normal attacks in a row, 40%. Chance to launch 3 normal attacks in a row, 10% chance to launch 4 normal attacks in a row. Special effect. Ice resistance, 20% ice damage reduction, 20% chance to be immune to freezing effects. Special effect. Ice, add 10,000 ice damage each time the target is hit. A layer of ice mark is added, and 5 layers of marks are stacked to produce a freezing effect, causing 100,000 ice damage to the target, and at the same time stun the target for 3 seconds. After seeing the properties of the 2 pieces of equipment, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately equipped them. At this time, the health value ushered in another surge, exceeding 1 million. Although the increase in physical attack is not so exaggerated, there is an additional 5% attack limit increase, and his current physical attack has exceeded 360,000. Hey! This is a bit perverted. Muttering excitedly, Xiao Han looked at the 4 skills on the 2 pieces of equipment, and his mood was even more excited. On the Fengyun wristband, there is not only an invisibility skill but also a group attack skill. These 2 skills are very practical for him. Although the attributes of the ice bracelet are slightly inferior, the 2 skills it carries are actually very good, especially the Phantom of Ice. If Tongli used this skill at the first moment when fighting him, it would not be so easy to kill him. More importantly, there is a combo effect on it. Combined with the combo effect on the Gale bracelet, the probability of triggering 2 combos is as high as 160%. And this means that every attack of his in the future can trigger the combo effect. As for the probability of triggering 3 combos, it has also increased to 80%, which at least doubles his damage output effect. I don't know what kind of attributes the legendary dark bracelet has. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately reached out again and picked up all the other equipment on the ground. #C617 We have no ill intentions. In addition to the Avenger Sniper Crossbow and Dark Bracelet, Tong Li also got legendary equipment including the Glazed Necklace, Star Wrist Guard and Gold Silk Soft Armor. The Dark Bracelet has very good properties, much better than the Wind Bracelet he is wearing now. Unfortunately, there is no combo special effect on it, even if its special skill is not bad, it can only be placed in the backpack. Even the Jade Bracelet that was previously exploded from Shinkai is still gathering dust in the backpack because of the Ice Bracelet. By the way, I haven't seen the equipment that Shinkai exploded yet. Among the 5 legendary equipment, only the Glazed Necklace and Star Wrist Guard are better than his current equipment, but the special skill of the Glazed necklace is not as good as the violent attack of the violent necklace. So the only equipment that can really be used now is the star wrist guard. But when he killed Kai, he seemed to have exploded a wind wrist guard, and he wanted to change it immediately. But it happened that the Blood Demon Knight launched a group charge, so he had to give up temporarily. Now, it's a good time to take a look at its special skills and attributes, so as to compare which equipment is more suitable. And the legendary equipment that was exploded at that time seemed to have a Wind Shadow helmet, which should have better attributes than the mysterious black gold helmet. Today's harvest is still killing people, said with some emotion. Xiao Han didn't even care about the woman 100 meters away, and immediately looked at the two pieces of equipment he had just taken out. Wind bracelet, legend level 50. HP plus 42,000. Strength plus 2,500. Energy plus 2,500. Stamina plus 2,500. Strength plus 2,500. Special, crazy attack consumes 15,000 energy points. Enters the crazy attack. State, increases attack speed by 100%. Lasts for 15 seconds, consumes 1,500. Energy per second. Cools down for 120 seconds. Special effect. Toughness, reduces control time by 10%. Special effect. Damage reduction, when attacked the damage received is reduced by 16,000 points. Such attributes appeared in front of him. Xiao Han's eyes lit up immediately, and then changed the anti-demon bracelet on his body. The wind bracelet on the other arm also has such a special skill which can double his output efficiency in the next 10 seconds. Now with the wind bracelet, once the standing mode is turned on, it can be extended to 25 seconds. Or the crazy attack on both equipments is turned on at the same time, directly, increasing the attack speed to 300%. Just thinking about it, Xiao Han was a little excited. Although the Xinglua bracelet has an invincible skill that is immune to all damage, he can no longer care about it. With his current health value of over 1 million, 1 second of invincibility is not that important, and he already has 2 such invincible skills. So in the choice between Xinglua wristband and Gale wristband, he prefers the Gale wristband with higher attack power. Once the crazy attack is turned on with the blood-sucking stunt and weeping blood special effects on the blood-sucking ring, the blood-sucking effect can instantly reach 80%. As long as he is not killed in one hit, he can forcibly suck back the health value. More importantly, defense is not a long-term solution after all, and only attacking as defense is the best choice. Seeing that the already abnormal attributes have risen again, Xiao Han continued to look at the helmet in his hand. Oh my god! There is no damage reduction. The attributes of the Fengying helmet are actually quite good, but the critical strike and movement speed special effects are a bit lame. First of all, the critical strike, this attribute is actually very important. After all, once the critical strike effect is triggered, the damage is directly doubled. If there is an endless special effect, it will be even more explosive. However, he has already added this special effect to 180%, and it is completely unnecessary to add another 50% probability. There is also the extreme speed special effect, which increases the movement speed by 100%. This range is a bit low, so it is better to continue using the current Shenming Wujin helmet. After all, this equipment not only has damage reduction but also has an extremely important toughness. Once this special effect is added to 100%, even if someone wants to use a control chain on him in the future, it will not work at all. No need to worry about being controlled, who else can be his opponent? So even though the attributes of the Shenin Wujin helmet are not as good as the legendary Fengying helmet, he is unwilling to change it. Those guys from Kyoto are all very powerful. This time, before all the people came, Tong Li was impatient to take action. First, which gave him the opportunity to fight back. If 3 teams came at once like the previous few days, the outcome might be different. After all, once more people take action, there will be more control skills. As long as they cooperate well, it is very possible to control for 20 to 30 seconds or even 1 or 2 minutes. So now, the most important thing is to increase the toughness to 100%, even if it will reduce the attribute. Hehe, a 6th level evolver from Kyoto. After changing into better equipment, Xiao Han finally looked up at the figure 100 meters away and laughed softly. Hehe, you were quite brave. You haven't left yet. This Tong Li has been killed by me. In reality, I am indeed not your opponent, but in this game, are you sure you can beat me? I know you are very strong, but we don't have any bad intentions. Bai Ling stepped forward and continued. Don't rush to do it. Listen to me first. Our mission this time is actually to bring you back to Kyoto. Before coming, the master also repeatedly told me not to hurt your life and to bring you to Kyoto safely. Compared to the city of Jingen, Kyoto is not only safer, but even within 100 kilometers outside the city, it can be considered a safe area. You really don't want to go to such a city? If you continue to stay, the 7th level mutant wolf can come at any time. Aren't you worried that one day Jingen will be the same as Jiangqing? By that time, there will be no other safe city nearby for you to migrate to. #C618 shouldn't have come. Oh, Kyoto is safe. This statement is also very tempting. I am really excited. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. I heard that there are 5 level 7 evolvers over there, and the number of level 6 evolvers is more than 300. Since the mutant beasts appeared, sieges have only appeared twice. And on those 2 occasions, the evolvers in Kyoto even bravely rushed out of the city and killed the mutated beasts to pieces. It's very exciting to think about that scene. So, Kyoto is the safest place. Bai Ling's eyes lit up and she immediately said, as long as you come with us, not only will you be assigned a villa, but you will also have access to all kinds of training resources. Even if you are a hearing evolver, we can train you to level 6. If you like beauties, whether it's 10 or 100, we can send them to you right away. We guarantee that they will be top-notch beauties. Oh, is it true? A trace of teasing flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and then he immediately hid it, and said with a longing look on his face. With such a good condition, you can't lie to me, can you? I don't care about villas and resources. As for beauties, with a lewd smile on his face, Xiao Han also looked at the woman in front of him unscrupulously and then said, forget about those vulgar fans, I think you are good. It's okay if you want me to go to Kyoto, you have to be my woman. This figure really makes people imagine. Even if I just take a look at it, my body has changed. You! A flash of anger flashed across Bai Ling's face, and then quickly disappeared. She immediately said, it's not impossible to be my man, but there must be something about you that attracts me. I can give you a chance. Let's meet first, exchange feelings, and see if we feel for each other. Didn't you say that women choose at will? The smile in Xiao Han's eyes grew thicker, and he immediately said, in this case, how about exchanging nonsense? Feelings. I've fallen in love with you. Just spread your legs and you're talking nonsense. If you want to know where I am, take off all your clothes and let me see if there is real material inside. You are looking for death. Bai Ling's face suddenly changed, and she said, angrily, Xiao Han, I have good intentions. You don't know what is good and what is evil. Tisich, a good intention? Xiao Han curled his lips disdainfully and said with a sneer, do you really think that I am a 3-year-old child who can be deceived so easily? You don't have to care about the tens of millions of people in Jingon. Once a little person like me without any strength goes to Kyoto, I won't be able to be slaughtered by you. Instead of that, it's better to live and die with Jingen. At least the city Lord is worthy of me. Slowly raising the spear in his hand, Xiao Lung continued in a low voice. In reality, you are level 6 evolvers, so I can only hide. But here, things are different. That idiot Tong Li can't vent the anger in my heart. Since you're already here, don't leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han moved his steps and immediately turned into a running cheetah, rushing towards the figure 100 meters away. Bai Ling's expression changed. Although she wanted to test Xiao Han's strength, she thought for a moment and retreated quickly. Tong Li was killed because of his carelessness and even exploded with dozens of pieces of equipment. Even if it can still be resurrected, it is almost useless in the game. Combat skills indeed account for a large proportion of a person's strength. But in the game, without the increase of equipment, it is impossible to cause the slightest harm to Xiao Han. Now the boss, Qingbiao, Rog and others haven't come over yet, so she can't have another accident. Otherwise, once all the equipment is exposed, the possibility of killing Xiao Han in the game will be almost zero. Seeing the figure approaching quickly, Bai Ling showed a smile, waved her hands and said, "It's not easy to catch up with me." "Oh, really?" Realizing that although his speed was extremely fast, he was still slightly inferior to his opponent. Xiao Han immediately stopped and put his thumb and index finger into the bottom of his tongue and whistled. Chirp. The neighing sound sounded immediately, and the purple flame thunder-winged horse just flashed and flew to the side. Xiao Hanlian smiled, got on his horse and continued, "Today I want to see how fast you are." The moment the words fell, the purple thunder wings also clapped fiercely, and the distance between the two people instantly shortened to less than 10 meters. Seeing this scene, Bai Ling's expression suddenly changed and she quickly used the wind step. Boom! But as soon as the skill was used, before he could even accelerate, there was an explosion behind him, and then a bolt of lightning immediately appeared in front of his eyes, spreading to all directions. At the same time, a feeling of numbness also came over my body. Damn it! Are you so perverted? With this thought in her mind, Bai Ling found that her passive invincibility skill had actually been triggered. She knew exactly what this meant. Xiao Han's current physical attack power is at least more than 300,000. Otherwise such a thing would not be possible. Shouldn't have come this time. After muttering softly, Bai Ling had already guessed her own ending. But there was nothing she could do to change this situation. The body was controlled, and there was no chance to fight back. Even if there were 2 1-second invincible skills, there was no way to use them. Whoosh! At this time, a sharp scream came from behind, and then she felt that her back seemed to be hit by a sharp weapon, and there was a light puff sound. A silver-white gun head immediately drilled out of her chest. When she wanted to check the remaining blood volume, she found that she couldn't do it. Sure enough, I was killed in seconds. As soon as the thought came to her mind, Bai Ling felt her body fall down uncontrollably, and the system prompt sound of dropped equipment also sounded. #C619 close the door and slay the demon 1. Fortunately, only 2 items were exploded. Although it has some impact on strength, it is still acceptable. Standing on the resurrection altar, Bai Ling quickly checked the items on her body, and a trace of fear appeared on her face. It is not easy to get all the equipment now. After completing this mission, they have to explore the ruins deep in the undead cave. If all the equipment is exposed, they can't go. Strange, after being killed by Xiao Han, won't all the equipment on the body be exploded? Frowning and thinking for a while, Bai Ling didn't understand what was going on now. I don't know if the rumor is wrong or for some other reason. A diamond equipment exploded in the backpack, and only 1 legendary equipment exploded on the body. Such a loss is still within the acceptable range. After all, compared with Tong Li, it is already much luckier. Not good. I have to notify the boss quickly. Thinking of Xiao Han's abnormality, Bai Ling immediately opened the friend list and dialed Nieyan's video call. "Hey, have you arrived yet?" As soon as the video was connected, a puzzled voice came out, and then immediately asked in astonishment, "Why are you at the resurrection altar? What's going on?" "I've been killed." Bai Ling's face sank, and she said hurriedly, "It was just 1 hit. I didn't even have a chance to fight back. I was killed instantly." Xiao Han's physical attack is at least more than 300,000. If we want to deal with him in the game, the risk is too high, which will affect our next exploration plan. What's going on? Yen frowned and said anxiously, "What happened over there? Quickly explain it to me in detail." As soon as I got there, I saw Tongli fighting with Xiao Han. A solemn look flashed across Bai Ling's face, and she continued in a deep voice. "But before I could go up to help, he was shot to death. Almost all of his equipment was blown up. If we go together to besiege Xiao Han, it is indeed possible to kill him, but that is under the premise that he does not run away. We can't kill him before we capture the flying mount. So, we can only think of a way in reality?" Yen was silent for a moment, and continued, "It seems that it is not an easy task to catch this guy back. Well, there is no way, this is the only way for the time being." Bai Ling sighed and continued, "From the beginning, I felt that this mission should not be so simple. But fortunately, Rongzhe and his people are still useful. They have locked Xiao Han in Jing'an. Next, we just need to increase the intensity of the search and we will eventually find him, but it may take a longer time. By that time, he will have no power to resist." Demon Ceiling Tower. Standing at the gap on the top of the tower, Xiao Han looked at the densely packed blood demon priests in the tower and grinned. "So many, almost 10,000. Hee. I'm going to make a fortune this time. Although there is no boss in this place, it shouldn't be a big problem for the remaining blood demon priests to explode 1 or 2,000 manifestation talismans." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han even forgot the original intention of coming to the top of the tower. He didn't care about the meteorite stone under his feet. He immediately contacted Zhuoshang and said directly, "I need your help with something. The spoils are divided into 90% and 100% of the spoils. Do it, I'll do anything." Having tasted the sweetness of cooperating with Han Xiao, Zhuoshang said, without hesitation, "Is there a boss in the Demon Ceiling Tower? What do you want me to do?" "You don't need to do anything. Just help me block the exit below." Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he continued, "Block the blood demon priests inside and don't let any of them out." "Is it that simple?" Zhuoshang was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked at the entrance under the Demon Ceiling Tower, which was less than 2 meters wide. Hee, it's that simple." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "But it's not an easy thing to do, you have to be careful. Is there a boss above the Emperor in here?" With a hint of doubt in his mind, and with 99% damage reduction, Zhuoshang raised his foot and walked towards the Demon Ceiling Tower. On the top of the tower, Xiao Han hung up the call, immediately passed through the gap and observed again. The area of the Demon Ceiling Tower is not actually very large, probably only about 200 or 300 square meters, but its height is more than 100 meters. At this time, the stairs that circled the tower wall were already full of blood demon priests. Without the blood demon high priest, they seemed to be dead, standing still, quietly, and the spells in their mouths stopped. Hey, in such a closed space it will probably take only 10 minutes to kill them all. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately sent Zhuoshang an invitation to join the team and then jumped down from the gap. Now he is already level 70, and even if he kills more blood demon priests, he will not get a single bit of experience points. In this case, it's just a good thing to do a favor. Roar! The blood demon priest who had just jumped off the top of the tower woke up immediately and roared. At the same time, dark fireballs kept hitting him. Immune! 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 A series of white Chinese characters appeared above his head, and Xiao Han smiled, then swept the spear in his hand. Bang! 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 Under the powerful force, the blood demon priests who were blocking him were knocked down the stairs one after another. Hey! Seeing that his idea worked, Xiao Han chuckled, and the movement of his hand did not stop at all, and the dark flame sky-splitting spear also swung quickly. In less than 3 minutes, the space under the tower was filled with blood. Demon priests, and its height even exceeded 30 meters. Almost one by one, tightly squeezed together. Seeing that the time was ripe, Xiao Han immediately made a sudden slash and rushed to the center of the demon ceiling tower, and then a series of white wind blades immediately raged. Just as the wind blades subsided, another red tiger suddenly appeared. Roar! Amid the roar, the sound waves quickly spread to the surroundings, and the blood-colored life value instantly dyed the surroundings red. Hashtag C620 close the door and slay the demon, too. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a blood demon priest and gained 300,000 experience points, and you gained 90,000 points. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a blood demon priest and obtained the dark gold equipment steel shield. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a blood demon priest and received 3,600 silver coins. Ding, your teammate Han Xiao killed a blood demon priest and gained 300,000 experience points, and you gained 90,000 points. Ding, your level has been raised to level 56. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. Ding, your level has been raised to level 68. Please allocate free attribute points reasonably. I wish you a happy game. The upgrade prompts kept ringing in his ears, and Zhuoshang was a little confused at the moment. It has been 5 days since I completed my 3rd job transfer mission. Even though I stay online for more than 10 hours every day, I have only reached 6 levels. But now, in less than 10 minutes, the level has soared to level 68. Although many of the blood demon priests in the demon ceiling tower have been killed, at a glance now it is impossible to count how many are left. According to the current upgrade speed, it may take another 3 to 5 minutes at most to reach level 70. Damn it! Horrified by this abnormal speed of upgrading, Zhuoshang could only curse these 3 words softly to express the shock and joy in his heart. At the same time, he continued in a low voice, "It's a good thing that I listened to Taizong, otherwise I would have suffered a big loss. But this Han Xiao is really perverted. The blood demon priest's health points are as high as 2 million. In less than 10 minutes he killed 5 or 6 thousand of them. Holy shit, why is it another piece of diamond equipment and I don't seem to have heard of any equipment below silver being revealed. Even the manifestation talismans are almost all silver or above, and there are also many gold and dark gold level ones. There are even a few diamond.
Manifestation talisman.
What kind of reward did this bastard get when he entered the game? This damn thing is so enviable." As Zhuoshang kept muttering, the shock in Zhuoshang's heart became stronger and stronger, and the system prompts in his ears continued to sound. Even because the blood demon priest died so quickly, he couldn't hear what exactly exploded. Don't talk about 91%, even if I only get 1%, I will still make a lot of money, he thought with some excitement in his heart. Even though the blood demon sacrifice put great pressure on him, he never took a step back. Roar. Vaguely, a tiger roar came from inside, and the experience value instantly increased a lot, getting closer to level 70. This should be the group attack skill. Zhuoshang's eyes lit up, and he secretly guessed in his heart. For the first time, he felt that this terrifying group attack skill was so popular. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Xiao Han put on the dark flame sky-splitting spear and waved his hand with a sweep. 3 of the 7 targets that were hit were immediately knocked out in seconds. At this time, there were not many blood demon priests left, but there were so many dropped items such as equipment, silver coins, and manifestation talismans that it was very difficult to kill even if they were all suppressed. Fortunately, there is still tiger roaring mountain forest. After muttering softly, Xiao Han killed all the dozen blood demon priests who popped up and immediately bent down to pick up the equipment and silver coins on the ground. At the same time, he was also waiting for the cooling time of tiger roaring mountain forest. Although Fengyun Strangler is also a group attack skill, it is blocked by equipment and silver coins, and there is no way to cause damage to the blood. Demon Priest. Although there is also a group attack skill of War Trample, this skill needs to be used with a mount. There is no way for the purple Flame Thunder Winghorse to get through the gap. On the top of the tower. Boom! The raised right foot suddenly dropped hard, and the shock that had just cooled down was also used. 4 or 5 red damage values immediately emerged from under the pile of gold coins. At the same time, the system prompt sounded again. In the past 10 minutes, there have been too many such sounds. Xiao Han was too lazy to listen carefully and just mechanically picked up the equipment on the ground. Roar. As the objects under their feet continued to disappear, some of the blood demon priests underneath slowly showed their heads and let out angry roars. Wipe, call me Mao. Although he had experienced this kind of thing several times, Xiao Han was still frightened, raised his hand and shot him. After killing it instantly, I felt a little better. Then he immediately bent down and repeated the boring but necessary things. As time passed slowly after all the blood demon priests were killed, Zhua Shang also came to help. The speed at which the two of them picked up equipment, silver coins, and manifestation talismans immediately became much faster. After a while, the interior of the demon ceiling tower was almost cleaned, and the blood pool that I saw on the top of the tower before appeared before my eyes again. Whether it is gold coins or equipment, as long as it falls inside, it will be corroded to the point where no hair is left. Fuck! What the hell is this? There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Xiao Han was a little afraid and did not dare to get close, but he still used the probing technique on him immediately. But unfortunately, nothing was gained. At this time, he could probably guess that the disappearance of the Abyss Blood Emperor must be related to this blood pool, and it might even be hidden deep in the blood pool. But he didn't dare to explore the blood pool further to solve the doubts in his heart. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Senior sister should have some understanding of this blood pool, otherwise she wouldn't let me collect blood-sucking stones. Muttering softly, since the blood demon priests had been killed, there was no need to stay here any longer. Xiao Han raised his foot and walked towards the exit and shouted to the nearby, let's go back and divide the spoils. Wait, what do you see? Zhuoshang pinched a ribbon with 2 palm-sized pink cloth pieces below, and said with a confused face, fuck, there is such equipment in the game and it's actually a spiritual weapon. #C621 Rianzhou. The exclamation behind him made Xiao Han stop immediately. He looked back quickly with a puzzled look on his face. The only boss in the demon ceiling tower had been killed, and the rest were some elite blood demon priests. Normally, it was impossible to explode spiritual equipment. Now that Zhuoshang said so, he must have picked up a spiritual weapon. If he was lying, he only needed to take a look to tell it. Unless he was mentally ill, he would not say so. But how did the spiritual equipment appear? Xiao Han really couldn't figure it. So he immediately looked at the item in Zhuoshang's hand. Damn it! After just one look, he felt that this female clothes-fitting item was very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. He frowned and thought for a long time, but still had no clue, so he asked curiously, where did you pick this thing up? Show it to me. I picked it up next to this blood pool. Holding the pink ribbon, Zhuoshang handed it to Xiao Han and smiled obscenely. Such an equipment is a great tool for picking up girls. Don't waste it. Go to hell. Xiao Han rolled his eyes at him, replied unhappily, and immediately looked at the attributes of the equipment in his hand. Smoke hood, spirit weapon level 0, HP limit plus 20%, HP plus level times 5000, defense plus level times 120, stamina plus level times 120, energy plus level times 120, strength plus level times 120. Special. Smoke hood, when using the skill, gain a shield of HP times 1.5, lasting 120 seconds, consuming energy level times 150, cooling down 120 seconds. Special. Like smoke and fog, put the body into a smoke state, immune to all. Physical damage, lasting 60 seconds, consuming energy level times 300, cooling down 120 seconds. Special effect. Toughness, reduce control time by 20%. Special effect. Ice resistance, reduce 30% ice damage. Special effect. Poison resistance, reduce 30% poison damage. Note: women's underwear, only for women. When the equipment attributes came into view, he was stunned immediately and, at the same time, he also remembered the last time in the demon ceiling tower. The blood-colored mist released by the Abyss Blood Emperor had a strong psychedelic effect. After Lu Yen accidentally inhaled it, he became unconscious and took off all his clothes. Although he later picked up some of them, he had to give up the ones near the blood pool. Because of this, he got a great bargain at the time and even picked up a spiritual weapon-level Ruyan ring which is still in his backpack. Holding the equipment in his hand, these two palm-sized pieces of cloth made Xiao Han even recall the feeling at the beginning. Hey, I wonder if that pair of shorts can still be found? Thinking a little obscenely, Xiao Han held the Rianzhou in his hand and immediately said, I want this equipment, you have no objection, right? No, why would I have any objection? Zhuoshang hurriedly shook his head and said seriously, didn't we agree before that all the items that exploded will be divided 90%? According to the agreement, this equipment can only belong to you. Or maybe you can find 9 more spiritual equipment in this place so that I can get one. Hehe, 9 pieces, you think it's a nice idea. Xiao Han chuckled and immediately put the Rianzhou into the space ring, and immediately said, since you have no objection, I can't be too stingy. I'll borrow your dark flame purple gold spear. You don't need it now. Eve returned it, so you can keep it. But there should be 2 or 3 more pieces of equipment like this nearby. Please help me find them. If you get any, you will definitely benefit from it. How do you know there are more? Zhuoshang was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked up at the gap on the top of the tower. He suddenly understood something and said, you are so familiar with this place. Have you been here before? But this is not right. This is women's underwear. How do you know there are more? Could it be? With a lewd smile on his face, Zhuoshang's thoughts immediately flew away. Soon his eyes lit up and he said in shock, fuck Rianzhou, why am I so stupid? The name of this equipment combined with what happened in the undead cemetery half a month ago immediately gave rise to many erotic thoughts in his mind. Looking at Xiao Han standing in front of him, his eyes immediately revealed uncontrollable envy. This guy, could it be that he really did that with Lu Yen? With such a guess, his heart felt like it had been scratched by a cat, and he couldn't help but ask curiously, half a month ago, did you come here and you didn't come alone? I advise you not to ask. Xiao Han's face sank, and he continued, I give you a spiritual equipment, hoping that you will keep this matter to yourself. A man who likes gossip is not a good habit. If you have this time, you should help me find it quickly to see if there are any other spiritual equipment. Hey, I know, I won't tell anyone. Zhuoshang stretched out his hand and pulled his lips, making a gesture of keeping his mouth shut, and immediately searched along the edge of the blood pool. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han didn't say anything more. He looked up at the top of the tower and immediately stepped into the air. When he came to the gap again, he couldn't help but whispered, with the coffin made of this thing, I should be able to survive in the wild. As he spoke, he raised the dark flame sky-splitting spear in his hand, aimed it at the gap between the 2 pieces of meteorite stone, and smashed it with all his strength. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the wall built of meteorite stone did not move at all. Not even a trace of debris was knocked off. Damn! How is this possible? Do I need a magic weapon to knock this thing down? Shocked by the scene in front of him, Xiao Han's face turned ugly in an instant, but he only paused for a moment and immediately smashed the magic weapon in his hand again. #C622 Manifestation Talisman Fong. The hardness of meteorites has long been known. After all, I once got a piece here, and even after 100 times the reward, it turned into a meteorite crystal. But Xiao Han didn't expect that the immortal weapon could not destroy it. Although I was extremely unwilling to do so, I had no choice but to give up. Although there should be a few pieces of Rian series of equipment that fell. On the edge of the blood pool, Zhuangzi searched carefully several times, and still found nothing. At this time, except for the blood pool, there is nothing worth remembering here. But the liquid in the blood pool was too dangerous, and its abnormal corrosiveness completely cut off the possibility of exploring it. Let's go. Taking Zhuangzi with him, Xiao Han returned to Stormwind City in less than a quarter of an hour. There was a lot of equipment that was revealed this time. Took more than an hour to roughly sort out the items in the space ring and Rui belt. At the same time, he gave the agreed reward to Zhuangzi, and then Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Bai Shaoxing and Wantong Intermediary, asking them to come over as soon as they had time. While waiting, he turned over and took out a yellow piece of paper from his backpack, frowned and muttered, "Representation Talisman Fong, what is the use of riding a horse?" When he was in the demon ceiling tower before, because there were so many system prompts, he didn't even notice that another manifestation talisman that he had never seen before came out. Moreover, the manifestation talismans exploded by the nearly 10,000 blood. Demon priests were all exactly the same. There are more than 1,400 pieces, all of which are manifested talismans, without any exception. And among them, although most of them are gold level, there are also 21 diamond manifestation talismans. But being unable to use it all the time confused him. After studying it with Zhuangzi for a long time, I even had some guesses in my mind, but there was no way to materialize the item. Bai Shaoxing is well informed, he should know it. After saying something softly, Xiao Han could only sit in Fumin Tower and wait quietly, hoping that he would come over soon. At the same time, I was also thinking about what needed to be done next. First of all, he failed to obtain the meteorite. He had to find a way to obtain replacement metal as soon as possible to build a life-saving coffin. Secondly, the refining of Liang pill should also be put on the agenda. This is an elixir that can increase the success rate of breaking through
bottlenecks.
Once it is realized in reality, it is very likely that Fu Chengji, a 5th-level practitioner, will be able to break through and become a 6th-level reader. What's more important is that, after a 100-fold increase in rewards, the level of Liang pill will be improved again. And this means that it will become a pill that can assist 6th-level evolvers in completing their breakthrough. In this way, if Jiangzhe really becomes a 7th-level evolver, neither the 7th-level mutant wolf nor the 10 6th-level evolvers from Kyoto will no longer be a threat. A total of 4 Emperor-level bosses were killed this time, although no pet manifestation talisman above legendary level was revealed. However, there is one spirit-level elixir manifesting talisman, and there are as many as 3 treasure-level ones. Even if the Fierce Sun pill has been upgraded 100 times as a reward, it may be of a higher grade, and it should still be possible to manifest it. In addition, there are as many as 5 item manifestation talismans. Although there are no spirit-level ones, there are 2 treasure-level ones, as well as 1 legend and 2 legends. With so many manifestation talismans, I finally have a little more money. Xiao Han took out a treasure-level manifestation talisman and said softly, "Now, I can finally manifest the blazing purple gold armor." As he said this, a piece of red armor appeared in his hand. Now that he had made a decision in his heart, he no longer hesitated and immediately brought the manifestation talisman and the armor together. After the success, I thought about it again and sent a message to Guohuai, who was not online. As many as 3,000 blood demon knights were killed this time, so there were also many manifestation talismans below legends that were revealed, plus those that Xing Kai exploded. He could not use them all by himself. So I had to call Guo Huai over, give him dozens of them, and give some to Jiang Xiaoyun at the same time. Hey, I don't know how she is doing. Xiao Han sighed depressedly. Xiao Han was still a little worried at this time. After all, her idea was too risky and she didn't know if it would be dangerous. But now he couldn't help much. He could only suppress the worries in his heart and continue to rummage through the space ring, trying to find equipment suitable for manifestation. Hey, why do I still have so many black scale horse cards? Looking at the 4 black stone horse tags placed in the corner of the space ring, a flash of thought flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and he whispered, "This thing should be regarded as an item. I don't know if the object manifestation talisman can manifest it. If the 4 overlord-level black-scale war horses can be manifested, they should have at least level 5 combat power." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately took out a dark gold-level item manifestation talisman and pasted it on it. The next second, the light flashed, and before he could react, the horse sign turned into a tattoo and appeared on the palm of his hand. "I'll go, it's really okay." A trace of ecstasy flashed in his eyes, and Xiao Han immediately said, excitedly, "I also need to prepare one for Jiang Xiaoyun. With an overlord mount, even if you are in danger, you should be able to escape. Those guys in Kyoto are level 6 evolvers, but it's not easy to catch up with the level 5 black-scaled beasts that are known for their speed." With this thought in mind, Xiao Han hoped that Guo Huai could go online earlier, but he also knew that the guy was usually very busy, and it was really hard to say when he would be online. But fortunately, although the level 6 evolvers from Kyoto came to Jing'an, they had not made any radical moves yet. Even if they were a few days late, there should be no problem. Creaky. At this moment, the wooden door of the private room was opened, and Bai Xiaoxing flashed in, followed by Wantong agent. #C623 News. Seeing the 2 people coming in, Xiao Han didn't say anything nonsense. After they sat down, he immediately looked at Wantong intermediary and asked, "How is the collection of Liang pill materials going?" "It was all collected yesterday." Wantong intermediary quickly took out a dozen materials from his backpack and put them on the table one by one. Then he continued with a smile, "I originally wanted to contact you right away, but I heard that in reality it seems, well, here are some nasty bugs." Xiao Han knew what Wantong intermediary was referring to and admitted directly, "But it doesn't matter, they can't threaten me yet. I will continue to collect the things I asked you to help collect. Don't worry that I won't pay. Now I am in urgent need of some very hard metal materials. Please help me. Keep an eye on it. I need at least a few 100 kilograms. Money is not an issue." As he spoke, Xiao Han immediately took out 20 gold-level pill manifestation talismans and continued with a smile. "You have also helped me a lot during this period. If you want to thank me, I won't say anything else. You can just take these."
Manifestation talisman.
By the way, I also have some rejuvenation pills here, if they can be taken. For a long time, the effect for the evolver will be better than using the beast core. As he spoke, Xiao Han also took out 10 bottles of chi recovery pills and handed them over. At the same time, he took out more than 100 pieces of diamond equipment with poor attributes and continued, "Sell these equipment. You can help me collect the funds. You don't need so much." A hint of excitement flashed across Wantong's face, and he said hurriedly, "Although the things I collected seem to be a lot, they are not very valuable. The value of just one golden talisman is far more than that. And the funds you reserved with me have not been used up yet. It's okay, just take it." Xiao Han waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "With my current wealth, I don't care about this. Besides, you two should also know very well what I just did. Such a small thing is not worth mentioning to me. And if you don't have money, it won't be easy for you to start your work. you encounter some top-quality materials or important news in the future, don't ask me, just take it. Okay then. Wantong intermediary put the realization talisman and the chi, returning pill into his backpack with a smile on his face, and then continued to take out the medicinal materials. My backpack is too small and can only carry so much. Just wait a moment. I'll be back as soon as I go. There's a lot prepared at the warehouse. And there are some of the metal materials you mentioned over there, but the quantity may not be enough. I'll bring them to show you first. Don't worry, we'll talk about it later. Xiao Han quickly stopped the Wantong agent and continued. Although I have extra storage equipment, it has other uses, so I can't give it to you. But since you have a wide path, then try to collect some fog monkey's fog glands. That thing can be used to create a storage bag. If it is the fog gland of the silver-haired fog-hiding monkey, it can even be used to create a space ring with 10,000 spaces. I'll go, space ring? Wantong's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, eagerly, where is the fog-hidden monkey? Do you know more detailed information? In the misty jungle. Xiao Han replied and continued. But that thing is very timid, so it's not easy to find it. If it doesn't work, just raise the price. Anyway, if this thing is realized in reality, it will be equally useful. No matter how much there is, it will have a price but no market. No way. Space rings are also useful in reality? After exclaiming, Wantong intermediary asked with a shocked look on his face. Could it be said that you have already manifested a space ring? Huh, is this weird? Xiao Han grinned, turned to look at Bai Shaoxing, and said in a deep voice, those evolvers from Kyoto have arrived in Jing'an. I hope you can think of a way to find out their detailed information. If possible, find out everything about their whereabouts, abilities, and what they are good at. Don't worry about money. Just go ahead and do it. As he spoke, Xiao Han immediately clicked on the transaction and directly placed 2 million gold coins and then said, just now they wanted to attack me in the game. But the strength is a bit weak. I killed the two who came. One of them is an assassin, his name is Tong Li, and the other is Bai Ling. Please help me keep an eye on it in the game. It would be better if we could find out where they are. Okay, I will pay attention. Bai Shaoxing nodded and continued. Even if you don't tell me about this matter, I will already check it for you. But the information collected now is still somewhat incomplete. I have only found part of it. Information about evolved individuals, especially advanced evolved individuals, is not easy to find, even if you have money. There is almost no intersection between the circles of ordinary people and evolved people, so if you want to find out their detailed information, you have to find a way to bribe some level 4 or above evolved people. I know. Xiao Han nodded and said solemnly, since money doesn't work, then use tools. Turning over his hands and taking out 2 sets of silver manifestation talismans, he continued, these are pill manifestation talismans. I believe those who have evolved will be excited. After you leave, send all the information you have found to my phone. Send to the phone? Bai Shaoxing frowned and said in a deep voice, this is a bit unsafe, let me tell you. Anyway, there is not much information now, and it can be finished in a few minutes. The leader of the team to Jing'an is called Nye Yen, a 6th-level wind magician who should have the ability to fly. He is now in Jing'an. In order to find you as soon as possible, they have divided their troops into 4 groups and went to the other 3 cities near Jing'an at the same time. In Tiancheng, there are Qing Biao and Gao Qiu. The former is a 6th level muscle evolver and the latter is a bison evolver. They are both extremely powerful. In Shicheng, there are Tong Li and Jing Shuamei. #C624 Hanyangshuanyuandan. More than half an hour later, Bai Shaoxing and Wantong intermediary left. Fumanlu one after another. In the box, Xiao Han muttered with a look of relief. Fortunately, I was more Careful and did not rush into Tianqing, otherwise I might really be caught. There were a total of 10 level 6 evolvers from Kyoto, enough for them to split into 4 groups and search 4 cities at the same time. Among them, there were 3 people with the ability to fly. Once he went to Tianqing, even with Fu Qingji's level 5 mind, his safety could not be guaranteed. Although the wild is very dangerous, it has become the safest place for him. The metal coffin must be made as soon as possible. After saying this softly, Xiao Han immediately got up and walked out of Fumanlu and went straight to the nearest medicine shop. To build a sufficiently strong metal coffin, at least several hundred kilograms of metal materials are needed, and even with Wantong intermediaries ability, it is not so easy to collect them. Such a large demand will take at least several hours. So now he can go to the medicine shop and refine the Liang pill. Since there is no way to materialize the purple flame thunder wing horse, he has to find a way to improve the strength of Jiangzhe, Fu Qingji, and others. Bao Zitang. Looking at the medicine shop in front of him, Xiao Han walked in. He rented a medicine room with ease, and immediately opened the attribute panel and carefully read the method of refining the Liang pill. Half an hour later, when every step was imprinted in his mind, he took a deep breath and adjusted his slightly nervous and excited mood. Then, he took out all the materials in the backpack one by one. There is only one set of materials for the Liang pill. Once any mistakes occur during the refining process, there will be no possibility of redoing. Although he is now a level 7 alchemist, he cannot guarantee that this refining will be 100% successful. The heart of the lava-cracked armored beast is the most important thing. It is not difficult to collect the auxiliary materials of the Liang pill, but the most important heart cannot be bought from other players. Therefore, he had to remember every step clearly for this refining process to ensure that there would be no mistakes. First step, add the moon mysterious stone milk. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out 2 white porcelain bottles and poured the silvery white liquid inside into the medicine furnace. The flames rose, and after a while, the liquid inside began to boil. Seeing this, he immediately threw the Qiangzi placed aside into the furnace and then waited for more than 10 seconds and then successively put in some medicinal materials such as blue heart lotus, cold snowflower, qinglan grass, etc., in the order recorded on the recipe. Gradually, a strange fragrance filled the medicine room. Smelling this smell, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. This means that every step before was correct. And now there is only the last step left. Whether it can be successful or not depends on now, but don't let the furnace explode. After praying softly, Xiao Han immediately carefully dripped the heart essential oil that had been refined in another medicine furnace into it. As soon as the drops were dropped in, the flames in the medicine furnace suddenly soared more than 1 meter high, minus 12,485. Ignoring the damage value floating above his head, Xiao Han immediately took back the porcelain bottle containing essential oil at lightning speed. After the flames slowly disappeared, he reached out and dripped another drop of essential oil. Time passed slowly by 1 minute and 1 second. Every time an essential oil was dropped, the flames would rise, and at the same time there was also the danger of the furnace exploding. This process does not allow for any mistakes. I don't know how much time has passed. The strange fragrance in the medicine room has become stronger and stronger, and when Xiao Han's porcelain bottle in his hand finally couldn't pour out a drop of essential oil, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you have successfully refined 8 Liang pills, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you have obtained 8 Hanyan Shenyuan pills. Ding, you have successfully refined 8 Liang pills, gaining 8 proficiency points, triggering a 100-fold reward, and gaining 800 proficiency points. Hearing such a system prompt, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't even care about the high temperature of the medicine furnace. He opened it directly and reached out to take out 1 minus 215,482 The scorching heat instantly took away more than 200,000 health points, but he seemed not to feel it and immediately looked at the properties of the pill in his hand. Hanyan Shenyuan pill. A high-level pill used for breakthrough. It has a strong auxiliary effect on the breakthrough of generals, wizards, wind chasers, and guardians. This brief introduction made Xiao Han's face suddenly stiffen, and he whispered with some doubt, "Does a high-level warrior need the assistance of elixirs to break through to a primary general? But before, I could break through directly after completing the job transfer task. I am now a level 3 warrior, and it shouldn't be that easy to break through to level 4. And in the game, it corresponds to a high-level warrior, so it won't be easy to break through to a primary general. If it's really like what I think, then level 70 will become a watershed, blocking most players and preventing them from making any further progress." Thinking of this possibility, Xiao Han's face immediately turned ugly, and many thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Since this game is connected to reality, will the strength in reality affect the breakthrough in the game? And those evolvers and beastmen above level 4, can they naturally break through the limit of level 70 after reaching the level? Such thoughts arose in his mind. Even though he successfully refined 8 Hanyan Shenyuan pills, Xiao Han did not smile at all. After all, with his current strength, according to the level of evolvers, he is only level 3. Level 4 is still a long way for him and cannot be achieved in a short time. In this way, it is very likely that he will be stuck at level 70. As for when he can break through, even if the cultivation resources are extremely sufficient and there are even pills for breakthrough, he is still unsure in his heart. Forget it. The boat will be straightened when it reaches the bridgehead. There will always be a way. For this situation, Xiao Han has no way to deal with it. He can only comfort himself and pray that it will not be like what he guessed in his heart. In the game, level is still very important. After all, most of the boss above the Emperor are above level 70. Now in his space ring, there are still several treasures and equipment that exploded from the Blood Demon General. If it weren't for the level limit, his attributes could be improved by at least 50%. But he was stuck at the level, so he could only put it in his backpack for the time being. But if it continues like this, it will have a great impact on him. However, even if he is worried that his guess will come true, he can't put too much energy on it. After all, there are still many things waiting for him to do. For the time being, if he is really stuck at level 70, at least in the next 10 days and a half months, his Stormwind City will still be the same as Nanboan, so there is no need to worry too much. Now, he still has to find a way to forge the metal coffin as soon as possible. Hashtag C625 Hamming Penguin 2. Knowing clearly what he should do next, Xiao Han acted quickly. At the door of the blacksmith shop, he saw Wantong Agent, who had been waiting for a long time and received 6 sets of 1,200 kilograms of 100 refinement cold iron from him. This is a level 5 material with extremely strong hardness and toughness. At present, this is the only level 5 metal material that can be purchased in large quantities and can be easily purchased. Although there are some better ones on the market, they are only a few pieces, which can't reach the quantity he requires. So 100 refinement cold iron is the best choice at present. Level 5 material, it will be usable. Muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't talk much with Wantong Agent, turned around, and walked directly into the blacksmith shop. According to the grade of the material, 100 refinement cold iron can be made into gold equipment at most. After the 100-fold reward, it will be diamond grade. If everything goes well, there is a high probability that a diamond grade metal coffin will be obtained, although this cannot be compared with the coffin made of Tianyun star crystal. But for now, this is the only way. After renting a forging room, Xiao Han immediately lit the fire. Because it was not the first time, he did not even need to adjust his state, and started forging directly. Wantong Intermediary prepared enough 100 refined cold iron. Even if he failed once or twice, he could bear it. It was nothing more than spending a little more time. As the flames rose, The 100 refined cold iron was soon burned red. Yang! 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 The deafening knocking sound rang continuously, and the hammer in Xiao Han's hand was raised, lowered, raised again, and lowered again, repeating the same action over and over again. I don't know how long it took. A metal coffin with a length of more than 2 meters, a height and width of about 50 centimeters, was finally forged. Hey, a diamond-level cold and dark ice coffin should be much stronger than a black iron coffin. Muttering softly, Xiao Han immediately took out a diamond-level item, embodiment talisman, and pasted it on. In just 2 breaths, there was another tattoo on the palm. Thinking of trying the strength of the cold and dark ice coffin, he immediately chose to log off. When the consciousness was separated from the game, the surroundings were still quiet. The soundproofing of the vault was actually very good, but with his hearing, the roars of the wild beasts and mutant beasts outside still entered his ears. Raising his hand to take off the helmet, Xiao Han immediately felt a pang of hunger in his stomach. Let's eat first. Without taking out the cold ice coffin immediately, Xiao Han raised his hand to pull out the lava-cracking armor gun inserted in the iron door of the vault, and walked out directly. At this time it was already evening. Although the vision was a little bad, he could still see clearly 1,000 meters away. After listening carefully to the movements around him and feeling that there was no danger, he immediately found some abandoned chairs and benches in the nearby buildings and lit the fire. After setting up the grill, he took out 2 pounds of python meat, cut it into thin slices, and put it on. Looking at the blazing flames and the fragrance of the fat exploding, Xiao Han could hear some mutant beasts nearby, which were slowly approaching this side. However, out of confidence in his own strength, he did not care too much. Seeing that the python meat was not yet cooked, he hesitated for a moment and said softly, "If we continue to wait like this, we don't know when Guohuai will come online. Xiao Yun even turned into my appearance to protect me. Although there is protection from Guohuai and others, this is not very safe. Let's send the black-scaled warhorse to her quickly." Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately took out the phone in the space ring and dialed Guohuai's number directly. Beep, beep. The ringtone only rang twice and was immediately connected. At the same time, a rather anxious voice came from inside. "Where are you? You didn't go to Tiancheng. There are people from Kyoto over there. You must not fall into the trap. It's too dangerous to be alone in the wild. Where are you? I'll arrange someone to pick you up in Shurching." "No, I'm safe." Knowing Guohuai's concerns, there are also 2 level 6 evolvers in Shurching, one of whom can even fly. So he definitely couldn't go to Shurching, which was no different from seeking death, so he refused directly. "I have found a very safe place there. Shouldn't be any danger for the time being. I came to you this time because I have something to give to you and Xiaoyun. But it will take time to refine some pills, so we will meet at Baozatang Inn, the west of the city, in 6 hours, and the things we should prepare will be almost ready." "Okay, I know," Guohuai responded, and hurriedly said, "If you are safe, we will be relieved. I have a number here, you'd better take a note. It's General Fu's private number. If there is any danger that you can't solve yourself, just contact him directly." "I'm ready, just tell me." Reaching out a burning branch, Xiao Han listened to the numbers on the phone and immediately recorded them on the concrete floor. Hanyan Shenyuan pill has been successfully refined, and he is just about to contact Fu Qingji to help him break through to level 6 as soon as possible. Now that he has his number, it will be more convenient to contact him. After hanging up the call, Xiao Han immediately saved the number in his phone, blacked out the number he had just written down, and then dialed Jiang Xiaoyun's number again. Beep, beep, beep. The crisp ringing sound continued, and soon a familiar voice came from inside. At this time, Xiao Han was finally relieved and said quickly, "I just contacted Brother Gua and asked him to bring something to you." "How to bring it?" Jiang Xiaoyun was stunned and said with some doubts, "As Far as I know, Brother Gua has no plans to leave Shurching recently. Hee. I'm talking about the things in the game. Knowing that Jiang Xiaoyun had misunderstood, Xiao Han chuckled and explained. Quickly, you are in Hanbing City, so I can't give the things directly to you. Then I can only give it to Brother Gua first, let him materialize it in reality, and then pass it on to you. Wait a while, I will give him some pills, equipment, and a horse card that can materialize a horse card of a level 5 black-scaled beast. Although the time they were apart was very short, less than 3 days, the two of them also had some concerns about each other, and of course the time they talked on the phone was a bit long. The signal was transmitted back and forth through the satellite. At this time, in a 100-meter-high building in the center of Kyoto, a voice suddenly shouted excitedly, "Lord Wang, the location has been locked, and it is still in Anliang County, northeast of Jing'an. Compared with the location locked last time, the straight-line distance is no more than 2,000 meters. Perhaps Xiao Han has been there and has not left, but I don't know what method he used to block the mobile phone signal." Hashtag C626 Hanmingbingguan 2. While eating python meat, Xiao Han also killed a mutant leopard, 3 mutant dogs, and a group of mutant wild boars. With 10,000 cubic space rings, there is certainly no need for these mutated beasts to give up. He put it away smoothly and returned to the vault. At the same time, with a thought in his mind, there was a muffled boom, and the black Hanming ice coffin hit the ground heavily. How strong will this thing be? While muttering softly, Xiao Han's mind moved again, and a gold-level long sword appeared in his hand. The next second, the long sword slashed directly. When the crisp sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and the golden sword was immediately bounced away, Xiao Han took advantage of the situation and took a step forward to take a look. It's so hard, it doesn't even leave a scar. Seeing such a result, he was a little excited, and immediately took out another spear and whispered to himself, a diamond-level spear should not be able to destroy it. Although he was a little worried that the Hanming ice coffin would be destroyed, Xiao Han still stabbed it with all his strength without hesitation. Bang! A violent collision sounded, and the Hanming ice coffin, which weighed 300 kilograms, shook and moved forward more than 10 centimeters. Although the light was a little dim, Xiao Han still saw that there was just one more white spot on it, and the depth was only 1 or 2 millimeters. The ice coffin is over 10 centimeters thick, and diamond-level weapons should be unable to destroy it. With this strength, it should be enough for the time being. But Tong Li, Bai Ling, and others are very strong. They may have exploded the legendary level item manifestation talisman. If this is the case, we need to test whether it can withstand the damage of legendary weapons. But there are 5 7th-level evolvers in Kyoto. Even if they manifest legendary weapons, Niayen, Qingbiao, Gao Qiu, and others are not qualified to use them. Thinking secretly in his heart, Xiao Han finally did not enter the game and once again manifested a legendary weapon that was unusable. He doesn't care about the manifestation talismans below diamonds. Anyway, he still has a dozen of them in his hand. Even if he wastes 1 or 2, it doesn't matter much. But the manifestation talisman above legendary level cannot be used. There are only 5 of them in total, so each one cannot be wasted. I still have to think of a way to get some better metal materials. After whispering something, Xiao Han used his diamond spear as a latch with his backhand and inserted it into the hole in the vault door. Then he took out another earth spirit pill and was about to throw it into his mouth, but stopped again and said with a frown, "It's been less than 10 hours since the last practice. Although I want to quickly improve my strength, I can't take this pill casually. Since the introduction in the game states that you can only eat one every 12 hours, there must be a reason. I'd better wait." With a depressed mood, Xiao Han put away the elixir again, opened the lid of Hanming's ice coffin, and lay down directly in it. Damn it! Why is it so cold? As soon as he lay down, he couldn't help but shudder. His face suddenly turned ugly, and he whispered, "It must be more than 10 degrees below zero. If you lie in it and enter the game, I will freeze to death. No, this Hanming ice coffin cannot be used. I have to quickly ask Wantong, intermediary, to repurchase other high-grade metals and forge it again." As he said this, Xiao Han was about to stand up immediately, but his expression suddenly changed and he lay down again. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he whispered to himself with a confused look on his face, "Oh my God, it can still have such an effect. It's so fucking magical." The temperature inside the Hanming ice coffin is so low that normal people cannot withstand it. But in order to resist this cold air, the true energy in the abdomen started to swim in the meridians on its own without being mobilized. After experiencing it for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Han couldn't tell what had changed in his body for a while. However, under the stimulation of low temperatures of more than 10 degrees below zero, the active movement of Jinqi made him no longer afraid of the cold. This actually means that whether you are sleeping or playing games, you can practice passively as long as you lie in the cold ice coffin. But whether this kind of practice is good or bad, there is no way to judge for the time being. What should I do? Do you want to try it for a while? Lying in Han Ming's ice coffin, Xiao Han murmured softly, and at the same time, he also remembered the plot he had seen in the novel. Some so-called ice beds, cold jade beds, and even black ice beds, as long as they are items that can emit cold energy, can play a certain role in promoting the warriors who practice true energy. But the annoying thing is that these are all made up by some novel authors and usually cannot be taken seriously. But now, his personal experience cannot be faked. And logically speaking, it's not completely unreasonable. At least the body has given the most honest response. With the true energy flowing through my meridians, I can no longer feel the cold. If there are no external interruptions, the total time spent playing games and sleeping will be almost more than 20 hours. Although I'm not sure whether this is the right thing to do, passive training for such a long time can definitely improve your strength quickly. And it doesn't matter if there is some damage to the body. I can refine some elixirs to resist the cold in the game. Thinking in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes moved, and he immediately pulled the lid of the Hanming ice coffin, completely sealing himself up. The cold air could not spread outward, and the temperature immediately began to drop. At this time, the speed of the true qi running in the meridians suddenly increased by more than 30%. Xiao Han was not in a hurry to enter the game. He quietly felt this change. In order to resist this cold, every time the true qi runs a circle, a very small part will be absorbed by the body. He needs to know how long the true qi in his body can last in this state. Hashtag C627 Anliang County, Tiansheng, District 4. After several days of unscrupulous looting, now there are 9 out of 10 houses here, and almost all the evolvers have hidden in the barracks. But even so, it can only save their lives. When facing 2 level 6 evolvers, everyone was very wise and chose to give up their possessions. The house, car, beast core, and the elixir and equipment that appeared in the game were gone, and there would be a chance to get them again in the future. But once the life is gone, then there is really nothing. This sudden change made all the evolvers very angry, but they could only bear it and watch Tiansheng, led by a few ruffians, become a mess. At this time, District 4 has almost been plundered. In a 3-story building in the center, a dozen naked women are trying their best to please a very burly man, and obscene words are constantly coming out from inside. At the same time, the 3rd floor of the small building is another situation. A middle-aged man in a short shirt was sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a beast core in his hand, practicing hard. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a crisp ringtone sounded from the coffee table beside him, and the middle-aged man in the state of practice slowly opened his eyes. This sudden interruption made him frown and feel a little unhappy, but he still got up and picked up the phone on the coffee table and looked at the caller ID on it. Boss? Why are you contacting me at this time? Is there something urgent? Looking at the sky outside, the middle-aged man muttered softly and slid the screen of his mobile phone at the same time. Just after the call was connected, he didn't even have time to speak, and a familiar voice came from the phone. Now, go to Anliang County immediately. Lord Wang just sent a message that Xiao Han's mobile phone signal appeared. There again. It's been half an hour, and he still hasn't moved there. Go and see what's going on there. Anliang County? Gao Qiu was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, hasn't the spy in Shurching already spread the news that Xiao Han is hiding in Jing'an? And I've been there last time. Although there are traces of human activities, there is only one. Even if Xiao Han has the strength of a third-level evolver, he can't survive alone in a place full of mutant beasts. Don't talk nonsense. Whether he is there or not, you have to go now. We have been delayed here for several days, and I don't want to drag it on any longer. The scolding from the phone made Gao Qiu's face change slightly, and he immediately replied, I know, I'll go right now. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of the call being hung up rang in his ears, making him feel a little depressed. Even though he was reluctant, he still opened the window on the balcony and jumped down directly. Without notifying Qing Biao, who was still busy, Gao Qiu just identified the direction slightly and ran quickly towards Anliang County. Tiancheng, District 1. The entire camp seemed quiet. Suddenly, a figure rushed out of the barracks in the center, hurriedly stepped on a flying board, and flew out of the city at a very fast speed. Immediately afterwards, several figures ran out from inside one after another, looking up at the sky with a worried look on their faces. Seeing that the figure in the sky disappeared in the darkness, someone immediately said, what does Gao Qiu want to do by leaving the city at this time? It's hard to say, but there must be a reason. That's nonsense. He would leave the city at this time, but they have been looking for Xiao Han. Could it be that they have news about him and left the city in a hurry? I don't think so. If there is accurate news, Gao Qiu would not leave the city alone. That's true, but Xiao Han has really hurt us. The property I have accumulated for many years was taken away by Qing Biao, that bastard. Amid the discussions, the focus of several people gradually shifted from Gao
Qiu to Xiao Han.
During this period, a lot of things happened in the game. While it was overwhelming, people were also shocked by Xiao Han's audacity. The decisive and fierce killing was not something that ordinary people dared to do. He killed those people in Kyoto without mercy. Although they didn't know why Gao Qiu suddenly left the city, they all felt that it might be related to Xiao Han. Someone immediately said, Li Long, you have a pretty good relationship with Xiao Han. Do you have his contact information? No, what do you want to do? What else can I do? I want you to notify Xiao Han to move quickly. Although my belongings were all robbed because of him, I don't want him to be caught by Gao Qiu and others. Yes, since it has come to this, the legendary level of the embodiment of the talisman, of course, can no longer be obtained by them. If there is a contact method, then don't hide it. Go and notify him quickly. Really don't. Li Long shook his head and said seriously, I can only contact him in the game, but I just checked. He is not online. Well, now we can only pray that Gao Qiu didn't leave the city because of Xiao Han. On the playground of the barracks, several level 3 and 4 evolvers and beastmen talked with a worried look on their faces. As time went by, more people joined in. At this time, Gao Qiu, who had the strength of level 6, was running towards Anliang County at a very fast speed. His running speed even exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. #C628 Ghost Mask. Searching. Jiang Zhe put down his phone with a serious face, looked at Guo Huai beside him, and said in a deep voice, for some reason, Gao Qiu suddenly left the City. Take Jiang Xiaoyun with you and let her change into Dan Shui's appearance too. Jing'an. I'm worried that they may have found Xiao Han's whereabouts. If that's the case, she needs to change into Xiao Han's appearance to divert Nianyan's attention. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Guohuai nodded quickly and said with a serious face. But even we don't know where Xiao Han is. How do they know it? I don't know either. It's just a guess now. Jiang Zhe shook his head and lowered his head to think for a while. Son, continued. After arriving in Jing'an, don't rush to act. General Fu has already followed. We need to wait for his news. If it is confirmed that Xiao Han's whereabouts have been discovered, you must make some noise in Jing'an to help him lead away some of the pursuers. Understood. Guohuai nodded and continued. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not easily use Jiang Xiaoyun as a trump card. Well, I'm glad you understand. Jiang Zhe responded and then said with a serious face. Xiao Han can't get into trouble, but Jiang Xiaoyun can't get into trouble either. Anliang County, Agricultural Bank Vault. Lying in the Hanming ice coffin, Xiao Han carefully felt the state of his body at this time and whispered softly, in 1 hour, the true qi in the body has been consumed by about 1/10. Calculated in this way, the passive cultivation in the ice coffin can last for about 10 hours. If I hold a beast core in my hand, I wonder if it will be passively absorbed, allowing me to last longer in the ice coffin. With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han did not hesitate, and immediately turned his palm and took out a third-level beast core from the space ring. The dark yellow python beast core emits a faint glow in the dark Shenming ice coffin. As soon as I held it in my palm, I felt a trace of warm energy passing through the skin of my palm and entering my body, especially in this low temperature of more than 10 degrees below zero. This feeling is unusually clear. Although the absorption speed is a bit slow, it can't keep up with the speed of true qi consumption, and it is also far from being comparable to the speed of replenishing true qi with pills, but it is still stable. Moreover, with this additional supplement, he can also extend the time he can hold out in the cold ice coffin for another 2 or 3 hours. 12 hours should be enough. Feeling the state of his body, Xiao Han said softly, and immediately took out the game helmet and put it on his head. Facing the threats from Nianyan, Tongli and others, since there is no way to solve them in reality, he can only start from the game. Whether it is equipment, elixir, or pet, they are all things that can greatly improve combat effectiveness. Since he has the advantage of 100-fold reward, he needs to do everything possible to make the most of it. As the low roar of the mutant beast in his ear slowly disappeared, his consciousness also entered the game again. Ding! Ding! As soon as he entered the game, he heard 2 soft sounds. A smile flashed across Xiao Han's eyes, and he said softly, "It should be a message from Bai Shaoxing and Wantong Agency. It's been several hours. What is the use of the materialization talisman? With Bai Shaoxing's ability, he should have found it out." As he said this, Xiao Han immediately opened the friend list and took a look. Then he said with some confusion, "Strange, why is Guanglong looking for me at this time?" Seeing that there was an unread message jumping on the avatars of Bai Shaoxing and Guanglong, he was a little puzzled, but he still clicked it. Immediately, "If you are near Tiansheng, move quickly. The level 6 evolver from Kyoto has just left the city. I think his target may be you. I just received intelligence that Gao Qiu suddenly left the city for some reason. This time is a bit wrong. If you are near Tiansheng, hide somewhere else." The 2 messages were talking about the same thing, which made Xiao Han's face a little solemn. He whispered to himself, "No way, I hid so well, how could I be discovered? And I haven't told anyone where I am hiding now. But to be on the safe side, I can't just ignore it. Let's go outside and take a look first. We'll talk about the situation later. It's better to be cautious than to be afraid of the unexpected." Having made a quick decision in his mind, Xiao Han immediately opened the space ring, took out a mask from it, and said softly, "The fantasy heart mask can be upgraded, so I won't materialize it for the time being. This diamond-level ghost mask also covers my appearance. Anyway, even if they find me, I can escape with the help of the black-scaled beast. If they are not 100% sure that it is me, they should not bite me to death." He flipped his hand and took out another diamond materialization talisman. Xiao Han immediately pasted it on, and after the tattoo on his palm was formed, he immediately chose to log off. Roar! 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 Just as his consciousness left the game, a roar came from the northeast. This made Xiao Han's face change suddenly, and he immediately pulled out the pins on the four corners and jumped out of the cold ice coffin. After reaching out to put the ice coffin into the space ring, his mind immediately moved. A set of red battle armor and a black ghost face mask immediately appeared in his palm. Boom! A few 100 meters away, a muffled sound came. Xiao Han's face changed again, and he quickly put on the ghost mask and the flaming purple gold armor. Then he immediately pulled out the diamond spear inserted in the iron door of the vault and walked out quickly. #C629 Who are you? Anliang County. Mottled concrete walls, cracked asphalt roads, and rusty old cars, under the moonlight, look even more desolate. Low animal roars continue to echo in this completely abandoned city. A few 100 meters away from the agricultural bank, a figure walked slowly, cursing, "Damn it! There is not even a ghost in this place. For no reason, I made another trip in vain. Are those guys in charge of monitoring just for nothing?" After a rough search in the ruins of the city, nothing was found. Even the traces of human activities last time were almost invisible with the activities of the mutant beasts. Bang! After kicking another mutant dog to death, Gaucho cursed and said, "Look for another 10 minutes. If there is still no discovery, I will not care." The night in Anliang County made his search work more difficult. Without the light of the fire, the possibility of finding a person who deliberately hides himself is almost zero. Hey, something is wrong. Why is there a smell of blood around here? Gaucho has killed at least 800 mutant beasts, even if there are not 1,000 of them. He is very sensitive to this kind of fishy smell. Now that he has made such a discovery, he immediately stood in place and kept sniffing the smell in the air. After a while, he said to himself, "It should be nearby. There seem to be quite a few mutant beasts killed, and the time will not exceed 3 hours. I didn't expect that someone really came here. I just don't know if this guy has left. Although my eyesight is good, it's not easy to find him at night." Judge the direction where the bloody smell came from. Gaucho walked over quickly without any hesitation. After a while, he saw a pile of burnt ashes. He sniffed hard and could even smell a faint smell of barbecue in the air nearby. He dared to grill meat here. This guy is really brave. Looking around, Gaucho didn't find the figure he was looking for. He whispered, "Strange. There should be a lot of mutants killed here. Why can't I see a corpse now? Even if it was eaten by other mutants, there would be some broken limbs and bones left." The doubts in his heart became deeper and deeper, and Gaucho, who had planned to leave, immediately started to look for it seriously. Following the vague traces left around the ashes, he quickly looked at the abandoned building a few meters away and whispered to himself, "Agricultural bank. Didn't that guy leave?" Under the moonlight, some footprints could be vaguely seen on the ground, especially inside the agricultural bank, because no one had been here for many years. There was a thick layer of dust inside. Several footprints were clearly printed on it. Who is it? Just when he wanted to go in and take a look, Gaucho suddenly found that there was a guy wearing red armor and a ghost mask in the agricultural bank, staring at him intently. "Hey, aren't you looking for me?" At this time, the ghost-faced man chuckled and continued, "Now that you've found me, why do you still ask who I am? Are you Xiao Han?" Gaucho carefully looked at the figure in front of him. Seeing that he had no fear, he was a little confused, and at the same time he couldn't tell whether what he said was true or false. He didn't think that a little guy who was only level 3 could be so calm when he saw him. But no matter who he is, it doesn't matter now, since Xiao Han's mobile phone signal appeared here, and this guy happened to be here. Just catch him back. As long as the ghost mask is removed, you will naturally know who is hiding inside. Humph! Playing tricks. Squinting his eyes and snorting coldly, Gao Qiu moved his body and immediately rushed towards the ghost-faced man, reaching out to grab his neck. At the same time, the dark yellow palm quickly transformed into a beast. In less than a second, the black hair grew to more than an inch long, and the arm also swelled rapidly. Just one look, there is a strong sense of power. He has strong confidence in his own strength, and no one in Jing'an can threaten him. Gao Qiu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "I want to see who you are. If you want to know, you have to have that ability." The ghost-faced man sneered, and a red spear suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and stabbed at the palm that grabbed him. Faced with such an attack, Gao Qiu's eyes flashed with disdain, and at the same time his palm did not mean to retract at all. If it was somewhere else, he might still have some concerns. But in Jing'an, there is only Jiangxia, a level 6 evolver, and although there are slightly more level 5s, there are only 6, and 5 of them have now turned to them, and the remaining one is still in Tianqing. So this guy in front of him, although he pretends to be calm, his strength will not exceed level 4 at most. Level 6 fights level 4. There is no need to worry about anything. With his current defense, even the strongest alloy weapon can be resisted without any damage. Even the weapons that appeared in the game, at least those below the diamond level, could not cause any damage to him. This gun should be materialized from the game. This thought popped up in his mind, and Gao Qiu suddenly remembered that Xiao Han had several legendary materialization talismans in his hand. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, and he quickly retracted his hand that had grabbed it. But at this time it was a little too late. Puff! A sharp pain came, and the hard skin on the palm of his hand could not play any defensive role and was pierced by the red spear effortlessly. #C630 Black Scale Beast. Snort! Gao Qiu groaned involuntarily, and a ruthless look flashed across Gao Qiu's face. He clenched his retracted palm tightly and tightly grasped the red spear that pierced his palm. Although doing so made the pain in his hand stronger, he had no intention of letting go. Then he yanked forward and shouted sternly, "Hey! A legendary level weapon. I really didn't expect it. But since I have met you, then come here." Such a change made Xiao Han, who was wearing a ghost mask, completely unaware that the power coming from the lava armor-breaking gun also made him run forward involuntarily. Not good. The huge gap in strength made him feel a little flustered, but he still forced himself to calm down. Touching the space ring with the other hand, a blue long sword was taken out, and he waved his hand and slashed towards the high hill in front of him. "Damn it! Why do you still have one?" Seeing another sword appearing out of thin air in the ghost-faced man's hand, Gao Qiu was shocked. He never dared to take such an attack again and quickly let go of the spear and retreated quickly. At this time, Xiao Han secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then took 2 steps forward and walked out of the Agricultural Bank of China. Although the news from Guanglong and Bai Shaoxing was very timely, when he wanted to come out of the vault, he heard the footsteps coming straight towards this direction. There was no other way but to pretend to be calm. Fortunately, after this fight, Gao Qiu was frightened and even injured. 6th level evolvers are really not that easy to deal with. While sighing in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed quickly. Seeing Gao Qiu's face completely gloomy, he didn't dare to stop at all, and immediately moved his steps and ran away. Now, he only has the strength of a 3rd level warrior. Even if he had a spiritual weapon level lava armor-splitting gun in his hand, and was wearing flaming purple gold armor, he still couldn't be Gao Qiu's opponent. If I don't run now, I'll wait until later. The true energy in his abdomen quickly poured into his legs along the meridians. His speed suddenly surged, and he immediately used the shadowless step. Hey, wanna run? Seeing this scene, Gao Qiu didn't care about the injury on his hand and said, with a sneer, "Can you still run away in front of me?" Bang! The moment he finished speaking, he stepped on the ground fiercely, and with just a flash of his body he chased after him, then raised his foot and kicked him. At this time, Xiao Han's expression changed, but it was already too late to escape. Boom! The next second, a huge force came from his back, causing him to fly forward at a faster speed. Fortunately, with the defense of the flaming purple gold armor, he didn't feel any discomfort. Bang! Click! After breaking 2 small trees as thick as arms, he was forced to stop. Feeling that he was no match for Gao Qiu, Xiao Han did not dare to stop at all. As soon as his mind moved, a metal sign appeared on the palm of his hand. He had the experience of summoning a black-scaled beast before, so he immediately summoned it according to the method in the game without any hesitation. Almost at the same time, the relief of the black-scaled beast on the black-scaled horse card suddenly seemed to come to life. It just flashed and fell to the ground. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and a black-scaled beast with a shoulder height of more than 1.7 meters appeared in front of him. It has a black head, black pupils, black scales, and black teeth. It looks a little fierce and a little scary. However, Xiao Han was prepared for this, so he was not afraid. Gao Qiu behind him had already chased after him while kicking him away. At this time, there was no time for him to be afraid. Grasping the mane on the black scale beast's neck, Xiao Han jumped up directly, with a little help. But at this time, Gao Qiu stopped involuntarily and shouted in confusion, "Damn it! What is this riding horse? Why did it suddenly appear here? Did it appear from the game? No, this thing looks familiar." Such a scene happened in front of him, which made Gao Qiu a little confused, but after thinking for a moment, he said hastily, "This war horse seems to be similar to the mount under the crotch of the Blood Demon Knight. So, this guy in front of us is the Xiao Han we have been looking for many days." With this judgment, Gao Qiu's eyes immediately lit up, and then his body began to expand rapidly. In less than 2 seconds, his height of 1.8 meters soared to 2.2 meters. Bang! Then his feet slammed onto the ground, like a fired cannonball, and he rushed towards the man and beast not far away. At this time, Xiao Han, who was sitting on the black scale beast, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly pinched the black scale beast's abdomen with his legs. Roar! The next moment, he suddenly felt a strong push on his back, almost throwing him out. Fortunately, he had been holding the black-scaled beast's mane tightly in his hand, so it didn't fall. How dangerous! After sighing softly, Xiao Han quickly looked back and found that Gao Qiu, who was chasing behind him, was not much slower than him. At this time, the 2 horns on his head were glowing with cold light. Boom! 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 The huge hooves of the cow made a dull sound on the cracked asphalt road. Holy shit! I can't even get rid of him. Seeing this, Xiao Han moved his legs again, using the skills he learned from horse riding to gently clamp the belly of the black-scaled beast again. Roar! The next second, a roar sounded. At the same time, a strong sense of push on the back came again, and the speed of the black-scaled beast suddenly increased by more than 30%. Moo! However, Gao Qiu behind him still did not give up. He roared and immediately ran wildly on all fours. The distance that had just been opened was actually slowly shortened. #C631 You can't run away. Horse, what should I do? Seeing the figure getting closer and closer behind him, Xiao Han's face became even more ugly. He did not expect that the speed of the 5th level black scale beast could not be compared to Gao Qiu. This was really too bad for him. You must know that for the 6th level evolvers from Kyoto in terms of speed alone, Takakyu couldn't even make it into the top 5. At first, he thought that with the black scale beast mount it would be no problem to run away. After all, this kind of mount looks very strong, so compared with mutant beasts of the same level, its speed should be among the best. Even against level 6 mutant beasts or evolvers, as long as they are not good at speed, they will still have a certain advantage. But the scene before him slapped him hard in the face. Boom! 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 The running figure was getting closer and closer, and a cold look flashed on Xiao Han's face. Seeing that Gao Qiu had caught up 2 meters behind him, he immediately clamped the horse's belly between his legs, looked back and stabbed it with a gun. Hey, I told you, you can't run away. Seeing the spear coming, a hint of ridicule flashed in Gao Qiu's eyes. Although he was a little afraid of this legendary weapon, his speed did not slow down at all. At the same time, the horns on the head hit the tip of the gun directly. This is the hardest part of his body. Even a legendary weapon cannot damage. Even 3 months ago, he used the horns on his head to tear through the defense of a level 7 mutant bear. The legendary level spear is indeed very sharp, but trying to cut off his horns is wishful thinking. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Gao Qiu endured the severe pain in his palm, and his speed immediately increased by another 20%. Click! Suddenly there was a soft sound, and a black horn suddenly slipped from before his eyes. Holy crap! How is this possible? Although he didn't believe his eyes, Gao Qiu immediately stopped and stood up, while reaching out to touch his forehead. The horn on the left side has now disappeared. The smooth cut feels even smoother than a mirror surface. What kind of weapon is this? After muttering softly, Gao Qiu's eyes flashed with a flash of thought, and he murmured slightly excitedly, "This is definitely not a legendary weapon. This guy should be Xiao Han. There is no one else but him who can embody war horses and weapons so easily." All kinds of thoughts arose in his mind, seeing that 1 man and 1 horse were running farther and farther away. Gao Qiu's eyes flashed with light, and he immediately started running wildly on all 4s. Boom! 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 The cow's hooves stepped on the cracked asphalt road, not only making a dull sound, but also leaving traces of blood. And this also made Xiao Han's relaxed expression become serious again. Can't run away? Sitting on the back of the black-scaled beast, he whispered softly, his eyes constantly flashing with thought, hoping to think of a way to escape. 100 meters high in the air, a black figure stepped on the flying board, and whispered softly, "Is this guy the Xiao Han mentioned by the city lord?" After being kicked by Gao Qiu, even a brave man with strong defense will be disabled if he doesn't die. But this guy seems to be fine. What about that black war horse that appeared out of thin air? Couldn't be from the game. With this in his mouth, Fu Chengji did not rush to help, but continued to fly, at a height of 100 meters, following behind the 2 people leisurely. Since the guy below is not in danger for the time being, he can't help directly. After all, once he takes action, it is equivalent to completely breaking up. Among the 10 6th-level evolvers from Kyoto, 3 have the ability to fly, which is not something he can resist. He should be able to escape. After speaking softly, Fu Qingji looked at the 2 running figures below and said to himself, although Gao Qiu is very fast, this kind of explosion cannot last long. As long as he survives the first 2 or 3 minutes, he might be able to escape. But that war horse is really powerful. It's only a little slower than Gao Qiu. In terms of speed, this is at least a guy with the strength of a 5th level mutant beast. Guessing in his mind, Fu Chengji immediately controlled the flying board to rise 100 meters, then reached out and took out a mobile phone from his pocket. Beep, beep, beep. A low bell rang, and soon a heavy voice came from inside. "How are you doing over there? Why did Gao Qiu leave the city so late? Things are a little bit shaky." Fu Chengji covered his phone and said softly, "This guy Gao Qiu must have gotten some accurate information and came directly to the abandoned Anliang County. And here, he also found a guy with a ghost face mask. As for whether it is Xiao Han or not, I can't tell yet. But he just summoned a war horse with the strength of a level 5 mutant beast out of thin air. I think it should have been embodied in the game. Otherwise this phenomenon cannot be explained, and the only one in Jing'an who has this ability is Xiao Han. It should be him. Zhang's voice was a little solemn and he said in a deep voice, "If you don't take action, can Xiao Han escape?" Can't tell. Although he had made a judgment in his mind, Fu Qingji was not sure that Xiao Han could escape. After all, the battle could change at any time. So he said uncertainly, "But he has a level 5 warhorse, so the possibility of escape is still very high." Hey! Hiding in the uninhabited Anliang County. How was he found? He sighed depressedly. Fortunately, things had not developed to the worst point. Zhang said in a deep voice, "Protect him well and don't let him get caught. It's time to take some actions on Jing'an to divert the attention of those guys." Hashtag C6322 plans. Jing'an. After the 10 military trucks were inspected, the lowered lifting rails were finally lifted up, and the trucks slowly drove in from the city gate. When the last truck drove in, Liang Shuquan, who was in charge of the East City Gate, stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Brother Gua, what are you doing? Why did you bring back so many empty trucks? What else can you do? Isn't it obvious?" Although he was eager to leave, he didn't want to arouse the suspicion of the people in front of him, so Guohuai could only patiently explain, "The mutant beasts in Shurching have moved, so I came back to get some supplies. That was originally the defense zone of your evolutionary alliance, but now it's good." Everyone patted their butts and left, leaving this mess to us. "Hey, I can't do anything about it." "Ah." Liang Shuquan grinned and even looked a little proud as he continued, "You know, this is not my business. We, the little minions, can only listen to the decisions made by the adults." "Really?" Guohuai rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to continue arguing with him, but in order to enter the city quickly, he still said, "Since you have already checked it out, then get out of my way. This batch of supplies is urgent. I don't want to stay here for too long." Compared to leaving the city, entering the city is much simpler. 10 military trucks drove directly to the material storage warehouse in the east of the city. As soon as he got off the car, Guohuai immediately took Zhang Xiaoyun, who was disguised as he Danxue, and went straight to the warehouse. At this time, the 10 trucks had already started loading. But if you look closely, you can still clearly see that their loading speed is obviously different from before, and it seems that they are not working hard. And inside the warehouse, there is also a different world. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyun entered the underground passage, a young man holding a file bag quickly came up to them. After a standard military salute, he immediately said seriously, "Lord Gua, we have been waiting for a long time. The situation over there is a little bad, so we have to take action. In order to ensure the safety of the personnel, we have already drawn up a plan for this action. All routes have been planned, and the support personnel have been arranged. Now there are 2 sets of plans to choose from. But the Lord of the city has said that the choice of the plan can only be decided by Miss Zhang herself. At this time, don't say so much." With the appearance of he Danxue Zhang, Xiaoyun said directly, "Time is tight, I won't look at it. What is the difference between the 2 plans? You can just explain it roughly." "Okay, the first set of plans is the safest. You just need to show up near the city gate and just draw Liang Shuquan's attention. Our manpower is also concentrated in this area. Even if there is an accident, we can provide timely rescue. But this plan has some shortcomings. In recent days, we have released a lot of false information, so those people in Kyoto have been disturbed and don't trust those guys in the evolutionary alliance. So even if Liang Shuquan reports it, the attention it receives will not be Too high, and it may not be believed. What about the second plan? Zhang Xiaoyun frowned and said in a deep voice, "It will not have the desired effect, no matter how safe it is. I understand this. If it really doesn't work, you can show up nearby a few more times, which should attract attention. The second plan is really dangerous. We'll talk about whether it's dangerous or not later." Zhang Xiaoyun he said impatiently. "Since we are planning to carry out this operation, there will definitely be dangers. As long as the benefits are big enough, it is worth taking the risk." "Okay. Take a deep breath," Ding Yao continued to explain. "We have found out that among the 10 level 6 evolvers from Kyoto, there is one named Jing Shuame. As long as she has time, she goes to the 0 bar to dance almost every day. If you can show up in front of her, you should be able to attract all the attention in an instant. But she is a swan beast with the ability to fly, and her movement speed is extremely abnormal. So the second plan is extremely dangerous. After many calculations and evaluations, the probability of success is less than 30%, and this is based on your ability, otherwise it may be less than 10%. More importantly, our military's advanced evolutionists cannot go to the bar. This is illogical, so you need to go alone." "Go alone, swan beast?" Zhang Xiaoyun muttered softly. A trace of solemnity flashed across his face, and he said without any hesitation, "Then choose the second plan. Even if they are caught, they will not kill me easily. And as long as Xiao Han's appearance remains unchanged, the purpose of attracting attention is actually achieved. In that case, then you follow me." Ding Yao's face flashed a trace of admiration and immediately continued. "Although the second plan is dangerous, we have also done a lot of investigation and preparation. So before taking action, you need to know clearly what to do at each step. Although we can't send direct support, we will also give you some help on the periphery to minimize the risk of this operation." "Okay, let's talk while walking." Zhang Xiaoyun nodded immediately, followed Ding Yao and listened to her story. "First of all, you can't go to the bar either. Now we have to escape. If you go to the bar, it doesn't make sense logically. It will arouse suspicion and lead to the failure of the whole plan. After investigation, we found that although Jing Shuame likes dancing, she has a strong sense of time. Usually she will come out of the bar after 12 o'clock. And this is our only chance to be discovered by her and have a chance to escape. Hashtag C633 charge. Yong, yong, yong." Hearing the hurried footsteps behind him, Xiao Han's face was very ugly. If Gao Qiu hadn't been a little cautious about the lava-cracking armor gun in his hand, he might have been caught up long ago. Although he successfully forced it back several times, the situation became more and more critical. During the extremely fast run, a cow hoof covered with black hair suddenly slapped the black scale beast's hind legs with a whistling sound. Facing such an attack, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all. Although the black scale beast's defense was not weak, once it was hit by Gao Qiu with the strength of level 6, even if the hind legs were not disabled, the running speed would be greatly affected. At that time, it would be completely impossible to escape. "Don't even think about it." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the lava-cracking armor gun in his hand shook slightly and then stabbed the cow hoof accurately. But at this time, the cow hoof that slapped seemed to have been expected. Before the lava armor-splitting spear could pierce through, it had already been retracted, and at the same time it pushed hard on the ground, and its speed suddenly increased by 2 points. The bull horn on its forehead had already approached the black scale beast's buttocks, and then it pushed forward fiercely. Crack! The hard black scales were instantly shattered, and red blood immediately flowed out of it. Roar! The angry roar sounded, and the speed of the black scale beast suddenly soared, instantly widening the distance between the two sides. But Xiao Han's heart clicked and completely cooled down. Although the wound torn by the bullhorn was not deep, only 2 or 3 centimeters, the bright red blood was constantly flowing out of it. Although the current speed was a few points faster than before, this kind of running could not last long. What should I do? What should I do? At this time, Xiao Han regretted a little. If he could materialize all four black scale beasts when he went offline. Even if one was injured, he had other substitutes. But at that time I thought that I didn't need so many, one was enough, and I wanted to keep the others for Jiang Xiaoyun, Guohuai and others, so I didn't do it. And now it's too late to materialize. Boom! 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 The sturdy figure behind him was still chasing him. Xiao Han held the spear tightly in his hand and whispered softly, "If it doesn't work, I can only fight him." The true energy runs in the body, flowing from the abdomen to the chest, from the chest to the right arm, and from the right arm to the spear. This is a spiritual weapon-level spear. As long as the true energy in the body is enough, the two skills on the lava-cracking armor spear can be used without cooling. With Gao Qiu's defense, there is no need to use the cracking armor attack. The sharpness of the spiritual weapon spear is not something that he, a 6th level evolver who has completed the beast transformation, can resist. As for the heroic charge, thinking of the two skills on the lava-splitting armor spear, Xiao Han was stunned, and then his eyes flashed, and he muttered excitedly, "If I remember correctly, the black scale beast has a charge skill. The elite black scale beast given to Lin Xia has a charge skill, so how could this overlord black scale beast not have a charge skill?" With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han's excitement could not be suppressed. The next second, the true energy that had flowed to the lava-splitting armor spear immediately turned around and flowed into his left arm along the meridians. Then he gently placed his left palm on the back of the black scale beast, and the true energy also poured in. Roar! Almost at the same time, an excited roar sounded, and the speed of the black scale beast almost doubled instantly, leaving Gao Qiu far behind. Fuck! The strong feeling of pushing back made Xiao Han couldn't help but curse. But fortunately he was prepared, and he hugged the black scale beast tightly, with both hands and feet, so he was not thrown off. Without the supply of true energy, the speed immediately dropped. Hee. This is interesting. After feeling this extreme speed, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with coldness, and his legs just clamped the horse's belly lightly, and the black-scaled beast immediately turned its head. Roar! A low roar sounded, and a stream of true energy flowed into its body again. Da, da, da. The horse's hooves stepped on the cracked asphalt road, making a rapid sound. The black-scaled beast ran straight to the high hill without any fear. The red spear was also aimed at the stunned target in front. And 100 meters above the head, there was also a black figure, confused by this scene. After a long while, he said with surprise, "What is going on? How can the speed of that warhorse suddenly be so fast? This is faster than my flying speed, almost 200 kilometers per hour. Now I can finally rest assured I should not have to take action. But this kid is too brave, he doesn't seize the time to escape, and why the hell does he turn back? Can he kill Gao Qiu?" Although he was dissatisfied, he couldn't do anything now, even couldn't remind the figure who was rushing back. He could only watch quietly from a height of 100 meters. Moo! A roar sounded, and Gao Qiu, who was stunned by this scene, finally woke up and rushed over without hesitation. His eyes were fixed on the red spear, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Even while running at top speed, his body was constantly shaking left and right to avoid the spearhead, as if he wanted to save one man and one horse by exchanging his life for his injury. Jump! But at this moment, a roar sounded, and the black-scaled beast jumped high and flew directly over Gao Qiu's head. Then, without any hesitation, it ran away quickly. In just 2 breaths, it disappeared, and a hearty laugh also came out from the darkness, echoing in this dilapidated Anliang County. "Gao Qiu, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I will take your head.
Dièse C634 explosion.
Seeing a man and a horse quickly disappearing into the darkness, Gao Qiu could only stop helplessly, even though he was unwilling to do so. At that kind of speed, even if Bai Ling came, she might not be able to catch. Although his speed is not slow, even if he runs at full speed, his speed is only about 100 kilometers per hour at most. It is completely impossible to catch up. Feeling the pain in his palm, Gao Qiu squinted his eyes and whispered, "Is this guy Xiao Han? A legendary level spear, comparable to a war horse with the strength of a 5th level mutant beast. And the red armor on his body doesn't seem to be a mortal thing, otherwise he wouldn't have taken my kick forcefully, and he could still get up and run like nothing happened. But whether he is or not, we have to let the boss know first." Turning his hand to take out the mobile phone fixed on his belt, Gao Qiu operated on the bright screen. Beep, beep. After only 2 rings, the phone was connected immediately. Without any hesitation, he immediately said into the phone, "I have arrived in Anliang County, and I found a guy wearing a ghost face mask here. Although I don't know who he is, I feel that he is Xiao Han." "What do you mean?" The voice on the phone was stunned and immediately asked, "Since you have found him, how can you still not know who he is? Although Xiao Han has level 3 strength, you a level 6 evolver. Shouldn't you let him escape from your hands? Although I don't want to admit it, this is the fact." Gao Qiu's face hardened, and he continued in a deep voice, "If you want to catch him, you may have to take action yourself. Or maybe let Xuemei or Luo Lai come over. Anyway, I have no choice. What's going on?" The voice on the phone dropped, and he asked anxiously, "You can't catch a 3rd-level evolver, shouldn't you explain something to me? Why are you so anxious? Can you listen to me first?" Faced with such accusations, Gao Qiu was a little unhappy, but he still said, patiently, "I already called you as soon as possible. Doesn't this count as an explanation? Then stop talking nonsense and talk about the important things." The important thing is that the guy with the grimace mask summoned a black war horse out of thin air. He also had the strength of a 5th-level mutant beast when riding the horse, and his speed exceeded 200 kilometers per hour. Even if Bai Ling comes, she may not be able to keep him. And he also has a spear in his hand, which should be at least legendary level, and the armor on his body is not simple. After being kicked by me, I got up and ran away like nothing happened. Summoned a war horse out of thin air? The voice on the microphone was stunned and continued to ask, "This should be something that appeared in the game." "Yeah, but it's not exactly a manifestation." Gao Qiu lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, "The war horse he summoned seems to be 70% similar to the horse under the blood demon Knight. This should not be a summons, but a manifestation from the game. But when I was fighting him, I discovered something strange. I haven't figured it out yet." "What's the matter? Can you finish it all at once?" The voice on the phone was a little impatient and urged, "Only when I know clearly what happened over there. Can I arrange for someone to go there?" I'm riding a horse and I haven't said yet." Gao Qiu wanted to open his mouth and retaliate, but he immediately thought of who was on the other side, so he forced himself to endure it, and continued, "When I was fighting that ghost-faced man, I actually grabbed his spear. But that guy conjured a blue sword out of thin air. Of course I don't dare to take on a legendary weapon, so I can only let it go for the time being. But before I could understand how the blue sword suddenly appeared, it disappeared out of thin air. So I think there should be something about that guy that we haven't figured out yet." "Humph. Stop guessing. That's a storage bag." Thinking of the news Tong Li just said, Nie Yen sneered and said, "That guy Xiao Han, he materialized a storage bag from the game. That thing has the ability to store items, so the guy you met must be Xiao Han. There should be traces where the horses have run. You try to chase them. First, I'll call Xuemei and Luo Lai and we'll go there immediately. Jing'an. In a certain luxuriously decorated villa, a middle-aged man put down his mobile phone and whispered a few words, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Then he picked up the phone and dialed several numbers in succession. At the same time, near a bar several kilometers away from the villa, a buzzing, vibrating sound from the cell phone suddenly rang. This is an alley with no street lights and no light at all. In downtown Jing'an, places like this are extremely rare. As the buzzing sound continued to vibrate, a young man dressed in black pressed the button in his hand and whispered, "What's going on? Isn't the time not up yet? What? Something happened. Jing Xuemei will be out in 2 minutes at most." "Oh, that's good. So the bomb will be detonated in 2 minutes, and I only have 2 minutes to prepare. No need to cancel, I'm ready." Since Jing Xuemei came out early, it must be because she received the news, and should arrive in Anliang County as soon as possible. Since the preliminary work has been prepared, our plan cannot stop. Only by pinning the attention of those guys in Kyoto here can Xiao Han's pressure be much less. It's okay, just follow the previous plan. I still have some preparations to do here, so I'll hang up first. A low voice rang in the alley. It was only a few dozen seconds before the silence was restored, and the person who spoke also conjured up a lot of things out of thin air and placed them in various corners of the alley. Time passed slowly, and a woman in a white gauze skirt walked out of the zero bar quickly a few dozen meters away from the alley. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, and the red flames suddenly shot out, more than 10 meters high. In this pitch-black night, everything nearby became as bright as day under the illumination of the flames. The dark alley and the black figure in the alley all appeared in the dark night. The sudden explosion instantly attracted everyone's attention, including Jing Xuemei, who had just come out of the zero bar. As he looked towards the fire, he also saw the frightened figure in the alley. His expression suddenly froze and he shouted in disbelief, "Fuck! Why is Xiao Han here? Hashtag C635 It's really Xiao Han." As a cry of surprise rang out, some people nearby who were attracted by the explosion all turned their attention to the alley. Then someone immediately exclaimed, "Damn it! It's really Xiao Han." In the past few days, those guys from the Evolutionary Alliance have almost searched Jing'an in order to find him. How come this guy still dares to come out? Hey, he might be forced into helplessness. It's possible. I just saw it online. The Taoyuan community has been blocked. I heard that someone discovered Xiao Han. Could he have escaped from there? Hey, let me go. How do I feel? The location of the explosion is Taoyuan community. At this time, it was only around 10 o'clock in the evening. The nightlife had just begun, and there were a lot of people enjoying themselves nearby. This is the only rich area in Jing'an, and there are many people who can afford to live overnight. Discussions continued, and someone immediately gloated and said, "Hey, this guy is very crazy in the game. Now he is unlucky. I don't know why, but almost all the people from the Evolutionary Alliance are looking for him. What else could it be for? It must have offended a big shot. I heard that Master Li's pet manifestation talisman was taken away by him. Damn, this is so brave. Mr. Li is from Jing'an. How big of a heart does this guy have to dare to do such a thing? Go and catch him quickly. I heard that you can get a level 3 beast core from Master Li." Discussions kept ringing in her ears, and Jing Xuemei was afraid that she had seen it wrong, but everyone around her said so, and she no longer had the slightest doubt. At this time, the black figure suddenly jumped and climbed up the 2-meter-high wall beside him. Then it just flashed and disappeared from sight. "Humph! I want to run." Jing Xuemei snorted coldly, and a pair of white wings with a wingspan of more than 2 meters suddenly stretched out from her back. Call. With just a tap, he immediately jumped into the air and appeared at the place where Xiao Han disappeared at lightning speed. At this time, she happened to see the black figure pry open the back door of the 0-point bar. Then in a flash he got in. Hey, it's true that there is a way to heaven if you don't take it, but there is no door to hell and you just break in. With a low cry of excitement, Jing Shuimei flapped her wings fiercely and rushed towards the pried open back door. But at this moment, a palm suddenly stretched out from the door, and with just a grasp of the 5 fingers, a military green package appeared out of thin air. There is even a piece of lead wire on it which is sizzling burning. The next second, another pile of military green packages appeared out of thin air, completely blocking the pried open back door. Holy shit! Seeing this situation, Jing Shuimei couldn't help but curse angrily, flapped her white wings suddenly, and flew straight into the sky. Whoosh! 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 But a few seconds later, there was no explosion, but red fireworks were fired everywhere like machine guns. Damn it! How dare this bastard play tricks on me? Jing Shuimei cursed angrily and immediately took out her cell phone to make a call. At the same time, she kept looking at the front and back doors of Lingdian Bar. At this time, although some of the men and women inside the bar were attracted by the explosion, there were many people drinking high, so there were still many people inside.
Boom, boom, cling. Boom, boom, cling.
The passionate music was still playing, and the figures on the dance floor were also twisting unscrupulously. No one knew that an uninvited guest had arrived at the back door of the bar.
Boom, boom, boom.
The music, accompanied by the explosions of fireworks, had hit it all. Near the back door of the bar, a man in black exhaled softly, covered his ears, and said softly, "I have already come in and walked under the monitor you mentioned. Gila." The moment the man in black finished speaking, the infrared probe on the monitor suddenly went dark. At the same time, the entire a la carte bar fell silent. The next second, the music disappeared, the lights disappeared, and even the noisy human voices disappeared in this moment. However, this situation did not last long. In less than 3 seconds, angry roars rang out. Damn it! What's going on with this horse? It's actually going to cause a power outage. Where did the manager go? Hurry up and activate the backup power supply for me. It's so dark and rumbling. Please be patient, everyone, please be patient. There is no power outage. There is just a problem with the circuit. We have sent people to check it immediately. What the hell? I'm having a great time. Why don't you put me in this situation? Noises, curses, and shouts continued, making the 0 o'clock bar, which had been quiet for less than 3 seconds, become noisy again. Under the monitor near the back door, the appearance of the man in black also changed rapidly. The skin slowly turned white, the hair slowly grew longer, the chest like an airport slowly swelled, and even the Adam's apple on his neck disappeared. Then she took off her black outfit and put on a midriff-bearing shirt and a light yellow hip-covering skirt. In an instant, he became a different person. As she left, no trace was left here, and even the black outfit she changed into was taken away. Jingon, material storage warehouse in the east of the city. Guohuai watched Ding Yao hang up the phone and asked hurriedly, "How is it? Will she be okay there alone?" "Don't worry, if nothing unexpected happens. There should be no danger for the time being." Ding Yao chuckled and continued, "We have been preparing for this for a long time. Even though it was a bit rushed today, everything went smoothly. The identity that Miss Jiang disguised is also real. The surveillance camera at the 0-point bar can check the footage of that identity entering, but the footage that came out has been processed by us. What I am worried about now is whether Miss Jiang will be exposed if she is questioned. If she answers any question incorrectly, it may arouse suspicion. #C636 not found. What are you talking about? Did you really see Xiao Han with your own eyes?" As the exclamation rang out, Nye Yen immediately hung up the phone in his hand, opened the window, and jumped directly from the third floor. Call. A gust of wind suddenly emerged out of thin air, immediately rolling up his body and roaring away in the direction of the 0-point bar. At this time, several other people in the city, including Rongzhe, Li Feng, Kolei, Tu Ningkue and others, also heard the news one after another and rushed over without any hesitation. As time slowly passed, more and more evolutionaries rushed over, completely surrounding 0-point bar. Seeing Jing Shuamei again, Nie Yen asked in a deep voice, "Have you really seen? Clearly, why did Xiao Han appear here, and who was that guy who appeared in an Liang before? I also want to know this question." Jing Shuamei's face darkened and she said seriously, "But I must have read it, right? Besides, I was not the only one who saw Xiao Han at that time. This is strange." Nie Yen frowned and continued, "Judging from the news from Gaucho, I am almost certain that the guy wearing the ghost mask is Xiao Han. But you actually saw Xiao Han with your own eyes. I really can't believe it. That guy knows that we have been looking for him. Logically speaking, he would not dare to wander around at will. This is not just wandering around. He may have been forced into helplessness." Jing Shuamei interrupted and continued, "When I saw Xiao Han, I heard someone talking. It was said that someone reported his whereabouts in Taoyuan community. And when I just came out of the 0-point bar, I saw an explosion in the direction of Taoyuan community. Xiao Han happened to be in this alley, and his figure was exposed by the explosion. But I don't know whether what they said is true or false. In order to keep an eye on this guy, I haven't had time to confirm it yet." "Oh, this makes sense logically." Nie Yen frowned and said hesitantly, "But I always feel that something is not quite right about this. There are too many coincidences. It seems to be covering up for the grim-faced man in Anliang County. That guy not only has a legendary level spear on his body, he even has a black-scaled war horse and an even rarer storage bag. If he is not the Xiao Han we have been looking for, this is really unexplainable." "That's true." Jing Shuamei was silent for a moment and continued, "But I saw it right, and many people nearby also saw it. As for the storage bag you mentioned, Xiao Han also had it when he escaped into the 0-point bar. When he appeared, I immediately chased him, and even almost caught up with him, but the guy conjured a lot of explosives out of thin air, so I didn't dare to rush forward." "You're talking about those fireworks, right?"
Nie Yen was stund, pointing
to the pile of empty shells at the back door of the 0-point bar and asked, "Can this thing scare you? Then what can be done?" Jing Shuamei said helplessly, "My defense is not as abnormal as Gaucho's. If I were really blown up by so many explosives, I would be half disabled even if I didn't die. But who would have thought that Xiao Han is so treacherous? Anyway, he's already trapped in the 0-point bar, so we don't have to worry too much. As for Anliang County, why don't we let Luo Lai go there first? Hey, this is all we can do for the time being." He sighed depressedly. Seeing Rongzhe, Kolei and others walking over quickly, Nie Yen went up to meet him and said, "What's going on inside? Have you found Xiao Han?" "No, not found." Rongzhe's face darkened, and he said with a confused face, "There is surveillance in 0-point bar, we have all seen it. But damn, it's really bloody. We clearly saw Xiao Han going in through the back door on the surveillance camera, but no matter how hard we looked, we even turned everything over and couldn't find that guy. This makes no sense." Nie Yen frowned, with a confused expression on his face and continued, "Could it be that that guy Xiao Han can also become invisible? Li Feng, please bring everyone back to me and check them carefully one by one. I don't believe it. He can really disappear out of thin air. Rongzhe, you go to Taoyuan community to check again. I want to know what happened with the explosion just now." After giving instructions to the two of them, Nie Yen looked at Luo Lai, who had just arrived, and said directly, "Shuamei and I are responsible for the matter here. You go to Anliang County and have a look If you find the ghost-faced man, bring him back to me immediately. Got it. I'll go right away. Luo Lai responded, and a black flying board immediately appeared under his feet, whistling and disappearing into the night. At the same time, inside the 0-point bar, a middle-aged man wearing a floral shirt and big pants was carefully questioning a group of men and women. Soon, he walked up to a young woman wearing a midriff-bearing shirt and a light yellow hip-hugging skirt and asked, "What is your name, what do you do, and where do you live?" "Sir, my name is In Susu. I am temporarily unemployed, but you must know my brother. His name is In Jin, and he is a third-level leopard form beast shifter." "In Jin is your brother?" The middle-aged man was stunned and immediately said, "Wait here for a moment. He happens to be here too. I'll call him over. If we can confirm your identity, we can go back directly later." As he spoke, the middle-aged man immediately called out to a young man beside him, turned around and walked out quickly. Seeing this scene, In Susu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, but she quickly hid it, pretending to be worried, and huddled in the corner of the sofa, trembling. #C637 You scared me to death. After running wildly for more than half an hour, Xiao Han didn't let the black scale beast stop until all the energy in his body was exhausted. Phew, it should be safe now. With a slight breath, he immediately threw a breath-reviving pill into his mouth, and at the same time looked at the panting black-scaled beast beneath him. After running at full speed for such a long time, it was exhausted. Moreover, the wound on the back hip was still leaking blood due to the violent running. Fortunately, along the way, he had already fed it several muscle-building pills and blood-boosting pills, and even one Peiyuan pill so that it could run wildly for half an hour. Turning over and dismounting, Xiao Han immediately helped check the wound. No longer strenuous exercise, coupled with the effect of the Jixing pills, the blood that was constantly overflowing finally slowly stopped. "Where is this?" After running wildly for more than half an hour and running for his life, Xiao Han had already trapped himself. With the faint moonlight, he quickly looked around. There is a small river 100 meters away, reflecting a faint silver light. The rolling black ridges further away, as well as the rustling sound of leaves being blown by the wind, make everything around them seem strange. "Forget it, it doesn't matter where it is." Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han murmured softly, "No matter which city, I can't go in now. To me, this wilderness is the same as anywhere. Fortunately, I have already built the ice coffin. I can find a secluded place, and rest assured, and at the same time I can enter the game with peace of mind." The true energy kept pouring into his ears. Xiao Han listened carefully to the sounds around him, and the low roars of beasts continued to come from the distance. However, perhaps due to the deterrence of the 5th-level black-scaled beast, no mutant beast dared to come over, which also made Xiao Han relax a little. Although with his current equipment, even if he encounters a 4th-level mutant beast, he will still be able to fight. But after all, it will be very troublesome, and it may even attract stronger mutant beasts. At this time, a Qi restoration pill was taken down, and the Qi in the body was also rapidly recovering. Xiao Han touched the mane on the neck of the black scale beast and whispered softly, "You can use charge continuously, so there is no need." The other 3 black-scaled beasts appeared together. It's a pity that Zhang Xiaoyun has no true energy in his body, otherwise I would be much more relieved. There are still more than 3 hours until the appointment time with Gua. Why? It seems that there is no time to refine the elixir. I have to find a place to enter the game quickly. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han didn't know where to go for a while to find a hidden place and frowned slightly. Whoosh! Suddenly, he heard a strange noise in his ears, and he quickly looked up. Under the moonlight, there was a black figure in the sky, flying towards him at an extremely fast speed. Damn it! Is the support so quick? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's heart thumped, and his face immediately turned ugly. Although he knew that he might not be able to escape, he still pinched the horse's belly hard and put his left hand on the back of the mount beneath him. At the same time, a little bit of the vitality that had just been restored in the body immediately poured into the body of the black-scaled beast. Roar! An angry roar sounded, and the black-scaled beast that had just stopped started running fast again. Xiao Han! Stop here. Don't run anymore. Seeing that they were thousands of meters apart, the figure below was like a frightened bird and immediately ran away. Fu Qingji had a look of dumbfounding on his face. The speed of the war horse was so fast. If he hadn't been wearing night vision goggles, he could clearly see the running red figure in the night, and he might have lost track of it long ago. Moreover, flying in the air can avoid all obstacles so that he can barely catch up. Seeing that the guy below was about to run away again, he quickly shouted, "I am Fu Changji from Tianqing. Stop running away. Let's talk." Although they were thousands of meters apart, Fu Qingji knew that he could certainly hear the figure galloping on horseback in the distance. He is a hearing evolver and at least a level 3 hearing evolver. From such a distance, he could definitely hear it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The horse's hooves stepped on the grass, making a dull sound, but the red figure below showed no intention of stopping. "I'll go, what's going on?" Didn't he hear it? After saying something depressed, Fu Chengji had no choice but to control the flying board under his feet and continue to pursue him. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly a ringtone rang on his waist, which made him stunned for a moment, but he quickly took the phone in his hand and looked at the unfamiliar number on it with confusion. Who is this? Although he was a little puzzled, he still controlled the flyboard while swiping on his phone with his right hand. Is it General Fu? Immediately afterwards, a slightly urgent voice came from the mobile phone, saying anxiously, "I am Xiao Han. I have something very important to confirm with you in person. I'll go." This guy is really cautious. Hearing this voice, Fu Chengji immediately flashed a smile on his face, and then said, "To confirm something, please stop for me. This horse has been running wildly for more than half an hour. Do you know how far you have run now?" "Ah." The voice on the phone was stunned for a moment, and then immediately said, "Huh, you scared me to death. I thought it was Luo Lai chasing me." At this time, the figure running wildly 1,000 meters away finally stopped. Seeing this scene, Fu Qingji also took a deep breath, controlled the flying board, and flew over there at a high speed. A distance of 1,000 meters only took a few seconds. Seeing the guy wearing a ghost mask in front of him again, he said unhappily, "You are really good at running. I almost vomited blood after chasing you for more than 100 kilometers. But your horse is not bad. It's so fast that I almost couldn't catch up. Hey, do you like it?" Seeing the look of the person in front of him, Xiao Han also relaxed, chuckled and said, "This thing is called the Black Scale Beast. If you like it, I can give you one. Hashtag C638 not many. Only about 100,000. Heh, you were quite generous." Although Fu Qingji was a little jealous when he saw the black-scaled beast under Xiao Han, he still shook his head and said, "This is indeed a good thing, but let's forget it. Although my speed is not as fast as the black-scaled beast, it is actually about the same. And even if you mount him, your combat effectiveness will not be significantly improved. If you still have such a mount, give it to Guo Huai, Han Su and Wan Yong. With this thing, their strength can at least double. Even if they face people like Kolei, Rongzhe, and Tu Ningkue, they will still be able to fight." "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and continued, "Actually, I have made an appointment with Brother Guo to give him something. This black-scale warhorse is one of them, and no matter how fast it runs, I can only use one. So I was just planning to find a safe place and quickly enter the game. The appointed time is almost here." "A safe place?" Fu Chengji frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "This is a bit troublesome. There is no suitable place nearby and you are not completely out of danger now. Although the black scale beast is very fast, it leaves Gaucho far behind. But you left clear traces wherever you ran. That guy hasn't given up yet and has already chased you. As for Jingon, if nothing else happens, at least 2 of the 3 evolvers with the ability to fly will come over. As he spoke, Fu Chengji raised his palms and controlled Xiao Han and the black-scaled beast to float. Then he continued, "It will be difficult to find them if they leave from the air. As for finding a safe place, let's get out of here first. Whether it's Luo Lai, Nieyen, or Jing Shuamei's speed, none of them can compare to me. Once they really come, we won't be able to run away." "I know." Xiao Han nodded quickly. Seeing that Fu Qingji seemed to have some difficulty controlling him and the black scale beast, he immediately took out the horse card used for summoning before. Although he didn't know if he could take it back again like in the game, he still wanted to give it a try. After all, the black-scaled beast has a shoulder height of 1.7 meters, a length of more than 2.5 meters, and a weight of more than 1,500 kilograms. So wherever it runs, it will leave obvious traces. If you want to get rid of the pursuers behind you, it is obviously not possible to carry the black-scale beast like this all the time, and putting it back into the horse card is the best choice. I hope it can be taken in, otherwise I have to give it up. Muttering secretly in his heart, Xiao Han immediately recalled the method of summoning and withdrawing the black-scaled war horse in the dark forest, and immediately followed it. The true energy in the body immediately flows into the horse card through the acupuncture points on the palms. Roar! Suddenly a roar rang out, and the black-scaled beast covered in black scales suddenly began to shrink rapidly. In less than a breath it was pulled in by a black light and was pulled into the horse card. Holy shit! The sudden change gave Fu Chengji, who was fully controlling the 2 men and 1 beast, no time to react, and flew into the sky one after another like shells being discharged. In just 2 or 3 seconds, it flew to a height of 100 meters. The black-scaled beast, which weighed more than 10 times the 2 people's bodies, suddenly disappeared, immediately allowing all the extra telekinesis to act on the 2 of them. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that Fu Chengji shouted angrily, "Fuck you! Put the black scale beast away. Could you tell me in advance?" "That." Xiao Han was a little embarrassed and smiled awkwardly. "I don't know if I can take it back. I just tried it. I didn't expect it to be like this." "Didn't expect that?" Although he knew that Xiao Han was unintentional, Fu Qingji couldn't help but said, "You didn't expect this, but this will kill people. Fortunately, we are flying upwards. If we were flying downwards and fell at such a fast speed, do you know what the consequences would be?" "Hey, isn't this okay?" Seeing that Fu Qingji's face looked very ugly, Xiao Han immediately changed the subject and said, "General Fu, have you been stuck at level 5 for a long time?" "Yeah. But why do you ask?" Fu Chengji glanced at Xiao Han beside him and said immediately, "It's not that easy to break through to level 6. I've already used that Peiyuan pill of yours, but it's useless. If I want to successfully break through, I have to get the core of a level 6 mutant beast, but even then, the chance of success will not exceed 30%. Level 6 beast core, that thing is not easy to handle." Xiao Han narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "I have something good in my hand. Do you want to try it?" As he spoke, Xiao Han flipped his palm, took out a white porcelain bottle, and continued, "This thing should allow you to break through to level 6, but what?" Fu Chengji's eyes lit up, and he immediately knew that it contained a pill that was more effective than the Peiyuan pill. He said with excitement on his face, "What kind of pill is this? Is it also embodied in the game?" "Well, it's called Hanyan Shenyuan pill." Xiao Han nodded and said cautiously, "If you use this elixir, there is at least a 90% chance that you will be able to break through to level 6, but the trouble is, Trouble, what trouble? Is there any sequelae? That's not the case. Xiao Han shook his head and continued. But according to the introduction of this pill, its medicinal effect can help level 6 evolvers break through to level 7. I'm worried that if you use this pill, you might explode and die if you're not careful. After all, the level of this pill is too high. I used a treasure level embodiment talisman to materialize it. Fuck. A treasure level embodiment talisman. Fu Chengji's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaimed, if it is used to materialize Peiyuan pills, how many will be materialized? Not many, about 100,000. Hashtag C639 promote to level 6. 1. Hundreds of meters high in the sky, 2 figures, one red and one black, were flying at high speed. It wasn't until more than an hour later that they slowly fell from the sky. The black figure immediately said in a deep voice, not far ahead is Linchuan City. It should be safe here for the time being. I have seriously considered what you said. It is not easy to break through from level 5 to level 6. Without a level 6 beast core, it would be almost impossible to break through with my qualifications. So using Hanyan Shenyuan pill is the only option at the moment, even if it is very dangerous. Have you really thought about it? Xiao Han's face darkened and he continued, if I wait for a while, maybe I can refine some lower-level elixirs. That way you don't have to take such a big risk. Ah! With a bitter smile on his face, Fu Chengji shook his head and said, I'd rather wait, but time doesn't allow for it. In the direction of Shiqing, mutant beasts are already gathering. If there are no accidents, it will not take more than a month at most before they begin to attack the city. No one knows whether they can defend it. You may not know yet, but the reason why I appear here is to prevent you from being captured by those guys in Kyoto so as to keep them in Jing'an in disguise. Forehead. Xiao Han was stunned and suddenly didn't know what to say. Originally, he had confidently thought that the reason why Fu Qingji appeared here was to protect his safety. Now it seems that this is not entirely the case, at least others also have their own ideas. Perhaps there was also this reason why Jiangzhe did not capture him and deliver him personally to Nieyan, Gao Qiu, Luo Lai and others. Although this made him feel a little unhappy, it was normal when he thought about it. In such a world full of mutant beasts, it is not easy to survive. It is understandable that they choose to do this in order to protect more people. What's more, there's nothing wrong with that. At least it can be used by others, which also shows that he has the value of being used. If there is no such value for being exploited, how can Guohuai, Jiangzhe, and Fu Chengji around him protect him? I'm still too weak. Muttering in his heart, Xiao Han looked at Fu Chengji seriously and said in a deep voice, now that you have decided, I respect your choice. With that said, he handed over the porcelain bottle in his hand, and then said, there is a Han Yen Shenyuan pill in it. Please keep it. You have flown me so far. Now Gao Qiu, Luo Lai and those people should not be able to find me. Over at Tianqing, if you leave for too long, you may cause some unnecessary trouble. It's better to go back quickly. It's time for me to walk the rest of the way on my own. Wait a minute. Taking the porcelain bottle handed over by Xiao Han, Fu Chengji said immediately, I have decided to use it anyway. I want to break through here. Can you protect me on the side? If I go back and use this elixir again, something unexpected might happen. After all, there are 2 6th-level evolvers stationed in Tianqing, and I can't do anything against them. Help you protect the law? Hearing what Fu Chengji said, Xiao Han said, hesitantly, I have no problem, but what if I encounter a high-level mutant beast and I can't defeat it? Oh, if you can't beat me, then you'll die. Fu Chengji chuckled and continued nonchalantly. That black scale beast of yours should have level 5 strength. With it here, mutant beasts at least level 5 and below should not dare to come over. If I encounter a mutated beast above level 6, I'm no match for it either. But do I still think so much? That's true. Xiao Han thought for a while, nodded and said, Okay, let's find a place that's a little more secluded. No, just stay here. Fu Chengji waved his hand, sat cross-legged on the ground, and then said, The movement of breaking through to level 6 may be a bit loud, and it is useless to hide it anywhere. It is precisely because of this that I want you to protect the law. Mutated beasts of level 4 and above have more or less developed some intelligence, and have the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid evil. They dare not come over easily. Asking you to help me protect the law is actually to clean up some mutated beasts below level 4. Is it that simple? Xiao Han looked at the surrounding plains, and then said, If it is only level 4 or below, then don't worry. Well, I need to adjust my state now, and I'll leave this to you. The moment the words fell, Fu Chengji immediately closed his eyes, and at the same time took out a level 4 beast core and absorbed it. As time passed by, Xiao Han looked at it with a serious face. Under the pale moonlight, the surroundings seemed a bit quiet, and only the sound of some insects crawling on the ground could be heard. Although he didn't hear the beast's roar, he cautiously summoned the black scale beast. After all, having such a 5th-level guy here can scare away some mutant beasts that want to come over. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Xiao Han saw Fu Qingji suddenly open his eyes, unplug the cork of the bottle without any hesitation, and pour the red and blue pills inside into his mouth. Gudong. As his throat twitched, the thumb-sized pill was immediately swallowed. Nothing will happen to him. Muttering softly, Xiao Han looked at the determined figure in front of him and prayed silently in his heart. Woo! But the next second, he heard Fu Chengji groan. His face suddenly turned red, and sweat rolled down his forehead, as if he was in great pain. Then, in just 2 or 3 seconds, his face suddenly turned from red to white, and even a layer of frost appeared on his eyebrows and hair. Fuck! The effect of this pill is too strong. Hashtag C640 promote to level 6. 2. At the same time as the exclamation sounded, Fu Chengji also heard it. Feeling the 2 air currents, one cold and one hot, constantly alternating in his body, the burning and freezing pain kept coming, and he couldn't help but groan. At the same time, he had a bad premonition in his heart. What's going on? Why don't I feel like breaking through at all? Enduring the discomfort of his body, Fu Chengji thought anxiously, thinking in his heart, why didn't the 2 energies in the body enter the crystal core? In his mind, but only stayed in the abdomen. Without the help of external forces, the crystal core cannot transform. Xiao Han clearly said that this is a pill for breakthrough, but what's going on now? The feeling of cold and hot in the body became more and more intense, and the pain also rose sharply, and Fu Chengji became more and more anxious. If he exploded and died after being promoted to level 6, he could still accept it. After all, Xiao Han had reminded him that this was the consequence of overestimating his own abilities, and there was no reason to blame anyone. But now, not only did he not feel any breakthrough, but he even suffered unbearable pain because of this pill. Woo! Fu Chengji groaned again, unwilling to sit and wait for death, and immediately mobilized his telekinesis to pull 2 streams of air, one red and one blue, to flow into his mind. As the airflow flowed upward along the meridians in his chest, the pain became more and more intense. At this moment, he even felt a little dizzy in his mind. Don't faint, don't faint. Once you faint at this time, you will never wake up again. He bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the intense pain stimulated him. Fu Chengji continued to use all his strength to pull the 2 energies to move into his mind. The alternating feeling of cold and hot made him want to give up for a while. But thinking of his wife and daughter who were still in Tiancheng, his eyes instantly became resolute, and he gritted his teeth and whispered, No matter if it works or not, I have to try it. Since it is a pill that is materialized by a treasure artifact, it will definitely not be completely ineffective. Thinking so in his heart, Fu Chengji instantly found the goal of his efforts, and put all his mind on the two airflows. As time passed, he groaned from time to time, but this unremitting effort finally paid off. Two completely different energies, one red and one blue, slowly approached the crystal core in his mind under the constant traction of his mind. The next second, their speed suddenly accelerated, and they all rushed towards the crystal core. What's going on? Is it going to break through? Feeling the changes in his mind, Fu Qingji didn't understand what was going on now and could only wait quietly. Fortunately, as the two energies all entered his mind, the pain in his body was subsiding rapidly, which was also a good news among the bad news. It also comforted him a little, and also gave him a hint of expectation. And the current situation seems to be developing in a good direction. Close your eyes and carefully feel the two air currents, letting them tightly wrap the crystal core in your mind. Crack! Suddenly, a light sound rang in your mind, and Fu Chengji's heart clicked, and his face suddenly became ugly. Although he couldn't see it, he could clearly feel it. The crystal core, as the source of power, actually produced a crack under the stimulation of the cold and hot air currents. Fuck! How could this happen? The sudden change made Fu Chengji, who had just relaxed, a little overwhelmed. The crystal core was broken, which meant that he would become an ordinary person, and any level 1 mutant beast could take his life. Crack! Crack! The voice in your mind continued to ring, and it became more and more intense. This made Fu Qingji's mood completely fall to the bottom. If he had never had this kind of power, he wouldn't care, but after having it, and then losing it, the taste made him shudder just thinking about it. Moreover, once his mortal enemies in Jing'an knew about it, they would not let him go even with Jiangzhe's protection. Crack! Crack! The cracking sound continued to ring, and the only trace of expectation disappeared. Hey, what's going on? As the cracking sound disappeared, the crystal core in his mind was completely shattered. Fu Qingji thought that he would lose his telekinesis forever. But now, he found that this ability was still there. It's just that compared with before, the telekinesis is countless times weaker, probably the same level as when he was at level 1. Sha! 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 At this moment, the voice in his mind sounded again, and Fu Qingji immediately calmed down and carefully felt the change. The shattered crystal core, under the ravages of the red and blue energies, has completely turned into powder. Then the powder turned into gas, constantly strengthening these two energies. At this time, in the center of the crystal core shattered, a crystal core only, the size of a sesame seed appeared, and it also emitted a dazzling light. Fuck! What the hell is going on? Fu Chengji couldn't believe his perception, but he could still use telekinesis to let him know that all this was not an illusion. And as time went by, telekinesis was still increasing rapidly. The crystal core in his mind was absorbing two energies of opposite properties, like a whale, and it was growing rapidly. From the size of sesame seeds to the size of rice grains, and then from the size of rice grains to the size of soybeans. As the red and blue energies in his mind became less and less, Fu Qingji clearly felt that his strength was rising at a very fast speed. Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. In just a few minutes, he recovered his previous strength and even continued to increase rapidly. Finally, the crystal core absorbed half of the energy and finally restored its original size. At this time, Fu Qingji could already feel that he had broken through the critical point and reached the level of level 6. But there was still a lot of energy in his mind, and the crystal core continued to absorb it unscrupulously. As time passed slowly, the soybean-sized crystal core expanded again. Ah! Fu Chengji couldn't help but roared with extreme pain and suddenly stood up from the ground. #C641, promote to level 6. 3. Intimidated by the black-scaled beast, not to mention the mutant beasts below. Level 4, even some flying insects gradually fled away and did not dare to approach here. No need to take action. Xiao Han was of course happy and relaxed. Just looking at the red and white look on Fu Qingji's face, he couldn't help but reveal a worried look in his eyes, and whispered softly, "I don't know whether this is right or wrong. I hope he's okay, otherwise my sin would be huge. The situation in Tianqing is not very optimistic. If there is no level 5 evolver like him, we don't know what kind of chaos it will be like." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately regretted it. But before he could think about it, a roar suddenly sounded in his ears. At the same time, Fu Qingji, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly stood up, covered his head and screamed like crazy. The sound waves spread out in all directions, and the sound spread far away. Did the breakthrough fail? Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's heart thumped, but he still said with some doubts, "But even if it fails, he should explode and die. What is going on now? Did something go wrong during the breakthrough and your brain was damaged?" With a flash of thought in his eyes, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then slowly took a step forward and asked in a low voice, "General Fu, can you hear me? Get out of here! Get out of here!" A crazy roar sounded, and Fu Qingji's hands suddenly opened, and then he suddenly lifted them up. Aha! 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 The next second, all the grass within 100 meters was uprooted in an instant. Scattered rocks, trees, and even black-scaled beasts weighing more than 1,500 kilograms were controlled by a mysterious force to float. Damn it! This horse riding makes a lot of noise? Floating in the air, although Xiao Han didn't know what was going on now, he also understood that Fu Qingji should have successfully broken through. It's just that the effect of Hanyan Shenyuan pill may be a bit strong, causing some unknown sequelae. The painful roar sounded again, and Fu Qingji waved his hands fiercely, and the grass, leaves, stones, and people and animals floating in the air began to move quickly. Whoosh, 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 bite, bite, bite. As the speed became faster and faster, the soft green grass kept hitting the flaming purple gold armor like steel needles. Damn it, I can't go on like this, otherwise I will probably be shot into a sieve. The force acting on his body became stronger and stronger, and the speed of flying around Fu Qingji became faster and faster. Xiao Han endured the dizziness and poured his true energy into the horse card. While putting away the black-scaled beast, he immediately flipped his palm, took out a 2-meter-long black coffin, and forced himself into it. After inserting the buckles at the 4 corners of the coffin, Xiao Han clearly felt that the speed was getting faster and faster. Bite, bite, bite. Green grass, branches, and stones hit the Hanming ice coffin, and even made a sound like a bullet hitting. The painful roars outside are still shouting. Xiao Han is now unable to protect himself, and even if he wants to help, he can't do anything. I can only huddle in the cold ice coffin and listen to what's going on. Outside the ice coffin, Fu Qingji's expression was even more crazy, and his black eyes even had a hint of silver. Bite, bite, bite. As the banging continued, the grass disappeared, the branches disappeared, and even the stones turned into powder. Only the black Hanming ice coffin was still intact, but there were some pitted marks on it. The soil on the ground also flew up under the control of mind power. In an instant, a circular 100-meter deep pit appeared within 100 meters, with Fu Qingziyuan as the center. As soon as the underground water emerged from it, it was captured in the air by telekinesis, flying like a bullet. This kind of power intensity has far exceeded that of ordinary 6th level evolvers. Time passed by slowly, and the figure floating in the air finally staggered to the edge of the pit and fell to the ground with a plop. The elixirs that can be used to break through the 7th level are really shocking. Reluctantly sitting up, Fu Qingji's eyes flashed with excitement, and he continued softly, "Just such a pill actually made me touch the 7th level bottleneck. If there is another pill like this after a year and a half at most, I will be 50% sure of breaking through to level 7. Only a treasure-level manifestation talisman can manifest a pill. The power of this medicine is so overbearing. If the willpower is just a little weaker, your life may be lost. After successfully breaking through to level 6, Fu Qingji's excitement could not be described in words. He quickly took out a beast core from his arms and absorbed it with all his strength. At this time, the body was completely empty, without a trace of energy. It was precisely because he had used up all his energy that he could barely survive the overbearing medicinal properties. Looking at the black coffin inserted at the bottom of the pit, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say much. Bang! There was a dull sound, the lid of the black coffin was kicked off, and a figure in red armor climbed out of it staggeringly. While crawling, he muttered, "Damn it! Why did I fall into the pit? How come? There are 3 coffins in front of me? Heh! You should take it easy." Knowing that Xiao Han had been controlled by him to go around too many times, his mind must be a little confused. He hurriedly continued with some excitement. "Your pill is really overbearing. It almost cost me my life. But my luck today is not bad. I finally broke through the bottleneck of level 5 and advanced to level 6. Hashtag C642 customized equipment." After more than 10 minutes of rest, Xiao Han finally recovered. Looking at the high-spirited Fu Qingji, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. If he had level 6 strength at this time, there would be no need to be afraid of those guys in Kyoto. With the spiritual weapon spear in hand, no one can block his blow, and with the treasure armor on him, he is sure to be able to resist even the attack of a 7th-level evolver. Now he was very happy to create a 6th-level evolver with just 1 Han Yen.
Suanyuan pill.
After all, if he is not careful and is really found by those guys in Kyoto, he will still need to rely on him to save his life. Seeing that Fu Qingji was still holding on to a beast core and absorbing it carefully, Xiao Han flipped his palm, took out a porcelain bottle and said, "This is the Earth Spirit Pill. The effect is much stronger than the beast core. Use this to recover." "Earth Spirit Pill?" Fu Qingji's eyes moved, and he immediately took the porcelain bottle in front of him and said with caution, "Recovery pills, this is a good thing. Such an elixir cannot be wasted here. It must be reserved for critical moments before it can be used." As he spoke, he stuffed the porcelain bottle into his arms and continued, "When humans fight mutant beasts, their endurance cannot be compared with them. So a lot of times you have to retreat because you're exhausted. If the recovery effect of this Earth Spirit Pill is strong enough, I can even be sure to kill the 6th-level mutant beast alone." Haha, there's no need to go to such trouble to kill a level 6 mutant beast. Seeing Fu Qingji's excited face, Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Actually, I think you can kill it easily even if it's only level 5. Level 6 mutant beast. You think too highly of me." Fu Qingji shook his head with a wry smile and said in a deep voice, "Evolvers will have some differences in strength depending on their awakening category. But relatively speaking, among the many abilities, telekinesis can be said to be one of the most powerful. Even if you can't defeat the opponent in a battle of the same level, there is still no problem at all if you want to protect yourself. However, it is very difficult to kill mutant beasts of the same level. Their fur, bone spurs, scales, etc., and their defenses are usually very strong, so they are not easy to kill." "Hey, that's because you haven't met me before." Xiao Han chuckled and said, with confidence, "I also have the manifestation talisman of legendary and above items which can help you tailor weapons and equipment. Although I also have legendary swords, daggers, axes, and other equipment now, I think it might not be easy for you to use them. So you should think carefully now about what kind of weapons you will use to maximize your combat effectiveness after being promoted to level 6. With custom-made legendary level weapons, mutant beasts at least level 7 and below will definitely not be able to block the attack of this weapon. So, isn't it easy to kill level 6 mutant beasts? Customized equipment? Fu Chengji's eyes widened and he said with disbelief, "This means you are not only an alchemist, but also a blacksmith? Even the kind of blacksmith who can create legendary equipment? But it's unlikely. Although I don't have much time in the game, I know a little bit about the situation inside. How long does it take? Even a full-time blacksmith can only create gold or dark gold level equipment at most. Hey, how can those full-time blacksmiths compare with me?" Xiao Han grinned and continued, "Don't you know who I am in the game? That's true. You are the great demon king Han Xiao." Fu Chengji said something dumbfounded and continued, "If I want to customize weapons, then I have to think carefully. After all, it's not so easy to get a legendary level manifestation talisman. So I have to go back first, try to build some ordinary weapons, use them to practice and see which one is more suitable, and then I can tell you. It's okay. There's no need to be too anxious anyway." Xiao Han was silent for a moment and continued, "When the time comes, you can give me the relevant drawings in the game. If you are not in Stormwind City, you can ask the Mad Dragon to hand it over to me. At that time, we don't even need to meet the equipment in real life. We can just let it materialize directly." Crazy Dragon? Fu Qingji was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, "Oh, you think it should be Li Long? But don't bother me. I'm in Stormwind City. I just rarely play games." "That would be better," Xiao Han replied and continued, "In that case, let's separate here. I also want to enter the game and give some black scale beasts and some pills to Guo Huai. And you've been away from Tianqing for long enough. If you don't go back, that guy Qingbiao might cause even bigger trouble. Well, it's time for me to go back. You should be careful." Fu Qingji nodded with a sneer on his lips and said in a cold voice, "Now that I have been promoted to level 6, he must restrain himself." "So, you plan to go back and beat him up?" A flash of excitement flashed across Xiao Han's face. He took out a long gun with a smile and said with a smile, "This is a diamond-level weapon which should be much stronger than alloy weapons. Qing Biao's defense is very strong. Ordinary weapons should not be able to hurt him. You can use this to deal with him first." "Hey, then I won't be polite." Fu Qingji didn't reach out to take it, but just moved his mind, and the diamond spear flew over. Then he chatted with Xiao Han for a few more words, then took off into the air, and headed straight for Tianqing. At the same time, more than 200 kilometers away from them, a one-horned bull-headed man stopped with a depressed face and said in a deep voice, "Strange, how come all the traces suddenly disappeared when we got to this place? The soil here is very soft, and it shouldn't be like this. Don't look for it, there is only one explanation for this situation. They may have flown away from the air. Go back now to check whether Fu Qingji has left Tianqing during this period. If he leaves with you, the result will be obvious. You should know what to do, right? #C643 Baishan Tower." Seeing Fu Qingji quickly disappearing into the night sky, Xiao Han took a deep breath and then immediately looked around. Under the moonlight, one could vaguely see a hill several tens of meters high, and a tower-like building standing on top of it, 1,000 meters away. Linchuan City, Baishan Tower. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han suddenly felt that everything in front of him seemed familiar and said with a sad face, "My home should be in that direction." Although I have deliberately forgotten this memory, I still couldn't help but think of it when I saw the familiar scene. When the mutant beasts attacked the city and he fled to Jing'an with the large army, he passed by the Baishan Tower. And after 2 years, he returned to this place. I really want to go back and see. As he said this, Xiao Han looked in the direction of Baishan Tower and whispered, "With the Hanming ice coffin, it is better to go into the city as little as possible in the future. I'm hiding in the vault. They should already know." The next key search targets are likely to become bank vaults in various abandoned cities. It's better to stay here for one night today, and then go back and take a look tomorrow. With a decision in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. While listening to the sounds around him, he quickly ran towards the hill 1,000 meters away. A few minutes later, after clearing away the group of mutated foxes occupying the Baishan Tower, he walked towards the top of the tower. Because no one has taken care of it all year round, the bottom few floors are full of the stinky smell of feces and urine. Although you will enter the Hanming ice coffin when you rest, there are ventilation holes on it, and the smell is really unbearable. Just right here. After climbing to the 5th floor, the stinking smell disappeared from the tip of his nose. Xiao Han immediately found a relatively flat place and waved his hand. Boom! The Hanming ice coffin, which was taken into the space ring, hit the ground heavily. When everything was ready, Xiao Han immediately opened the lid of the coffin and lay down in it. While inserting the buckle, he also took out the gaming helmet and put it on his head. Then he took out 2 more 3rd-level beast cores, held one in each hand, and closed his eyes. When his consciousness entered the game again, he immediately looked at his friends list and saw that Guohuai was not online yet. He hesitated for a moment and then sent a message. There is still more than an hour before the agreed time. Let's refine some elixirs first. Looking at the extinguished stove beside him, Xiao Han whispered and walked out without any hesitation. Although I still want to build some long guns for training with full blows, now is not the time. The mutated beasts in Shurching had already gathered, and he probably couldn't help them much. He could only refine some healing elixirs, hoping to reduce their casualties. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Xiao Han only blinked a few times and was already standing at the door of Baozitang. I rented a medicine refining room again, and when I walked in, I also took out all the materials for refining muscle pills. As the flames rose, a strange fragrance mixed with a variety of herbs immediately filled the closed alchemy room. Time passed slowly, and there were more and more porcelain bottles on the ground. I don't know how long it took, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours, before a soft ding finally sounded in Xiao Han's ears, and this finally made him stop what he was doing and look at the unread messages in his friends list. Has it been over an hour? Knowing that Guohuai had arrived, Xiao Han immediately sent him a message back while looking at the heat of the alchemy furnace. Boom! 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 After a while, the wooden door of the alchemy room was lightly knocked. At this time, the system prompt rang in his ears. Xiao Han showed a smile on his face, stood up, opened the wooden door and said with a smile, "Since you are here, let's come in. How's it going over there in Shurching? Nothing's wrong, right?" Lifting his heels and walking in, Guohuai knew what Xiao Han was talking about and said with a heavy face, "The situation is not optimistic, but it is still safe for now. You don't have to worry too much. If anything happens, I will send my siblings back to Jing'an as soon as possible. However, we made some small moves in Jing'an, which attracted Nye Yan's attention, so during this period of time you should be more calm and try not to make too much noise in the game." "What little trick did you do?" Xiao Han was stunned and asked quickly, "What did you do? Could it be that Xiaoyun turned into me and showed up in Jing'an?" Guohuai nodded and admitted directly, "General Fu told us about your matter immediately. In order to hold back Nye Yan, Rog, and Jing Shuamei, we have to do this. But don't worry, my sister-in-law has left Jing'an, and we have successfully detained Nye Yan and Jing Shuamei. The only one looking for you now is Rog. But what makes me wonder is, what on earth did you do? How could Gao Qiu find you so accurately?" "I don't know either." Xiao Han was a little confused, lowered his head and thought deeply. "I didn't seem to have done anything. I was just a little hungry, so I made a fire and roasted some python meat in the evening. That's all and nothing else?" "Yes, I remember it very clearly." I just made a fire and made dinner. Xiao Han nodded and said affirmatively. I was in the game all day long and I only came out once in the evening. That's strange. How did he find you? Guohuai frowned, his face full of confusion. After thinking for a while, he solemnly warned, although you escaped by luck this time, you should be more cautious. Don't make a fire in the wild at night in the future. I know. I won't make this mistake again in the future. Xiao Han nodded and continued. The porcelain bottles on the ground are all prepared by me for you. And this belt, you should take it too. After it is materialized, there will be 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Hashtag C644 giveaway supplies. Is this space equipment? Looking at the belt and diamond manifestation talisman handed over by Xiao Han, Guohuai's eyes lit up and a hint of excitement flashed immediately. After something like this is realized in reality, it will be very useful. If mutant beasts attack the city and urgently need ammunition, food, medicine, and other supplies, there is no need to send dozens or hundreds of trucks. Park Guochang alone can easily transport all 1,000 cubic meters of supplies. And there is no need for manual handling, which saves time and effort. Taking the belt and the manifestation talisman with some excitement, Guohuai immediately put the two things together and watched as it turned into a tattoo imprinted on his palm. Although he wanted to go offline and try out the effect of this space equipment now, when he saw Xiao Han took out 3 more iron cards, he could only endure the impatience in his heart and asked curiously, what is this thing? Is it possible? What's the use? Haha. You will know after reading the introduction. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. After you manifest it, I won't care about the other 2, but you have to help me give one of them to Xiaoyun. I know this. Guohuai nodded quickly, and at the same time reached out to take the 3 iron plaques, looked at the introduction above, and then exclaimed, holy shit! Summoning an overlord-level black-scaled beast. Can this thing also manifest itself? But this is wrong. As far as I know, if you want to manifest a pet, don't you have to have a pet? Manifestation talisman? Which of your eyes saw that this is a pet? Xiao Han pointed to the iron sign, and continued, this thing is called a horse sign, not a pet. You actually know that I cultivated my true energy. After manifesting it, you only need to stimulate the horse card with the infuriating energy in your body to summon the black scale beast. After using it, stimulate it with chi, and you can also put it back into the horse card. The energy in the game is actually equivalent to true energy. I wonder if you can summon the black scale beast without true energy in your body. Does it take true energy to summon it? Guohuai frowned and whispered, it seems I have to go to Jing'an and pick up Master Wu. Bring Master Wu here, this is a good solution. Xiao Han nodded and said, thoughtfully, but if it can't be summoned and retrieved at any time, it will still be a bit troublesome to use. I don't think it's necessary to use true energy. No matter what energy is used to stimulate the horses, it should have the same effect. When you go out in a while, try your best to try a few more times and you should get some unexpected results. Okay, let's try more. Hearing what Xiao Han said, Guohuai's face immediately flashed with joy, and he said with some excitement, this Overlord-level mount will have at least a 4th-level mutation when it appears. The strength of the beast. Oh, this is an adult black-scaled beast, different from the panda I have. Xiao Han chuckled and continued. Although I haven't let it fight against mutant beasts yet, its strength should not be lower than level 5. After being discovered by Gao Qiu, I relied on this black-scale beast to escape. If it only has the strength of level 4, it can't even think about running away from a level 6 evolver with full speed. Level 5, I'll be a good boy. Guohuai's eyes widened and he couldn't help but wonder, with it, wouldn't I be able to fight Rongzhe, Kolei Lifeng, and others in a duel? Hey, you can go try it. Xiao Han grinned and said beguilingly. With this black-scaled beast, maybe, you can pin them to the ground and beat them up. This? Let's forget it. Although Guohuai was a little moved, he still shook his head and said, I can do this after those people in Kyoto leave. Now, the mutated beasts here in Shurching have already gathered. We can't cause trouble at this time. Then it's up to you. Xiao Han took out dozens of porcelain bottles from the space ring and then took out several sets of manifestation talismans and continued. Take these things and give them to the brothers who are guarding the city. Some life-saving potions. There are also a lot of bronze and silver level items here. You can also equip them with some weapons from the game. After all, whether it is bronze or silver level equipment, as long as it is realized in reality, it will be stronger than those alloy weapons. Okay, you're welcome then. Guohuai did not refuse and put the things Xiao Han put on the ground into his backpack one by one, and at the same time, continued, we also need these. I hope that with them, brothers' casualties can be reduced. It must be possible. Xiao Han's face darkened and he said seriously, if it doesn't work, just wear more armor, helmets, shields and other protective equipment and go out. In this way, even if you are hit by a mutant beast, you have a high chance of saving your life. Protects such as armor and helmets? Guohuai repeated, his eyes immediately lit up and then he said excitedly, this is a good idea, I will do it as soon as I get back. Bronze and silver level equipment are no longer mainstream equipment and they should be easy to acquire. Then hurry up. Xiao Han took out a dozen porcelain bottles from the space ring and said seriously, I hope you can bring these pills to Xiaoyun. She is also an evolver, although her ability does not improve her combat effectiveness. I also want her to continue practicing. Okay, that's no problem. I will definitely bring the things. After taking the things Xiao Han handed over, Guohuai continued, if there is nothing else, I will go back and prepare it now. You gave me a lot of things. I can't take them all at once. I may have to come back twice. The acquisition and distribution of those equipment is also a tedious task. So I have to go back now. Okay. Xiao Han nodded, and then said, then you go ahead and do your work. We'll call you if there is anything. #C645 manifesting the purple fire thunder ring. After sending Guohuai away, Xiao Han sorted out his space ring. The elixir materialization talismans below dark gold were no longer of much use to him, so he gave away all the ones that he had left. Because the elixir materialized by a diamond materialization talisman was enough for him to practice for a long time. As for the item materialization talismans, because he wanted to materialize a spear to practice a full-strength attack, in reality he kept all the ones above gold. However, in order to improve the strength of Guohuai and Hansu and let them better protect Jiang Xiaoyun, he gave them several additional diamond materialization talismans. In this way, they can materialize both weapons and armor, and the improvement of their strength is at least 50%. After sorting out the space ring, Xiao Han lowered his head and pondered, repeatedly thinking about what happened tonight. That Gao Qiu, how did he find me? Muttering softly, Xiao Han frowned deeply and said to himself, if it weren't for the luck that the black scale beast used the charge skill, I might not be able to escape today. Now the 6th level minder Luo Lai has also been sent here. Although the chance of being found by him is very low, the possibility of being found cannot be completely ruled out. Only one black scale beast can't guarantee my safety. Should I prepare some backups and trump cards? Thinking so in his heart, the alchemy room also became completely quiet. Only the inaudible breathing sound and the crackling sound of charcoal burning under the stove can be heard. After a while, Xiao Han turned his palm, and 4 shining materialization talismans appeared on his palm. His eyes narrowed slightly and he whispered, if you want to quickly improve your own strength, this possibility is almost zero, so you can only start with equipment. There is another treasure-level embodiment talisman which is prepared for Fu Chengji. There is also a legendary embodiment talisman that must be left for him in case he wants to build more than one weapon. If there are still 2 legendary embodiment talismans left, what should I embodiment to significantly improve my strength? While speaking, Xiao Han searched in the space ring. The space ring of 10,000 grids was almost full at this time. There were not only treasure equipment but also many legendary equipment. If it weren't for those guys from Kyoto, these equipment would have been distributed to the veteran guild. Then find a suitable place near Stormwind City and build a city. But now, this idea can only be postponed indefinitely. While searching for the legendary equipment in the space ring, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered excitedly, "The skill of Thunder Strike should be usable in reality." When he just materialized the lava-splitting armor gun, he used the armor strike, and 1/3 of the true energy in his body was instantly gone. This is a skill that consumes a lot of energy. He has forgotten the specific value of energy consumed in the game, but it seems to be more than 20,000 points. The energy consumption of Thunderstrike is only 800 points, and it will even have a 100% paralysis effect for 1 second. I don't know what this skill looks like when used in reality. With such a thought in mind, Xiao Han immediately became impatient. While taking out the purple fire thunder ring, he also pasted the legendary materialization talisman on it. Then he chose to log off without any hesitation. A few dozen seconds later, the lid of the Hanming ice coffin was opened, and Xiao Han turned around and jumped out of it. Then, with a thought, a purple-red ring appeared in his palm. He put it on the middle finger of his left hand without hesitation, and then stretched out his hand and pointed forward. At the same time, the true energy in his body also flowed into the ring. Boom! A thunder sounded in his ears, and the dark Baishan Tower suddenly lit up. Boom! 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 Then, thunders sounded one after another, and lightning continued to appear, illuminating the Baishan Tower in the night as bright as day. Tianqing, under the faint moonlight, a figure over 2 meters tall, with a horn on his head, ran straight to the first district. The soldiers guarding the city saw him like this, and all of them showed incredible expressions on their faces. After a long while, until the figure could no longer be seen, someone shouted in surprise, "What's going on? How come half of the horn on Mr. Gao's head is missing?" It seems that he has suffered a loss for going out in the middle of the night, but who near our Tianqing can beat him like this? He is a level 6 beast. Let alone Tianqing, even if Jing'an is included, no one can be his opponent. That's right, although Jiangzhe, the fake saint, is also a level 6 evolver. He just has a stronger recovery ability and is difficult to kill. If he really fights, he is no match for Mr. Gao. The discussion sounded in the crowd, and everyone looked confused. At this time, Gao Qiu had already arrived at the first district of Tianqing, and kicked the camp door to pieces with a bang, and shouted angrily inside, "Fu Chengji, come out for me." With this roar, dense footsteps sounded immediately, and teams of soldiers, holding submachine guns and carrying rocket launchers, ran out in unison. The evolvers and beastmen hiding in the barracks also came out. At this time, their faces were very ugly. They didn't know why Gao Qiu was crazy and came here. Seeing his angry face, Li Long hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward and said, "Master Gao, General Fu has gone to bed. If it's not something particularly important, let's talk about it tomorrow. Get out of my way." Gao Qiu flashed and rushed to Li Long in an instant. He raised his hand and slapped him in the face, saying coldly, "You have no right to interrupt me when I'm talking." Pa! A crisp sound rang out, and Li Long was slapped away without any resistance. He then continued to say in a cold voice, "Sleep. Do you all think I'm an idiot? If I'm not mistaken, he shouldn't be in the barracks now. Humph, I know you don't want me to find Xiao Han, and some guys even secretly pass messages to him. But so what? Do you think I have no way? Fu Chengji is sleeping. How can he sleep at this time? When I left the city, did he also follow me out of the city in a hurry? The angry roar echoed in the barracks, and everyone's face was not good. They knew that Gao Qiu was telling the truth, but it was difficult to explain. Now he is back, but General Fu, who left behind, did not come back. Humph. So what? Do you still want to kill me? Just when everyone was anxious, a cold snort came from the air, and then a black figure slowly fell from the air. Hashtag C646 Strong Suppression 1. Seeing that Fu Qingji suddenly came back at this time, Li Long, Manyong, Lady Hai and other evolvers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But their faces were still full of worry. Facing the furious Gao Qiu, they were all very uncertain. What's more, there was a more violent and unreasonable Qingbiao in the 4th district less than 2 kilometers away from here. Seeing that Fu Chengji, who had been giving in before today, suddenly became so strong, everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts. Humph! You were not in Tiancheng, you rescued Xiao Han. At this moment, Gao Qiu's cold voice sounded, and the information revealed in. It made everyone around them click in their hearts, and their faces instantly turned ugly. However, thinking of what Qing Biao and Gao Qiu had done during this period, everyone knew that they had no way out, and they stepped forward and stood.
Bend Fu Qingzi.
What, are you trying to rebel? A cold light flashed in Gao Qiu's eyes, and he continued, I advise you not to seek death. Even if there are 20 more of you, it will not be enough for me to fill my teeth. Fu Qingji, I ask you again, did you rescue Xiao Han? So what if it is? So what if it is not? Fu Qingji's face sank, and he continued, since you have come here to ask, you must have determined that I
rescued Xiao Han.
Even if I say it's not, you won't believe it. Humph! I want to believe it. Gao Qiu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he asked in a cold voice, but you happen to be away during this period, how? Can you explain it? What explanation is needed for this? I just happened to go out for something. Isn't it okay? After being promoted to level 6, Fu Qingji also had the confidence in his heart and said without giving in, a level 6 evolver go and catch an ordinary hearing evolver in person. It's fine if you didn't catch him, but you have the nerve to blame others. The horns are broken, is it possible that your brain is broken too? Did you see that I rescued Xiao Han? You want to shirk responsibility when you can't catch him, and you push it on me. Do you really think we are soft persimmons that you can squeeze as you want? Fu Chengji, are you looking for death? After being scolded like this, Gao Qiu's eyes were full of anger, but thinking of Xiao Han, he still said, patiently, I advise you to be sensible and hand over Xiao Han as soon as possible. Humph, idiot! Fu Chengji snorted coldly, no longer explaining anything, and immediately shouted loudly to the people around, disperse, disperse, all disperse, go back to sleep quickly. It's almost 12 o'clock. What are you still doing here? Don't you have to be on duty tomorrow? The moment the voice fell, he walked towards his residence without hesitation, not caring about Gao Qiu's sullen face. Ah, you're looking for death. This arrogant attitude made Gao Qiu completely furious, and his huge bull hoof slammed the ground. Bang! With a dull stomping sound, he instantly rushed behind Fu Chengji, and the bull's paw covered with black hair whistled and slapped him. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Li Long, Manyong, Lady Hai and others exclaimed and immediately rushed forward. But before they could make any moves, they found that they could not move. At this time, Fu Qingji just clenched his left palm slightly, and the jeep parked beside him turned into a discus with a click. Then with a whoosh, it flew in front of Gao Qiu. Bang! 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 The discus compressed by the jeep smashed wildly one by one. Just a moment later, Gao Qiu, who was standing still, was nailed directly into the concrete ground like an iron nail. Fuck! Am I dazzled? Feeling that his body could move again, Li Long couldn't help but exclaimed. Why do I feel that General Fu is completely different from before? What do you mean by feeling? It's obviously different. Lady Hai also widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and said with a gleam in his eyes. This strength is much stronger than before. A jeep weighing more than 2 tons can be controlled easily. If I remember correctly, although General Fu could do it before, it was actually very reluctant, and it was impossible to control it to this extent. Ha ha ha! The boss is now level 6? Upon hearing such information, Man Yong burst into laughter and said excitedly, Then what are you waiting for? Kill Gao Qiu, the son of a bitch. After saying that, he rushed over directly. But the next second he was like a wooden man, and immediately stayed where he was, motionless. Seeing Menyong being pinned down without any resistance, Li Long, Lady Hai, and the others all showed ecstasy. They couldn't see it before the action. But now, Fu Qingji's successful promotion to level 6 is certain. Bang! 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 The jeep, like a discus, was still hitting hard. Even if Gao Qiu struggled to resist, he was no match. Moo! Suddenly, a roar sounded, and Gao Qiu, who was smashed into the concrete, roared with red eyes, Qing Biao, come here. The dull roar spread far away with the sound waves. The 4th district 2 kilometers away. Qing Biao was busy, but suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the house, which made him frown and whisper, Strange, Gao Qiu seemed to be calling me. Somewhat unsure if he heard it wrong, he quickly looked at the dozen naked women in front of him and asked directly, Did you hear any sound just now? Qing Biao, if you don't come over again, the boss will castrate you. Completely. But before he could hear any answer, the roar outside the house came again. Faintly, If you can touch another woman in the future, I will take your surname. Hashtag C647 Strong Suppression. 2. Tiancheng, District 1. The angry roar spread far away, and although Fu Qingji had the ability to stop it, he did not take any action. The jeep, which was compressed into a discus, was still smashing again and again. Bang! 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 This powerful sense of power deeply fascinated him. Thinking of the pain he had endured more than an hour ago, he suddenly felt that everything was worth. Hey, so what about a level 6 beast? After muttering softly, Fu Qingji continued in a low voice. After today, all of you must follow the rules of Tiancheng. You must spit out everything you robbed a few days ago. With the strength of level 6, he will even get a specially customized legendary weapon in a day or two, so there is no need to be afraid of these 2 guys. Roar! At this moment, a roar of response finally came from the direction of district 4. Less than a minute later, a burst of dong 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 high-speed running sound came from a distance. Along with him came a figure wearing only shorts. As soon as he saw Gao Qiu being beaten to the ground, he immediately shouted angrily, Fu Qingji, you are looking for death. As he spoke, his body swelled up at a very fast speed. In just 1 or 2 seconds, he soared from 2 meters to 2.5 meters, and the muscles on his body bulged, exuding a fierce aura. Bang! 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 Seeing this scene, Fu Qingji controlled the big discus and continued to hit it with no intention of stopping. At the same time, a whoosh sound suddenly came. In the not bright sky, a black spear flashed and appeared in front of Qing Biao in an instant, even if the figure running wildly discovered it because the speed of the spear was too fast. There was no time to make any evasive movements, and he could only raise his arms to protect his head. Snap! A muffled sound came, and even the diamond-level spear could not pierce the defense of Qing Biao's skin. Humph! This skin is quite thick. With a cold snort, Fu Qingji stretched out his hand again, and more than 10 meters away, another jeep turned into a discus with a click. Bang! 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 The next second, it smashed down madly again. At this time, Qing Biao showed an incredible look in his eyes, although he struggled with all his strength. But he could clearly feel that there was an invisible force controlling him. Even if he wanted to move a step, it became very difficult. How is this possible? Has Fu Chengji been promoted to level 6? Although he didn't want to believe it in his heart, he knew clearly that this was the only reasonable explanation at present. Looking at the figure who was lifting heavy objects with ease and sneer dozens of meters away, Qing Biao couldn't help but wail in his heart. Fuck! What's going on? Even if Luo Lai's telekinesis is not so strong. But this guy just broke through. How could he be so abnormal that he can control both me and Gao Qiu at the same time? At this time, Qing Biao was struggling hard with confusion, even though the struggle seemed so powerless and futile. Far away, Li Long, Man Yong, Lady Hai and others were all looking at it in confusion. No one could believe their eyes and the scene in front of them. Bang! 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 Amid the fierce knocking sound, Li Long turned around in a daze and stammered. I didn't see it wrong. The general was too fierce. 2666 level, just press to the ground, violently beaten. Telekinetic evolver, it seems not so strong. How could he forcefully hold two people of the same level? Such doubts made everyone confused, and even the eyes looking at Fu Chengji had changed. But some were excited, some were thrilled, and some were ecstatic. At this time, Fu Chengji was actually a little confused. After successfully advancing to level 6 using Hanyan Shenyuan Dan, he knew that he had touched the bottleneck of level 7, but he still didn't expect it to be so strong. After controlling two people of the same level, he didn't even use his full strength. I feel that even if there is another level 6 evolver, I still have the ability to deal with it and even win the battle. Bang! 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 The discus that the jeep turned into was still smashing wildly. The diamond-level spear from Xiao Han did not pierce Qing Biao's defense. So, Fu Chengji realized that it would be impossible to kill them. But even if he had the ability to kill them, he couldn't do it. After all, there are still 7 level 6 evolvers in Kyoto. It doesn't matter if they beat them up. That's because they are not as skilled as others and can only admit defeat. But if there are casualties, it will be completely different. Seeing the two people's angry faces, Fu Chengji sneered and stopped his actions, saying calmly, "If you want to pick on the weak in the future, open your dog eyes wider. I cooperated with you to search for Xiao Han, because I didn't want to make the conflict worse. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Humph, you don't have to be afraid of us now." Gao Qiu snorted coldly and continued, "But you'd better explain clearly what you did after I went out tonight. Otherwise, when Boss Nye comes, things won't be so easily revealed." Explain." Fu Chengji waved his hand, and the discus compressed by the jeep smashed down again. At the same time, he said, "What explanation do I need? Are you blind? You have been beaten by me for so long, and you still don't know what you did during the time I disappeared." After explaining to the two of them vaguely, Fu Chengji looked at Qing Biao again, and the other discus smashed down fiercely, saying, "You must return everything you robbed 2 days ago. Those that have been used must be replaced with beast cores of equal value. If I find out that you have done something against the will of heaven and earth in Tianqing again, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, a trace of cruelty flashed across Fu Chengji's face. 2 pieces of iron suddenly stretched out from the discus, forming a palm, and grabbed Qing Biao's crotch at lightning speed. Ouch! After hearing the deafening cry of pain, he continued, "Take good care of the things down there from now on, or I won't mind making you lose this brother completely." Hashtag C648 guess of promotion to level 4. After waking up in the morning, Xiao Han took a earth spirit pill and then stood in a horse stance for an hour while holding the Hanming ice coffin. He sat down cross-legged only after the true qi in his body was completely consumed. Even with the passive effect of the Hanming ice coffin, daily practice cannot be reduced at all. The strength of a third-level warrior is really low. Even if he holds a spiritual spear in his hand and wears a treasure armor, he is far from being able to cope with the crisis he is facing now. Therefore, he cannot relax in his practice. Even if such practice cannot change the status quo in a short time, he must continue to persevere. As the exercises are running, strands of true qi are slowly generated in the meridians and slowly travel in the meridians along the predetermined route. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. As time passes slowly, Xiao Han can clearly feel that the true qi that has been consumed has once again filled the sea of qi and meridians in the abdomen. Hey, why do I feel that the qi that can be contained in the abdomen seems to be a little more? After the qi traveled through the meridians for 12 cycles, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes with a hint of doubt on his face. No one could teach him how to cultivate qi, so no matter what problems he encountered during cultivation, he had to feel it himself, experience it himself, and figure out the cause and effect himself. Feeling the changes in his body, Xiao Han closed his eyes again. The qi was still the same qi, but he clearly felt that it seemed slightly different from before. This concentration seems to be different from before. Muttering softly, Xiao Han didn't know if his feeling was right, so he could only continue to experience it seriously. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Boom! 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 The deafening thunder sounded continuously, and the broken Baishan Tower was also struck by lightning with black marks. It was not until more than a minute later that it became quiet again. Feeling the internal qi being consumed again, Xiao Han muttered in a low voice, "A total of 31 times, 2 more than last night. If my feeling is correct, the concentration of the qi has indeed increased a bit. But it's not 100% certain now, but it's actually easy to judge. If you continue to practice like this, the feeling will be very obvious." Raising his hand and throwing a qi-recovering pill into his mouth, Xiao Han looked at the Hanming ice coffin beside him, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had only practiced passively for more than 10 hours, and there was such an obvious improvement which he had never expected. It is a big bottleneck for the 3rd level to break through to the 4th level. Whether it is a beast, an evolver, or a warrior like him, it is not an easy thing to break through. So when the qi in the qi sea could no longer increase, an idea came to his mind. Perhaps if all the qi in the body is liquefied and a qualitative change of energy is completed, it may be easy to break through to the 4th level. But before that, he didn't know how to liquefy the qi. After all, compressing the true qi is completely different from running the exercises, but now with the Hanming ice coffin, it is much simpler. Hey! I'm really looking forward to it. A trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. After the true qi in his body was fully restored, Xiao Han looked at the Hanming ice coffin and immediately lay down in it again. Originally, I was planning to go home and take a look today. Even if Linchuan City has been captured, the place where he has lived for more than 20 years should not have been completely destroyed. But now, this time can only be pushed back. Cultivation is the most important thing. Once he breaks through to level 4, although he is still not a match for Gao, Qiu, Luolai, and Nieyen, etc. But the increase in strength will also increase his chances of escape. And even if he is found by them again next time with the legendary purple Fire Thunder Ring, the treasure level Flaming Purple Gold Armor, and the spiritual level Lava Cracking Armor Gun, he will not be without any resistance at that time. More importantly, in the game, although the previous idea was just a guess, he felt that it would not be so easy to break through the limit of level 70. Once he is promoted to a level 4 warrior, he should be able to break through the level limit. As his strength in the game increases, he will be able to kill more bosses and obtain more top-quality equipment, top-quality props, and top-quality pets. These things, as long as they have the corresponding embodiment, can be immediately transformed into real-life strength. There is even a chance to get better cultivation techniques. Although the Book of Advanced Warriors is good, as his strength increases, the speed of cultivation has been somewhat out of sync. He has to find a way to get Huang level, Shen level, or even Earth level, or Heaven level cultivation techniques. Perhaps only in this way can his strength in reality increase rapidly. Techniques, I don't know if I will get a reward for the techniques after completing the task of exploring the Demon Ceiling Tower with Lu Yen today. Muttering to himself, Xiao Han quickly inserted the buckle and put on the light blue game helmet. At the same time, he also held a level 3 beast core in each of his two palms. At this time, waves of chills came, and the true energy in his body immediately responded and ran autonomously. Feeling this change, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he immediately closed his eyes. A dozen seconds later, a figure appeared in the alchemy room of Baoji Hall. Ding! 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 At this time, several information prompts sounded in his ears. Xiao Han did not rush to see them, but whispered softly, Lu Yan's injuries should have almost recovered completely. And today is the agreed time. As long as we meet up with her later, we will immediately set off for the Demon Ceiling Tower. After the disappearance of the Abyss Blood Emperor, there must be something fishy about the blood pool. But with the blood-sucking stone and the blood-sucking stone, there should be no problem. But I still don't want to give up those meteorite stones. Although the ice coffin has the effect of promoting cultivation, its strength is a bit low. Fu Qingji only used some grass and stones to hit it with potholes. I have to use the meteorite crystal to make a cover for it. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's eyes flashed, and he immediately got up and walked out of the alchemy room out of Baoji Hall and went straight to the blacksmith shop not far away. #C649 Forge a mining shovel 1. The building materials of the Demon Ceiling Tower are all extremely hard. Meteorite. It is almost impossible to get it down by normal methods, but it is not completely impossible. First of all, the sandbags of the Earthfire Rockworm have the function of weakening minerals. Although the meteorite is hard, it is also a kind of rock. If you can get dozens of sandbags, it will be very easy to knock down the meteorite. However, today I have to go with Lu Yen to seal the Abyss Blood Emperor, so there is no time for him to go to the Red Rock Mine. And even if he goes, it is not easy to find those timid Earthfire Rockworms, let alone kill them. Dozens of sandbags are not a small number. Without a few days you can't get them all. So now he has to try another method. After waiting for a while at the door of the blacksmith shop, he saw the familiar figure of Wantong Intermediary walking towards this side quickly. After changing his appearance, Xiao Han was afraid that he would not recognize him, so he went to meet him and immediately said with a smile, Brother, Wantong, have you received the drawings of the mining shovel and skinning knife I want? Don't worry, the price is not a problem. With me personally here, there is nothing I can't get. Wantong agent looked at the ring on the finger of the person in front of him and immediately understood who he was, and also responded in the same way. These two drawings are relatively rare, and the price is not cheap. I have said, the price is not a problem. As he spoke, Xiao Han quickly completed the transaction with Wantong agent, and then exchanged a few polite words, and then turned and walked into the blacksmith shop. When he was on the 5th floor of the Red Rock Mine, although he found the blood-sucking stone, it was almost impossible to break it and take it away. The door leading to the deep underground was completely carved from a whole piece of level 7 blood jade stone. Although the hardness of this material is far from comparable to the meteorite stone, it is not something that an ordinary mining shovel can destroy. Fortunately, there were still some sandbags left in the Earthfire Rock Earthworm at that time, so he was lucky enough to chisel off a few pieces. As for later, he still used the claws of the lava-cracked armor beast to chisel open the blood jade stone bit by bit and take out the vampire stone. Eyeball wrapped inside. And now, he still has to use the claws of the lava-cracked armor beast to forge a treasure weapon, or even a spiritual weapon-level mining shovel. After all, professional tools are still needed for mining. While flipping through the drawings in his hand, Xiao Han walked towards the rented forging room. When the two drawings in his hand disappeared, he also stood at the door of the forging room. As he walked in, he immediately took out the required materials and threw a few pieces of refined iron into the furnace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the flames burned fiercely, the refined iron inside quickly turned red, and even had a tendency to melt. Xiao Han did not hesitate and immediately picked up the pliers to clamp it out. Yang, yang, yang. Under the repeated strikes of the hammer, the refined iron kept changing its shape. At this time, he was already a level 7 blacksmith. After the last time of exhausting his mind and energy forging, he also had his own understanding of this profession, so it was not difficult for him to forge a black iron mining shovel. After just over 10 minutes, the system prompt sounded in his ears. After the blessing of 100 times reward, he also got a silver-level mining shovel. Xiao Han grabbed the successfully forged black iron mining shovel. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured with some expectation, "Will the silver-level mining shovel carry special effects?" Thinking of this in his heart, he immediately looked at the attributes of the mining shovel in his hand. Black iron mining shovel, silver level 20. Attack plus 130, strength plus 65, agility plus 65 special effect. Combo 20% chance to dig 2 pieces of ore in a row. When the equipment attributes came into view, although there had been such speculations, he still stared with his eyes and couldn't help exclaiming, "Oh, my God! There is such a special effect." Although this is also called a combo, the effect is completely different from the combo on the wind bracelet. However, for equipment like a mining shovel, this special effect is still very good. According to the probability, if you use a black iron or shovel to mine, the harvest will also increase by 20%. Hey! Now it's time to try to make a mining shovel with other materials. After saying this softly, Xiao Han immediately took out a piece of red flame iron and threw it into the furnace without hesitation. Last time when forging the dark flame sky spear, a lot of precious materials were used. Because of the huge number of scales of the lava-cracked armored beast, there are still many, but there are not many claws and teeth. Now the remaining ones add up to only 3. 1 claw, 2 teeth. So now, he can no longer use such precious materials and continue to waste them. Fortunately, there are other types of metal materials in his hand. Use them to cushion first. Even if it fails, it is acceptable. After all the other materials are successfully forged, use the claws of the lava-cracked armored beast to forge, and the success rate will be higher. Ding! 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 The hammer hit the anvil, making a crisp sound. If you listen carefully, you can even feel a strange rhythm which makes people feel indescribable. In this knocking sound, one shovel after another was made, and then thrown to the ground without cherishing it. Until a certain moment, Xiao Han's hand suddenly stopped, took out a dark red claw more than 1 meter long, and threw it into the stove beside him. Hoo! 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 As the bellows were pulled, the temperature in the forging room immediately rose to a higher level. At this time, Xiao Han's expression also became serious. After an unknown amount of time, the dark red claws with a very high melting point finally showed some signs of softening. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of white powder and sprinkled it directly on. Hoo! 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 The next moment the flames suddenly rose, and the temperature in the alchemy room soared by dozens of degrees in an instant, and above Xiao Han's head, 4-digit damage values also appeared one after another, but he didn't care at all. He stared with his eyes wide open and waited for more than 10 seconds, and suddenly clamped out the dark red claws. Yang! 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 The crisp knocking sound accompanied the lifting of the hammer, smashing it down, lifting it up again and smashing it down again, and it kept ringing. As time passed, the dark red claws slowly changed their shape under the continuous knocking, until a certain moment, 2 system prompts sounded in Xiao Han's ears, and the continuous hammering of the black hammer finally stopped. #C650 Forge a mining shovel. 2. Ding, you successfully forged the legendary equipment Red Flame Armor. Piercing shovel, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the spiritual equipment Explosive Flame Crushing Shovel. Ding, you successfully forged the legendary equipment Red Flame Armor. Piercing shovel, gaining 1 proficiency point, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you gain 100 proficiency points. Listening to such a system prompt, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck! I really forged a spiritual weapon." Although he always had such an idea in his mind, he didn't think he could forge it successfully in one go. After all, whether it was the dark flame purple gold spear or the dark flame sky-splitting spear, it was not done in one go. In order to forge them, he not only spent a lot of time and energy, but also wasted a lot of precious materials which could barely succeed. If he did it again at this moment, he would not be sure to forge it again. The state at that time was something that could not be sought after. And today, although he was also imitating that state at that time, he never thought that he would forge a spiritual weapon-level mining shovel. Originally, in his plan, it would be enough to forge a treasure mining shovel. Although he wanted to get the top-grade material of the meteorite crystal, he would not force it if there was no other way. At most, after returning from the demon ceiling tower with Lu Yen, he would go to the 5th floor of the Red Rock Mine Cave again and dig some metal materials above level 7 to make a cover for the Hanming ice coffin. Now that he has this spiritual mining shovel, it seems that he can also have ideas about those meteorite crystals. Hey! A mining shovel with skills is really exciting. Muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes showed excitement, and at the same time, with expectation, he immediately looked at the attributes of the spiritual mining shovel in his hand. Explosive Flame Crushing Shovel, Spiritual Weapon Level 60, Attack Limit plus 10%, Physical Attack plus 19,000, Strength plus 9,500, Stamina plus 9,500, Agility plus 9,500, Energy plus 9,500. Special Skill. Crushing, Passive Skill, automatically triggered when mining, can crush ores below level 12, consuming 2,000 energy points per second. Special Skill. Lucky, after using the skill, the explosion rate doubles, consuming 50,000 energy points, lasting 3 seconds, cooling for 24 hours. Special Effect. Combo 80% chance to dig 2 pieces of or in a row 40%. Chance to dig 3 pieces of or in a row 10% chance to dig 4 pieces of or in a row. Special Effect. Chisel, increase the mining effect by 50%. Special Effect. Devour, absorb the best or can improve the equipment. Grade, completion degree 0/1000. Fuck. How is this possible? After reading the properties of the mining shovel, Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaimed, with an incredible look in his eyes. When he first saw the 2 special skills of or crushing and luck, he was very happy. After all, the meteorite is only an 8th level material. Now with the explosive flame or crushing shovel, he can dig it from the demon ceiling tower. Coupled with the lucky special skill and combo special effect, he may even be able to dig out 300 to 500 kilograms of meteorite crystals in just 1 or 2 hours. This is very good news for him. After all, it is difficult to guarantee safety when a person is in the wild and enters the game. With this material that even immortal weapons cannot destroy, it can be made into a space for him to hide. Although he already has the cold nether ice coffin, it is not very strong. So this explosive flame or crushing shovel can be regarded as extremely important to him. After seeing the attributes of this equipment, he was even happier. But no matter what, he did not expect that this equipment would have a swallowing special effect. This also means that this is a growth-type equipment. As long as it absorbs enough top-quality ores, it can even become a fairy weapon, a divine weapon, or even a holy weapon one day. But he really couldn't figure it out. How could a 7th-level blacksmith forge growth-type equipment? What a weird thing. Xiao Han frowned and thought softly, and at the same time muttered to himself, "Forget it, since I can't figure it out, I don't have to think about it. Anyway, I got a spiritual weapon out of thin air, so it's a profit anyway. And with it, the meteorite stone on the demon ceiling tower can finally be dug down. But while there is still time, forge the skinning knife. Last time in the red rock mine, the earth fire cracked armored beast and the red flame cracked armored beast that were killed didn't actually explode much equipment, but the materials obtained from them were quite a lot. But it's not easy to obtain these materials. Ordinary skinning knives can't even leave a mark on their scales. Fortunately, it was just scale armor, and the gaps between the scales gave him a chance to operate. Otherwise, let alone the explosive flame crushing or shovel the fiery golden scale armor on his body, and the dark flame sky-splitting spear he was using now would not be forged. Hey, if I'm lucky, maybe I can even forge a spiritual weapon-level skinning knife. Putting the shovel in his hand into the backpack, Xiao Han thought with some anticipation, but his hand did not stop moving at all, and immediately threw a piece of fine iron into the furnace. Yang! 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 With the crisp knocking sound, one after another small skinning knives were thrown on the ground casually. 5, 10, 20. I don't know how long it took. A piece of tooth was thrown into the furnace. Then, the bellows were quickly pulled up, and the temperature in the forging room was also rising rapidly. Yang! 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 The knocking sound rang rhythmically, and Xiao Han's forging was carried out like flowing water. After forging more than 20 ordinary skinning knives to improve the feel, it was even more handy to forge with the teeth of the lava-cracking armor beast. More than 10 minutes passed in a flash, and the system prompt finally rang in my ears. Ding, you successfully forged the legendary equipment armor-breaking skinning knife, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the treasure equipment Flame Fong skinning knife. Ding, you successfully forged the legendary equipment armor-breaking skinning knife and gained 1 proficiency point, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 100 proficiency points.